accolades that he has. And yeah, I think it's for this squad, it's going to make it a lot easier for Ultra Academy.
Yeah,
sure.
well, the game plan going forward for them, what we would expect is for the likes of Scrap to kind of leading the charge through train tracks. Maybe he gets up with Bomb, able to put it towards Dune side. You got Assault swinging out on an island, either A or B. And from there, you're allowing Hixie and Vehicle to do what they do best in bottom palace. So if that is the call for Ultra, which is very likely going to happen the first couple of rounds, how do you respond to that if you're AIM? Because you're going to have to take that challenge. It's not like Hardpoint where you could kind of isolate Assault, keep him out of the play, and then hope to win a 3v4, which they didn't do. Now it's S&D, obviously. So what do you do in this situation, knowing that you're going to have to challenge Assault? I feel like if you're Super, maybe you try to pull out the counter snipe and try to take him out.
I was literally thinking the same thing. Like, I'm leaning towards Super because obviously, like, he's had leading statistics for like the last 2 years over in Europe.
He's ridiculous.
But like the fact, those first bloods, maybe leaning on the snipers, leaning on those long shots down the sights. But the thing with Ultra is like they're so quick with their adjustments. It's like you have to be ready. Like if you don't see something, it's like you have to be quick to move and adjust, because that's just something that they do so well against their opponents that catch them off guard.
They keep doing a great job. We'll make sure we get you guys into the lobby as quickly as possible. We hope the players are all good to go. But when it comes to Ultra, and we kind of look at the spread of this team, when we've looked at their success, especially in S&D, is something they've gotten a lot better at, is they're very good at being able to change not only the pacing of the way they play, but they're very good at countering your timing. They're very good at giving you an off timing, and whether it's a delayed hit, a delayed push for the bomb, whether you're kind of faking a route through mid or you're trying to swing the bomb adjacently after a first blood or so, they're very good at being able to switch up their timings mid-round, as well as in the middle of the game if they're having like a 2-1 lead, maybe a 3-0 lead. They're not going to pull out the same stuff every single round. So it really comes down to whether or not AIM are prepared to call audibles, which I think they're going to have to do in this series, given the fact that the respawn did not go their way. And now their backs are clearly against the wall in the winner bracket.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely. And like you said, a lot of those fights in Bottom Palace, University, with those subs, just playing those weird, awkward angles too. It's just like you have to really utilize those positions and play in a way to where, I don't know, maybe unpredictable, but either which way, I'm going to be leaning on Super getting those first bloods, of course, and a lot of those reps maybe towards A, maybe aggressive, maybe find a way to get behind, enemy lines. But it's going to be one of those things that I just can't wait to get in the match.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for Ultra and see how quickly their S&D has improved, because Mohawk, statistically, when we were looking at it last night, like, he's one of the best S&D players around, and you wouldn't really think it. If you haven't watched this team extensively, you might not think, well, he's not the same Mohawk he was in Cold War, where not a lot of players are the same they were in Cold War. This game is very more, I would say, lenient on having less of a role player and more of just, can you drop a .9 every game? If you can, you're probably going to be okay. So in this situation, I think Assault's obviously introduction to the team is going to pay dividends, because now you have a real chance to, again, put this series away. This is the winner side of the bracket. If you're Ultra, you're favored to win this event. You're favored to come in here and basically stomp your way through, given that your competition last time in Toronto has now broken up. So there's a lot on the line here, and Assault could get himself another championship, but also prove that this Ultra squad is being built for champs moving forward and not just for Boston.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's the key here, and that's the thing. Like, these players, they want to win this event. Like, that's what makes it so competitive. It's champs. Champs is the event. It's coming up. It's fast. I can't even believe that we're already here. Like, we're here in Boston. It's crazy. But yeah, I think that when it comes to AIM, what's really good about this squad though is just like how since Journey essentially not on that Minnesota Rocker squad anymore, right? Since he's joined AIM, I feel like, I mean, if you want to compare the two squads, like, they've been doing really good. Like, they are in my opinion, between them and Rocker, like, the best Spanish team, right? So I think that if Journey and Yako, literally that's just the key for me. If they can step it up, if they can utilize what was the saying that you said last night? It's not about how versatile you are. It's just more so about what you're doing.
Versatility is not the question. It's just whether or not you're producing.
Whether you're not producing or not. So this game, it's like a lot of players are very versatile, but if you're not doing anything with that versatility, of course, it's not going to get you anywhere. But
yeah, well, I believe we are almost ready to go into the game. Again, we appreciate your patience and your poise throughout this difficult time. But game one was pretty much of a doozy. It was a blowout from Ultra. They didn't have any problems in it. They consistently won their transitions, the rotations. They constantly getting the early breaks, and they won it because of that opening time. But if you are AIM, the series is not over by any stretch. We're going into game 2 on Desert Siege S&D. For just joining us, first match of the day here on the mainstream. Winner side of the bracket. We're to quarterfinals. AIM Esports, Ultra Academy North America. Again, we've looked at the parallel discussion all day. It has been about Assault versus Super. And I would really say like Journey for Scrappy, but I believe we're almost ready to restart the lobby. And if that's the case, I'm going to do that thing I do online where I ask you something and I force you to give me a prediction, even though it's the worst question possible. But I'm going to do it anyway because now we're in lane. I got to do it once. With that said, prediction. What do you got?
3-0 Ultra Academy.
3-1. Wait, you said 3-1?
3-0.
Oh, 3-0. Are you going all the way? Okay, so you're not even. You're
I
not
didn't
even like.
stutter.
You're not. No, I'm just gonna say you're not even like giving me like a S&D prediction.
No,
You're just like,
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. I just went
That's
full
fine.
force. Okay.
That's fine.
We're determined. We know.
Oh, so
Okay.
you think it's gonna?
No
so
doubt.
just say it's gonna be a 6-0. Be honest.
Oh gosh, 6-0. Now you're really pushing it.
Okay, 3-0 was the
I
limit.
gave you a
Okay.
prediction, but I didn't give you a map prediction. That's you. You're the king.
I think it'll be much. I think it'll be much closer than we might expect going into game 2. I believe we're almost ready to go, and I've said that 4 or 5 times. But here's the fly through. I'm not lying this time. Let's get into it. Game 2 on your screens. Here we go. S&D on Desert Siege. Ultra leads this series 1-0. And with that, again, production, observing team, all the people behind the scenes, the players on the stage, we thank you very much for making Boston happen. Let's get into this one. A 1-0 lead. It was convincing on Tuscan. And if you're Ultra, a chance to put this series on match point, but more importantly, stamp your name down as clearly the favorites in this event. Going into Desert Siege, what do we expect to see off the rip?
I'm thinking we're gonna see something really fast. I think they're AIM's just ready. They're gonna commit. Here we go, and there it is. Fast push, the first blood from Journey, and there's 2 down already.
I actually love that call off start. Set the tempo early against Ultra, but V-Cool in a 1v2. He almost made it a 1v nothing. He was able to clutch that, but AIM get themselves an early round win. Good positioning. Control the Palace. They get the first blood very quickly, and we've seen some of these S&D rounds throughout the latter stages of the Elite Series, even looking towards more as of late. 30 seconds in the round, we got 3 people dead, and we're talking about, okay, now it's a 2v1, 2v2. So we'll see how things play out, but early on, AIM not wasting any time nor expense. Eric Boom able to find himself 2 kills, and Ultra just looking to get themselves back in this one.
Yeah, that's really it. Like, especially when it comes to search, it's really been like a chess game, right? It's always been like that, but this game especially, it's like a lot of change-ups, a lot of crazy things can happen. But we saw last time around, AIM just decided to commit towards that B site, but Ultra Academy playing slow, Scrap in the back. It gets the first blood onto Eric Boom, and now numbers, Journey does trade, evens it up with a 3 versus 3.
That's huge. I mean, the fact that you have to re-peek to get bomb, and Scrap is already making that challenge, let alone the first blood commits early on. A 1v2 for AIM. It's a Yako. Last alive against Hixie in Assault. Hixie putting the bomb down at B. So you guess incorrectly for Yako, but he got plenty of time. And not enough Gunny. It's going to be round number 2 to Ultra, tied up.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, Scrap. That's really what kind of solidified that round for them, despite having the first blood from Journey. It's just Scrap with the snipes, able to secure that bomb site and strengthen numbers. So Yako not able to do anything with it still. Either which way, 1-1 with those attacking rounds. Let's see which way AIM decided to go this time around, but pretty good defense coming out of Ultra Academy. Excuse me, from AIM, and here we go. Bottom Palace push again. That's what we mentioned. Journey takes the first blood yet again, and Super trades it out with a stun kill, but not before Vico able to take him down. So that bomb site, I think you're safe to wait.
Well, it's actually not a horrible spot for Ultra to be in because you're going to give up Palace for free if it means Hixie can roam like he just did in 3-1. Able to get one and escape with his life, but Journey now on the hunt. He at least spots both. He will get at least 1 for his efforts, converts it, and now Hixie with nowhere to run is getting chased in a 1v2. Maybe he can make this work. Bomb being down, though. 45 seconds to go. It's going to be tough. You're looking for the retake. Going to have to get the bomb planted, of course.
Yeah, and I think he has an idea that, the bomb essentially is not going to be swinging over towards B because he's essentially deep in their spawn, but AIM get this plant down. If Hixie can at least isolate 1 player, this can be doable, of course, but I mean, It's going to be very hard. You see AIM going up to the other side of the train tracks over there. Gets spotted, and now Hixie. I mean, if you're Hixie, you're on a 3 streak. Maybe play your life, but don't
it
get
was
too
manageable
crazy.
if he gets that kill on Eric Boom, but now, given where Bomb is and given the fact that they know his position, I doubt he sticks this, especially the fact you're on a 3. You would love to hunt for a kill. Maybe he's doing just that. Peeks for 1. Goodbye, Eric Boom. No way we stick this.
He can still do this.
Nate flights out. Is he going to defuse? Well, shortly you check your journey, and absolutely do. So AIM, don't fall for it. Valiant effort. But in the end, AIM do a nice job of getting Bomb down and playing their lives.
Yeah, and from Hixie, too, like, that was so smart to essentially, like, if you're the last one alive, wrap around the map. And that's exactly what he did. He was able to get a pick, but if you noticed, he did save his utilities. So I understand the play there. Throw the stuns, throw the nades, and hope that makes the enemy back up and then go for the defuse. Not a lot of time to work with, but maybe if he had 4 seconds, he had enough time to maybe get that kill and defuse. But either which way, smart plays from Hixie. Wasn't a bad play, just not enough time. So another snipe from Scrap, though, opening up first blood.
And that's so quick because not only does it cut down the extra push you had towards the pals, but now where do you go if you are AIM? Look at the spread on the minimap. You have no choice but to have to retake. And numbers fall so quickly. There goes Yako. I think everybody stayed alive. Ultra. Clean wipe on the board. No one dropping. Tying it up 2-2. And we thought that Assault might be the X factor in S&D. Clearly, we overlooked Scrappy's early aggression with the sub. Or, excuse me, the sniper. And my God.
It's okay. It's first match of the day. It's still a little early, but
he does it all.
It's all right. Yeah, Scrap, literally, he does do it all. Like, it doesn't matter. Automaton, sub, sniper. He's slaying out. But either which way, that was a really good setup. And that's the thing, Ultra, they're playing their offenses a little bit more passive, but still saving the tricks for a little bit later in the rounds. Last time around, I believe in round 1, we saw AIM kind of play that aggressive B site, but this time it is that bomb swinging towards A, and the first snipe from Snoop Super comes through. At least they have numbers.
That's big first blood. We've been looking for it throughout these rounds, and there's the response finally for AIM. So they have advantage going into about a minute to go. The plant will drop, but player 5, that's Assault. He's the closest one around to make a play before Super on the opposite wing. In an island, but oh my God, the pistol on Avigal just shuts him down. Dune side controlled. Here comes the push from Hixie. And he'll get traded. 3v1. We've seen Assault do this before. Can he do it again? Not this round. Good response from AIM.
And if you notice, too, you mentioned Assault earlier in that round. He was tucked away in the back train, but he essentially kind of eyeing out players, didn't see anything. He had to wait for Hixie to wrap around. But Hixie does get taken out. But if you wonder, man, if Hixie at least able to get 1 pick, how differently that round could have went in just such a short amount of time. Either which way.
Yep. Well, if you don't lose the battle over towards the dunes, you probably have a chance to try to swing it behind the train tracks and then play for a pick through the flank, but that's asking a lot and for a lot to go right. And in the end, it was just better positioning from AIM. They got the first blood. They were able to rally that and convert it into a round win. A hit marker will not be the best as Super falls off the play early on, but with that challenge, how quickly do Ultra get aggressive? Do they make a push? They at least got one on the island. Surely Super recognizes that. It would be a call over towards B. Scrap waiting for his chance to peel a scalp. He might just get it. He might just get it, but not now.
Nope, but Eric Boom does on the opposite side. At least able to take down Hixie, but that bomb is towards B. But look at the Palace control from AIM, and although Scrap does take down Eric now, you have to wonder if that bomb's going to swing towards A, but at least AIM is ready for it.
And they have 40 seconds to make a call. If you're Ultra, like, you can pick your poison. You don't have to choose A immediately, but maybe if they do commit to this, you're going to have to force that rotation through the back for AIM, and how quickly this bomb goes down will dictate how this round will play out. Assault trying to get in position to watch the back cut, but here comes the push right up the gut. Scrap in a beautiful spot, but he gets gunned. Yako wins it regardless. 3v2. What was an even advantage for both teams, and now they've spotted Assault. This is not going well for Ultra. A beautiful retake through the middle of the map. Vikal doing all he can just to play his life, buy enough time for this one to go down, but what a retake from AIM and the poise and confidence to pull that off.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was just, they grouped up. They flanked around together. Eric winning that huge one. Of course, he had Journey there for the trade, but regardless, AIM, beautiful retake, and bring it up 4-2. See here, Journey 9-3. He's having a fantastic game as well. My goodness.
They needed to win this map. We're talking about AIM's chances in this series, especially looking how the first respawn went. Granted, in a best-of-5, game 1s can be pretty much a coin flip. Dark tendencies and personalities we get into, sure, but you never know. And for AIM, this is a huge one to even up the series, reestablish a baseline for this squad. 9-3 for Journey, having a much better game 2 than a game 1. On a force spree of his own, in the vicinity, but not quite in the ballpark of streaks. We need at least another kill before that conversation becomes fruitful. And Hixie opening it up with 2 kills back-to-back. Make it 3. I don't think he got the 4th, but just give it to him anyway. Hixie gets a triple kill, and all of a sudden, Ultra are 1 round away from tying it up.
And I wonder if the play there from AIM was his journey. He was about, essentially closer to streaks, the closest to streaks. Yako pushed bottom palace first, and I feel like that was just a ploy to bait out his streaks, but it just, it completely fell apart in just an instant. Ultra Academy waiting for it. Took down Journey, so the streaks are gone. And, well, that was a defensive round essentially that they needed, because it really has been coming down to these attacking rounds that both teams have been winning. So now on the offensive side that we've seen similar to round 1, it is Ultra Academy now that decided to go play that aggressive B. But look at this. Look at where Yako is. I don't think he spots him.
Well, he's going to get caught by Assault if he moves in. Surely, there's Vico. He gets 3 in the round, so following up from his teammate in Hixie. It's 6 kills between the two in 2 rounds. Super will shut down the streak there on a 4 in a row for Vico, but Super, what can he do? Around the corner. Does he not see him? He doesn't, and he gets gunned for it. So for Ultra to get 2 rounds back-to-back in the fashion they did, with the fact that Assault is struggling in this S&D, it's not only buys time for Assault to figure it out, but it can't be understated how difficult it is to win a round or stay competent in a round when you're losing 2 members off rip. And the First Bloods have swung back in Ultra's way, and they've continued that for a second, and they're staying alive off that as well. Ultra are just clicking in these past 2 rounds.
Yeah, and credits, of course, to Vikal. I mean, he's 10-5 right now on a 5 streak, but he's been that player, I feel like, that kind of was a little bit complacent towards the beginning, but he's been getting better and better with every single game, I feel like, that I watch him play. Of course, a lot of these players playing ranked play has been helping with their Search and Destroy game, but either which way, like, he's been phenomenal all throughout the year. And Vikal, he gets the first blood.
11-5 on a 6 spree. He's close to a glide. And Hixie's right there with him. If they get the glide, all of a sudden, you talk about a game that's monumental for AIM in this series to a best-of-5 that could very well hinge upon the glide bomb that Hixie or Vikal, should earn. Ultra trying to give themselves the advantage, but Super looking to make a play bottom palace. So many members around in a 1v4. Choose what you want. It's going to be tough with only 46 seconds to go, and you have to plant. Yeah. And I like this. Don't feed streaks. It's as simple as you got it. Just try to take it to another round.
Absolutely. That's the key. Don't feed the streaks. I mean, because essentially one more, and then he was gone.
Yep.
And that basically would have solidified the round after. So a match point here for Ultra Academy to go up potentially 2-0 in this series. And, I mean, they really ran away with the last 3 rounds here. Let's see if they can
they're
close
playing
it
a 3v4.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like a negative on Assault. It's just he's been alive later in the rounds, especially on offense. He's only run into a couple at a time.
That's what's scary.
Yeah.
They're winning like this.
I mean, if Assault finds first blood here, it's going to be tough. But finally, something breaks the way of AIM. Super was looking for the response on the opposite end of Dunes, but bomb will go down regardless of all this pressure, of all these nades. It doesn't matter. Maybe you stick it here. Yako going to try to make a play. He'll be successful. Are we going to stick the defuse? Now we will. A little bit late, but here we go. Surely Hixie will check, and he will. Gets him off in a 2v2.
Yeah, and that was the big thing right there was Scrap, but still Super does snipe Hixie and takes him down. So now it's Assault in the positioning. Can he get the 2? Yako's on the bomb, though. Yako is defusing. Assault, I don't think he recognizes that there's only 20 seconds left. He's got to go now to get the pick, but it's Yako. Okay. I was like, I thought he got off the bomb for a second. No, Yako did get it. Okay, whew. Now we even it up the odds. For a second, I was like, oh my gosh, did he just leave the bomb after that stun? But no, we're good. Final round, my heart is pounding. Oh my gosh.
If Assault holds that line, he might pick up both.
Yeah.
And if not, if he just quickly challenges. But again, that's asking a lot in the moment where we have 20/20 vision. And in this moment, for Ultra, you needed that clutch. 5-5, round 11. Big swing in the series, what this could potentially mean for Ultra. First blood for Eric Boom. He will take down Scrap, that's huge. Bomb carrier will be Yako. Looking for positioning towards Palace. And on the outside at A, it's all of Ultra. So if you get one break to B, you're going to have to force the rotation, and the post-plant positioning better be there for AIM. Yako gets Vico too.
Well, it's all up to Assault and Hixie now. The bomb is swinging it over towards B, and I think Assault recognizes this, so kind of similar position that he was last time. Let's see if he can clutch up. He does tag Journey a little bit, but bomb has been planted. Super with the sniper in the distance too. He's got to be careful of that. He takes the shots and makes him back down, but too much pressure for Ultra Academy. Hixie last alive.
Where do you go? Where do you turn? That's going to be game 2. AIM, great response round after round. They slip up a little bit in the middle of that S&D, but in round 11, in a very crucial round 11, in that game 2, they do tie up the series. And for Ultra, like, there were positives there, sure, but I think the big takeaway is if Assault has a better game, all of a sudden you're looking at a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, and that last round, I feel like, yeah, it could have been a potential clutch. You saw him just holding down that card, essentially watching the B bomb site. But realistically, yeah, that clutch right there. And you saw Scrap too, kind of trying to wrap through trains. I feel like if he didn't get picked off by Yako right there, that would have been a completely different round too, because he was working the reach around.
And you see the dangers of what Vico and Hixie can do, especially on Desert Siege, with how quickly their presence was felt inside Palace. You're looking at 2 kills back-to-back in the opening First Bloods that were untraded. And of course, here's the replays. It was a ridiculous start for Scrap. You're looking at 2, maybe 3 rounds in a row where he finds that pick with a snipe. Then the response came on the opposite end from Super. And with that, we saw the resurgence of AIM. They were putting rounds together. Their post-plant positioning was fine. But in the end, it really came down to how quickly can they get the first blood. And unfortunately, it is as baseline as that. They just needed the advantage to give themselves room to breathe.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that, like, in the beginning, too, when we were trading rounds, you saw Scrap picking up those snipes, and then Super just started to really turn things up. But really close game between the two. And, yeah, Hixie and Vico, 11 and 7 from the two of them.
Nuts.
So absolutely insane. It just was really, really close. I really thought that Assault had that round. I really did.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about in-game. If he
yeah.
holds that site, maybe he finds that peg. But we were into round, I believe, number 7 or 8, and, you know, Assault was 1 and 4. Like, he just hadn't had that many engagements. So you're looking at the opening picks to be heavily on the shoulders of Scrap. Hixie and Vico were doing all they can, picking up 2 pieces left and right. But in the end, that flurry of trades and that flurry of aggression that you had from Ultra just came a little bit too late. And for AIM, composed down the stretch when they did give up rounds. Credit to Journey, credit to Yako as well. And Super doing a very good job on the parallel side, being able to respond with the sniper. But that's game 2 locked and loaded. It's a 6-5 win for AIM. It is a Desert Siege win in a 1-1 series now. Ultra took the opening hardpoint on Tuscan, 250 to, I believe, 158. 6-5 win. Been relatively close in the slower moments, but now we go to Control, I believe, on Gavutu back-to-back, and we'll have a book-ended bocage for the series. If you are Toronto, tough round 11 loss, but not something that's at all backbreaking, and now you're going to Gavutu where you have to feel that you have a relatively good chance to, again, take the series lead.
Absolutely. And, I mean, we had mentioned, like, with Toronto Ultra, like, Academy, like, their Stage 4, their respawns kind of had slowed down a little bit.
Yep.
But with picking up Assault, their respawns have been looking amazing. So going into Gavutu, you would imagine, you'd think they'd feel comfortable.
Sure.
Search and destroy sometimes can be like that, but, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see what happens, and we'll get all the players ready to go in the lobby. Before that happens, though, we got Game 3 coming up next. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with this series.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, Monday. My work week is Sunday. Just so, oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime.
Welcome back in. Happy to have you. Spaceman, looking crazy. This has been an interesting series to start off, winner's bracket. And again, this is the winner's quarterfinals. We're going to have 2 of those, then 2 semis. Then we'll close out tonight with a winner's finals match. Ultra Academy North America versus AIM Esports, who've gotten through 2 already, opening Tuscan, closing on the Desert Siege, and now it's time for Gavutu Control. Let's take a look at the series because, well, we got to keep things moving, and with that, we have that question mark around the introduction of Assault. So far, it's paid off pretty well, but the series has been much closer, specifically in the S&D. Let's take a look at the maps because, well, this one's going to be fun. Gavutu, then followed by the same one for Hardpoint, and then if needed, Evocage to bookend the action for this first series. What are you thinking now going into Gavutu? I think if Super continues to trend well, and all of a sudden the subs wake up like they have in that game too, as good as I think Toronto are, this could be an interesting one for AIM. I think they have a very good shot given the ways they can work Toronto out of the play.
See, and I think, I believe they do, because of course we're on land, baby. We are on land. We're not online, but looking at stage 4, right, for AIM, I'd look at Gavutu, not their best map. Control, not their best game mode. So when you have that combination, I mean,
had to put it like that,
yeah,
didn't you?
I'm just saying, it's gonna be tough, of course.
Sure.
But the response from Ultra, yeah, they was just looking so dominant.
Yeah, that's what scares me.
That's what scares me. Yeah, that's what's scary.
We've talked about it
throughout
a
this
lot.
tournament, too.
And for the majority of this year, it was really not about can you steal an S&D, it was about can you steal a respawn off Ultra. Because if you can, you have a very good shot to win the series. And only one team, I think it was Red Wolves, who have been able to beat Ultra for some reason, and they won 3-0, and that was the only series they won ever. That's the thing. If you can steal a respawn, and coming into this, not only to today, but to the matchup itself, we had talked about if AIM can take the opening hardpoint, all of a sudden this series becomes viable. If they can't do that, you're playing off the back foot for the rest of the time because it doesn't matter what you do in the S&D. You got Control and a hardpoint coming up next. So for Ultra, very much just about getting back to baseline, but for AIM, keys to victory here, 1 or 2 things. Obviously, Super is going to be a factor. What do they need to do specifically on Gavutu to shut down Ultra?
Control the map.
Yeah,
get the subs maybe behind enemy lines, but it's going to be, I feel like the main gunfights, of course, controlling that P1, the LST ship, maybe running some routes, but of course Gavutu, it's all about those defensive rounds. They're gonna have to win those defensive rounds and find a way essentially to capitalize those numbers in terms of the offensive rounds, because that's key essentially to what Control is. It's just that mind game, getting those attacking rounds and maybe even playing your life, but slay, baby. They need to slay.
Well, the ARs are going to be a problem. If you're looking at Super, if you're looking on the other side, you're going to be looking at Assault, whether or not Scrap pulls one out, but we could be looking at Hixie as well. We've seen teams throughout the majority of this year tend to run sometimes a 3 AR setup on Gavutu. You're looking at 3 automatons. If that's the case, it's going to be critical for Ultra to have that aggression and for Assault to have a very statistically good Game 3. However, we make sure the lobby gets good to go. We're having some issues. Thanks for hanging with us. We appreciate you. But in this instance, Ellen, for the majority of this series, it seems that, and only granted the sample size is 2 games, it seems that Ultra has had the number when it comes to the sub pressure, and often it's an AR's world, we live there, but for subs in this series, how do you respond to the likes of Hixie and Vico, who have been playing statistically better through Stage 4, through now? They've been playing their better Call of Duty of the year as of now, and they just look very comfortable on this team together. What do you do?
You have to find a way to get to where they're at first. I feel like with the subs, getting them in positions maybe back green, over flooding, but try to find a way to get all around or behind Ultra. I just feel like their subs need to utilize positioning more. And that's just something that Hixie especially does so well. You'll see him in these angles or on these rotations where he's getting 2-3 pieces because he's set up where he needs to be. So maybe that was one of the things for me is teams need to out rotate or just essentially get set up before and before Ultra, because they're so good at doing that, getting where they need to be, manipulating the map. Don't let them manipulate the map on you, because that's it.
Yeah, we saw AIM lose a lot of those rotations in the opening hardpoint. Speaking of, let's not lose this one. Let's get into the fly-through because we got Game 3 ready to go. Control, Gavutu, tied 1-1. Toronto Ultra versus AIM Esports, a matchup that you could have predicted potentially going through the bracket, but given the way things have gone, the respawn of Ultra has been lights out. For AIM, they tie it up in the S&D. You'd have to think, conversation-wise, they're going to have to steal this Gavutu Control. However, question marks remain. Let's get into the action. Ellen, you said it was going to be 3-0. You were wrong. Ha ha ha.
Hey,
what are you doing now?
I said that because
You
I
did.
wanted another game. That's why.
You did.
Like,
You
I
did
wanted
say
this to be
3-0.
close. Seriously, I had to jinx
I'm
it.
not going to let you forget that. It was a 3-0. But now, given the way they looked in the S&D for AIM,
They got to turn up, baby.
We're at least going to a game 4.
And it's not nothing that we haven't seen before. All of these players just take turns turning up. But I will say, I completely forgot about that Red Wolves game we were talking about. But hey, they're still
Fun little stats to make you
fun
go,
little
huh?
stats. Hey, I'm hearing Rocker got upset by them. But anyways, we'll see that later. Either which way. Very, very good start, it looks like, for Ultra Academy, of course, on the defensive side. Already getting control of that LST ship. You see Hixie dancing around a player.
And this was going to be the question, whether Hixie or Assault would be kind of primary position towards the top boat. And if that's the case, you're going to have to deal with that if you are AIM. So far, they do so. Pinstripes in the kill feed early on, just a couple of trades, 27-25. Not a huge breakaway by any stretch, but Scrap get himself involved and Vehicle over towards Top Gun. So you have positioning here if you're watching the beachfront, and for Ultra, you want this spread. You want to isolate AIM as much as possible to keep reinforcements away from A. Defensively, it's been very clinical so far for Ultra.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw AIM kind of trying to work towards B, maybe split the push, but either which way across the map, it is Ultra Academy getting complete control. So there's a little bit of an opening over towards that A side, but Scrap and Hixie just already set up. They're already rotating so fast, and there's only 28 seconds left of this round.
And Vehicle is far out on the left side of the minimap. I mean, he has been an absolute nuisance, forcing the likes of Super off spawn to have to take that challenge, and that just slows down the push. AIM have nowhere to go and no lives to give, 23-14. This is a very quick round. 13 seconds, and, well, get yourself some water. Have fun, hang out. Text a friend, because that's going to be round 1 for Ultra unless a miracle comes through. It's 22-10, and with the spawn all the way back P4, GG's in round 1.
Yeah, that was very quick, and we had said that. You need to get to these positionings first, but you need to, of course, be able to win the gunfights. So strong from the break. AIM really couldn't get out of that cliffside. They could not get out of their spawn. Set up P1, of course. There is a couple of pushes that tried to happen there, but yeah, that was complete domination from Ultra Academy. Only 8 deaths that round.
And with Vehicle being far out, playing on his own, winning gunfights, buying you 15 seconds, and continuously putting AIM in a position where they don't have enough lives to give at that point. I don't care how good you are. No team's going to come back from that. And off the start already, Vehicle 4-2 for him. The majority of his kills came on that spree, but a shutdown towards P1. And AIM finally gets something going their way. Some positivity here on the defensive end as Ultra look to attack, and it's Hixie once more on the top of the boat. Kills continue to fall for Ultra. One more on the bottom boat. Yako traded, gunned, goodbye. Ultra get what they need.
And that's the thing about AIM. They were not able to capitalize or cap a single tick from A or B. So even if Ultra, let's say, loses round, whatever, the attacking round, if they get even a tick, they'll swing that round 5 towards the defense.
Yep.
So even in lives, AIM able to successfully defend here, but it's Vehicle, and it looks like that tick may be secured. Oh, there it is. Now 7-4. Oh my gosh, Vehicle and Scrap just lighting up the map.
I mean, it's good kills at mid-map from AIM, but the ratio and the rate at which AIM are falling, it's consistent from the AR. Scrap and Vehicle have just been absolutely annihilating the contest. And that's kind of the reason why A is so close to being done. Halfway through tick number 2, the progress continues and Vehicle doesn't stop. It's Super in the far back, and Eric Boom might be the next victim underneath. He will be. Assault does get the kill, and with that, the time will stop. 38 seconds to go. Can we put another minute on the board? Pressure now for AIM mounting towards the P1 side. You have to give up A. At this point, you're losing too many lives. It's 20-15. You got 38 seconds, but you're going to get another minute. There's no reason to contest here.
That's right, and Vehicle was huge in the back, but look at Yako, or excuse me, Super, rather, flanking all the way around, gets a huge 3! And through that P1 side, so now only Assault left in the back. He's going to have to play his life. You see Eric looking for him, but Super already going for the push aggressively, now on a 5 spree, trying to do the same exact thing that Ultra did to them last round, and trapped in that back cliffside. Super still going off.
I mean, that is such a turnaround in Super. One away from a glide bomb. How this could break open the control, who knows, but a resurgence. What was a 20-14 game is now a 10-12. Oh, Super, right below you, buddy. Cut timing can be so brutal, and he's going to get punished for it. He will get cut down off the streak. Shout out to the window bar. We love that. 58 seconds to go. It's still a 1-round advantage to Ultra, but the defensive resurgence from AIM Esports has been absolutely perfection for Ultra. You still have the life lead. 48 seconds to go, and with all that happening, that's the takeaway. The spree from Super gets cut. Ultra still maintain the lives. It is only 2, but you have to mount a push on the offensive end. Journey trying to play spoiler through the back, and he might do so. No, gets gone, and Hixie for 1.
That's right. That was a key play here, but now if you see Hixie, he's going to have to wait. Really, who's going to be vital here is Vico and Assault working around back green, but they can get these opening picks. Scrap does get one. There's only 23 seconds left, so now that P1 control Yako does continue to have, this is going to be crucial. They have to take down Yako P1 to be able to at least get onto the site. And stopping the push, it looks like AIM 5 to 7, 11 seconds left. Ultra Academy, they gotta fly.
Well, you gotta fly and you gotta get contest, but there's 2 from Eric Boom, a 3rd from Journey. You're gonna have to deal with him as well. The only one around in the point, still staying alive, and there's a spawn back for AIM. They get themselves in, and they get themselves the kills. That is round number 2 to AIM Esports, and that was a ridiculous comeback on the defensive end, being down 8, 9 lives and being able to get back because of Super Spree. You get close to streaks, but they wiped Ultra off mid-map, and you see the results of it.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, you even saw Ultra set up in the back, like they were ready, anticipating the push. They got two members of AIM in the back green spawn, but it was that P1 control, right, that Yako continued to have, and then of course Super was there with Yako, flanking all the way around. So what a huge round from Super, of course, just to pop off right there in the end. But the good thing about that is Ultra Academy did get some ticks, so even if it swings in their favor again, it'll be defense. Pay attention to those ticks. But AIM, again, not able to get any footing.
Hello?
Just like similar to the first defensive round, Ultra already have set up, and you see Assault tucked away in that deep beach.
I was going to give them their defensive props, but AIM are struggling offensively to get anywhere close to either point. I mean, A has been completely obliterated. There's no chance. And Assault not losing a gunfight on the beachfront vehicle. Trying to find bodies in the back. Goodbye. That's 2 in a row. 3 for Ultra, all purple in the kill feed. 4, maybe 5. Journey, the next victim up. It's Super and company off spawn, but where do you run? Someone's got to shut down Vehicle before he goes on an absolute tear. That's a glide bomb earned. That's Ultra with all the contest and all the poise in the world. No one challenging at range. Assault's not losing a gunfight. And 27 seconds to go. If you're AIM, you got to make something happen.
That's right, and 27 lives still for Ultra Academy.
They've lost 3 lives.
That's crazy, man. Still just complete domination. They can't get anything going for AIM. There's at least 1 pick from Super, but you gotta go. I mean, you have to kind of commit towards A because B's gonna be way too hard to get.
Yep.
He can take down Hixie, but of course Hixie's already there. He does get tagged up, but he gets away with his life. That is complete domination from the defensive side yet again from Ultra Academy now.
25 to 8? I mean, legitimately, this could have been a 3-0 game in control.
Absolutely.
The fact that you now have a glide, if they do go to B, they being AIM Esports, you hit them with the glide, GG's. Round's over. So, okay.
You know what's crazy about that round too? Assault, he didn't really necessarily have a lot of engagements, but he was set up like beach, like the whole time.
He was challenged maybe twice.
Literally walking on the beach with his toes in the sand, like the whole time. Not even needed anything, but quick for that pickup. Like, it was just amazing from Beagle that round, just to consistently be in their spawn.
You're going to have to steal a respawn at some point, and that is a great way to start. 3 kills in a row. Can you rally that into some mid-map control? Past the 50-yard line, finally, AIM Esports do put themselves in a position to find these trades, and they're finding them left, right, and center. Eric Boom, Super, getting 3 combined. Scrap will break up the monotony in that one, but now into the point for AIM. How do you contest, and how do you defend? It's going to be up to Journey in the sub. He will fall. Positioning towards the boat there for Ultra. They're on A. They're working on that first tick. Progression slowly going. Here's a challenge from Super. Almost got both. But it will slow down, and Ultra have time to breathe.
That's right, those trading positions, of course, from AIM Esports looking so good right now in this LST ship, but Ultra Academy still trying to get control here. And realistically, maybe trying to send a player through mid, but through and up and down through the LST ship. Journey's doing a fantastic job of still holding on and controlling. Yep. That was a huge gunfight on the scrap there, but 27 seconds left.
That's what you need. You need Journey to roam and pick up kills like that in these quick counterattacks to mid-map. You're going to need that kind of production. I mean, it's been statistically fantastic from Ultra, but slowing it down is the biggest question mark, and AIM finally do it defensively. The offense is a completely different question. If this does go the distance, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out and who gets what, but in this moment, masterclass from AIM, defensively denying everything that Ultra put on the board and flipping the table completely. All right, so Ultra get all the offenses. AIM doing very nice on defense. Ultra get one offense and a defense.
Yeah,
but
no, defenses. Yeah. Defenses from both. Ultra did get that attacking round they didn't get, but they did get a tick. Right. So the defense right now is going to go towards Ultra, And, I mean, we saw how strong their defensive plays have been. This could be lights out. AIM had to have picked up on something, but I'm really going to be looking at Eric Boom this round. The AR's got to step up.
Yep, because Ultra got that tick, again, they will be on the defensive side, so you are correct. They get those defensive round wins. And with that correction, let's get into it. You got a minute 17 on the board. You have to feel good of your chances if you're Ultra. The way they've just been playing defensively, you got Scrap posted up in green. Super finally breaks it up and get towards the top of the boat. This is the first time that AIM have had really some semblance of a push on that offensive round. But do they deal with Scrap? Quickly, he finds 2. And Journey trying to break up 1 through the boat.
There we go, and that was huge, too, from Eric Boom to secure that LST ship, of course. So this is smart from Journey. You just got 2 down, of course, catch them off guard, pinch off the spawns back green. So still, no one from AIM, though, is capitalizing on A. If you saw, Yako re-wrapped around towards B. They really didn't commit numbers to capping this to secure that extra time. So I just wonder if that's going to punish them now, as you see members of Ultra Academy starting to slowly regain control of the middle map.
Yeah, Super's going to be a problem. As long as Ultra let him stay up here for free, Assault will win the challenge, and that's a big trade, but now it's more pressure inside. AIM get 3, and that's huge for at least a contest, maybe a cap, working on that second bit of progression. So A close to being locked up, and if you're Ultra, I like this call here. It's 20 to 21. You're losing in the life lead, but barely by 1. And in this moment, try to hold spawns at back green and continue to give yourself a chance off spawn to continue to contest in this time. You've been winning the battle at range. Keep that going. It's going to be up to AIM to make the play.
Absolutely, and Assault spoil alert in the back, of course. Yako trying to find him out. Super takes down 2, so that opens up a little bit, but you got to worry about Hixie, who's coming around, and he does take down Super, so now it's about that P1 control. There's 2 members of AIM there, and Super does get taken down, but if you're Ultra Academy, that's the goal, essentially. Hold your middle lane, watch out for those long reps around boat, but really you gotta get to that P1, you gotta be able to control it, and Vico doing just that, takes down Super. Now he only has Journey to worry about, and he does that too. So now you're Ultra Academy, you got the control over your P1, and that's it.
But it's Eric Boom through the back. I mean, even though Journey does fall, if they spotted him, and they did, Eric Boom could have helped break this game open, but instead, it's control there for Ultra through P1 once more. They're winning the gunfights, and they're continuing to push back AIM. Off spawn, it's going to be so staggered and isolated. You're going to have to regroup somewhere around mid-map, potentially through a beachfront hit, and if that's the case, you better hope you deal with Scrap. If you don't, it will be a problem. They do just that. Eric Boom still alive, winning gunfights left and right. Super. Eric Boom for 2. A chance now. A hope. On the attacking side, 9-10, AIM trying to make a push.
This is the closest attacking round from AIM Esports, and they have to make a play. Eric Boom again through the back. It's going to try to make something happen, but Scrap takes down 2. And that's looking like it could be it. This is really the last push they have. Only 14 seconds left, but there's the streaks that were saved. Vico calls it in, P1, but doesn't connect. At least he got the information. That might be done and dusted. Ultra Academy, those strong defenses.
Doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter.
You get Scrap running the way he is. Assault 24-19. Almost a 40 bomb, I believe, from Scrap. And in the end, Ultra Academy in round 5. 3-2, as close as the S&D was, continues in the same with the control. You can hear Scrap getting loud on the main stage. And all of a sudden, Ultra are up 2-1. And that was the key. Can you steal one of these respawns? Defensively, that was one of the most clinical performances I think we've seen Ultra do all year. And the fact that it comes to the biggest stage is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, their defense is so good. And just that last moment there, I got so focused on P1, I feel like they weren't even worried about Eric Boom in the back because they were winning the engagements in the front of the point. As long as you have P1 right there at the end, they're not worried. I mean, they're slaying out like crazy, but that was really the only chance and opportunity that AIM had was Eric Boom being that key factor in back green, trying to cut off those spawns. But defensively, of course, Ultra Academy NA looks so good. Potentially, and of course, getting that cap at A, that's really what did it. Just when you're on the offensive side, maybe not just worry about capturing A. I feel like just getting those ticks that are so important for the round 5 defense.
There was a moment in time on the second round win for Ultra where it was like 27 to, I want to say, like 6. It wasn't close. It was just consistently, and that's the thing, is when Ultra start to pull away, how quickly can you get back on their tails? How quickly can you get beside them and try to contest? It didn't happen often. Now, granted, AIM were able to make small adjustments. They were able to call the audible, get Super up towards the boat, and that did help in that last round. The round extended far past 3 seconds, but it was a little bit too late, and that's the thing. You got Scrap at 38-21.
26 defensive kills.
He dropped a 40 bomb.
My goodness.
And he wasn't slowing down.
I feel like he just doesn't. It just keeps going.
Yeah.
Like there's no stopping this guy, but 30 non-traded kills, 7.60 kills per round. Like the guy's insane. It's wow. And it's not often too that you see Super going 18 and like 26. Like he even got shut down, even despite having that crazy play for the save on one of their defensive round.
And it's credit to AIM for the fact that they all kind of struggled, but they still were managing to pull it to a round number 5.
Yeah.
That's impressive enough, but it's not enough. It is not enough to take down Ultra. And again, we look at a situation where statistically just the slaying has been far too much for many teams to deal with, and because of that, they now find themselves in this spot where Gavutsu Hardpoint's up next. And if we see the same scrap we just saw on the control, now translating that to a Hardpoint, Gavutsu's up next. Bukaj is the SD to round out this series. Obviously, Ultra is like, we want to win it here. You don't want to have to go to another S&D. But if you're AIM, you're going to have someone like Super in the boat consistently. Someone at mid-map like Eric Boone with the Automaton be able to match a lot of the pressure right off spawn that Ultra bring, because Ultra are very quick to respond with 2 or 3 kills, and all of a sudden you're losing numbers around the point.
That is the key. They need to be able to respond to the pressure, and I feel like especially the subs of Hixie, Fecal, they're overwhelming their ARs. So their ARs really need to be able to step it up, be able to, like you said, lock down the LST ship, lock down the lanes, maybe have your subs work the middle, but either which way, they started to show a little bit of life in that last attacking round, I will say that. So maybe they're picking up a little bit on Ultra's tendencies.
Sure.
So maybe going into this, yes. I still believe we could go to a map 5, but
I will give you my series prediction once the series is over. So then you'll know what I was thinking.
Prediction after the series.
Then you'll know what I was thinking 100%.
That's very smart.
Well, listen, the way that Super had been playing, it was a high point and a strong start for AIM, and certainly nothing to scoff at, but it's going to take an Eric Boom and a Journey and a Yako to get this done. Like there is no cutting around it. Ultra Academy are going to hit you with everything they got, and Assault, the longer he plays, the better he gets. That's a dangerous thing about him. He did, how many times over towards Beachside was he just posted up waiting for 2 engagements that he would eventually win, and there was no response there from AIM. They were struggling to be able to meet that, and whether or not he was the key factor for a lot of those defensive wins, I don't think he was. It was just the overwhelming pressure and the slaying. But the fact that he wasn't getting traded, the fact that he wasn't being broken out of position, and we had the discussion about the fact that Assault or Hixie's going to be top boat, and if you don't respond with that, AIM, you're going to have to find a different way to win. And they eventually fell to that pressure. Now you go to Gavutsu again. Hardpoint up next in this series, down 2-1 for AIM. One thing, one player, who's it got to be?
To what? One player?
One player on AIM. Who's it got to be? Who's going to win them this game?
Super.
Other than Super.
Oh, other than Super.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like Super.
Other than Super.
Journey. I think
Fair.
it's going to be Journey. I mean, he's had the experience. We've seen what he's done throughout the years. He is that player that has always been crucial. And I just feel like, yes, he's going to be the one that really sets the pace, that really is going to help the squad turn things around. But you got to take, you mentioned, okay, Hixie, P2, rotations. You can't let Ultra chain those hills, right? Hixie's the leading factor in those rotations, I feel like, and especially controlling that ship so well. P2 to P3, P3 to P4, that is where it's going to get hairy for me. If AIM can capitalize on those hills, they can take this.
They absolutely can. This team has the skill. When we've seen them,
They do.
when they push it towards the distance, when they're pushing it towards a Game 4 and a Game 5, they can fight along the best of them, but it's how quickly do things fall apart. That's for a lot of teams, especially in this stage of the year. And Ultra has built their roster now, what seems to be, for champs moving forward. Like the team that's already auto-qualified, they're not worried about it, but obviously making a statement to respond to the second place finish in Toronto, but also because champs is coming up and you're seeing what potentially will become the final form version of Ultra. And this is a great way to get practice and get it figured out. AIM are just kind of on the blunt end of this, and we're not, trying to sit up here and say that AIM have no chance. No, that's not. There's no question.
No.
The AIM are absolutely capable of winning this series. It's just like Ultra coming in, #1 seed for a reason, best team in the bracket for a reason, doing what they do and making the change they did for a reason. Like this is the biggest dog in the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Biggest dog in the fight for sure. They were looking so strong like throughout the year, of course. This team formulated. They qualified in the one stage 3. They got second in that open. And you know what's crazy? They got second at the Toronto Open, and the team that they lost to they're not even here. Essentially, essentially they all split up. They got pulled up to CDL, and that's essentially what these teams, of course, anticipate, right? Playing really well at these events, of course, and getting called up, getting the call and the call up. So, yeah, absolutely, this team is looking final. I can't wait. And you know what's crazy? They just having that player. They just picked up Assault. This is just the beginning. I feel like. The beginning.
Yeah, if you're going to do it.
They're looking this strong.
If you're going to do it, I mean, I think at this point in the year, given the way that Assault's been playing on his trajectory, how Ultra's been winning everything, this is the best time to do it. And again, we look back to the team that Ultra lost to. I believe it was 3 Kings at that time.
At the Open?
Yes, at the Toronto
Open. They got second.
Right. So it's Brack and company.
Shady Kings.
Shady Kings, that's right. It's old Call of Duty roster. For those of you who know 3 Kings back in the ETG days in New Jersey, shout out to you. Shady Kings. You look at the fact that Brack in that entire squad has essentially been blown up, and some of them moved to the league. Others, though, you had Brack coming in here with Valor Esports, which was mine, Noisy, Welly, and Brack, and we're thinking high hopes for them. Things go relatively well. They're playing Toronto Ultra EU side for top 6, so there's positives and negatives here, but I think the big thing is Ultra NA, at least for this roster, feel like this is their best chance now to make up for the second place finish in Toronto.
Right, absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned some upsets too. Of course, Red Wolves, that squad with Juju Katani, Pro MR, and Wheat, like they upset Rocker 3-1. They upset Phantoms in Unco 2-1. So I'm really excited to see, of course, that matchup, or if it's not already going on, of course, between him and Team Exposed, which is Clayster.
That Rocker match is a huge upset. That's insane.
So that's pretty insane. I'm excited. These games have been absolutely mad. But look at this strong start from AIM as they get P1 already. Can they hold? Eric Boom was that factor that we mentioned that needs to step it up. It's 2-0 right now. Pretty good start for AIM Esports.
Yeah, when we jump back to the Tuscan in Game 1, the start of this best of 5, the thing that stood out for Ultra was their ability to not only chain a lot of these hills together like they've done all year, but they built substantial leads on the opening breaks. They were so good at being able to get back in for the early 20, contesting the back AR and breaking those spawns and then flipping. So if AIM want a chance in this hardpoint, they're going to have to be able to win these opening battles in the hills, and that comes down to the subs. But Vikel quickly responding, now going down to P2 with about 6 seconds to go in the last P.
And that's the thing. That was key for Vico, but here Yako is going to be key as he does take down Assault, but early on the rotation it was Ultra Academy. And now Yako, he's not necessarily going to get in the point, but no one's really getting in. They're just trying to control the ship, and that is the thing. Control the LST ship. Ultra Academy do just that. And looking to break. You see AIM kind of flooding in through and pinching the hill from all sides. Kind of make it a little bit scrappy, but look at Scrap. As I say, Scrappy. He rotated around through beachside, getting set up for P3.
Well, it's a good hold. Good break, though, from Ultra. Almost 3. And a quality lead from AIM, but as our friend Proper says, it's only P1, bro. We still got a lot of ways to go, so let's get into it. It continues on, and the pressure towards the top of the boat continuing right off spawn. AIM denying the early hold from Ultra. And Ultra now on the minimap. Look at them rotating out towards P3, towards the beach side. They're going to get set up, making sure they get themselves back in this game, as it has been so far. Good response at mid-map from AIM, and that's really been off the likes of Yaka, what he's been able to do in the point. 6 seconds to his name, but Journey, 5-4 roaming, 31 as well. You need everyone to contribute.
And this is where we really see teams start to run away with the lead, is chaining this P3 hill, chaining this P4, and you already see beachside. It's Ultra Academy set up completely spread across the map. You've got Hixie watching middle, you have Scrap watching P1, and of course with the help of Vikel tucked away in green, this is like the perfect setup that you want if you are Ultra Academy to hold, swing the lead in your favor. So if you're AIM Esports looking to break this one, I mean, at this point, I would say maybe kind of chalk it and get set up, because that's the thing. You don't want the hills to be chained. But they're going to go for the push.
Well, they have the next hill to their back, but now it just comes down to the contest in the front, and Assault, who did this similarly in the previous control, doing it once more on the boat. And we'd wondered whether it was going to be Assault or Hixie inside the point. As of now, it is the former. 8-5 for him on a 4 spree. Could he make it 5? Potentially. Scrap on the bottom side of the minimap, still doing work and finding 2 on that rotation. 10 seconds to go. Here comes Ultra now spreading out and trying to hit this rotation. But player number 3, that's Hixie. He is so far pushed out towards P4. He wants to maintain these spawns and give Ultra a best chance to break this hill.
And that's something that Hixie does so well. He snuck through the beach side and nobody knew he was there. So all of the triangles from AIM Esports weren't even looking back there. They do take Hixie out now, but still, you got Assault leading the charge, as he always does, sometimes leads these charge in the rotations. He's in the back. They don't even know that Assault's there. They completely let him walk by. He gets 1. He's on a spree right now, so it's 2 more kills and he'll get streaks. This is looking good. This is a pretty good break if you're Ultra Academy. Can Assault earn those streaks? Yako does take him down, so that's key. But Ultra Academy able to break the defensive setup from AIM.
Even though he doesn't get those streaks, the spawns are still there from Ultra, so he does enough to buy enough time for reinforcements, and with that, the cavalry will now funnel into the point, and now it's just a 4-on-4 hit through the gut. At this point, through mid-map, if you are AIM, you've done a very good job at being able to skate alongside, we've talked about it before, Ultra so far. You've chained a couple of hills together, and you haven't been bullied off the point. That's the big thing. They're able to continue to win these opening breaks, but it just comes down to whether or not they can rally some of these hills into a money. And as of now, with the opening break, if you are Eric Boom, you would love to get the first 15-20.
Absolutely. Such a good start, too, from AIM. Lead still swinging in their favor. The break coming in through green side, and still Journey able to hold on. He does get taken down by Scrap, so yet again, the adjustments. Super still alive here top green, and it is getting a little bit scrappy, but the boat control, I feel like, is the favored side that Ultra Academy do have, so it's still in control. You see Ultra Academy just still holding on. 27 seconds left on this point. The rotations are starting to come in through new as you see Journey is over there, but he does get taken down, and, well, AIM able to break on through. That's good scrap time if you're able to hold. Hixie's going to look to still push on through.
Yeah, potentially tie game if they're able to get away with it cleanly, but so far Hixie denying that as well. And that was a great break from Ultra once more, but out on the wing, parallel side, the adjacent AR, it's Eric Boom doing what he does best, winning one-on-ones at range. And now for AIM Esports, can they lock down P1? It's been a pretty back-and-forth game, I think much closer than the Tuscan was up until this point when we got through our second set of hills in our second rotation.
Yep.
AIM were starting to get blown out, but here it's a very different story, and Assault's been having a terrific start, but you've seen the sub-pressure, you've seen what Journey and the likes of Eric Boom have been able to do, and Yako just quietly at 11 and 16 seconds to his name. You're going to need a little bit more as the contest continues for Ultra.
Absolutely, and AIM, they had control over this P1 last time around, so the break coming through from AIM looks to deem to be successful as Eric Boom does take down 2 and Super to follow. So now, 20 seconds left, it's really AIM getting that scrap time, which has been so key. This time around, though, they are rotating early, and Journey does fall. So again, it was last time, it was Ultra Academy able to at least get control of that LST ship first. Now Hixie's got his work cut off for him as he has to take down Yako and Super, but there it is from AIM Esports. Now they rotated early, they have control. They can swing the lead in their favor right here.
And this push for Ultra is going to be predicated on whether or not Vico picks up the opening pick, and he does. So he has position in green, and now it's just about numbers being able to funnel onto the point, and that helps with Scrap moving up into position. There's Assault for the third, and if you're Yako, you got no choice. You have to back off the point and give it away to Ultra and wait for reinforcements. But this is where Ultra pounce. This is where they get the majority of their time, and they get the most out of their game plan. It's so crucial off that opening pick with the AR, but it's a great defensive response from AIM. They've done such a good job at mitigating that presence on the offensive side.
Absolutely, Scrap still controlling, but that was a huge win from Journey now. So now they have that bottom side of the map they have to start getting control over. You see Yako back green does take down 1, but Vico does spot him. So Ultra Academy zoning forward, you see Vico doing just that, getting control yet again, and well, the lead swinging in AIM Esports is favored now, 151 to 144. They have to figure out how to break on this hill though. And if you're going to do it, you're going to do it to that bottom side through the LST ship, maybe through back green, wrap it around. And you see kind of the split. There's 2 and 2, but it's Ultra Academy zone so far forward.
Yep. If you're AIM, you would love to play P4 to P5. Even if you don't win this next hill, you would love to keep the spawns there, and then you can try to trickle out towards the boat, maybe get an AR towards the top gun, and with that, potentially have a chance to win this game. And all it takes is 2 hills to get yourself that quality lead that is so hard to come back from. And yet again, you can hear Super starting to light it up, get loud as well on a 3 spree of his own, 18 and 16 for Eric Boom. Into the point, similarly what we saw Assault do earlier. But how do Ultra break? It looks like it's just going to be a bull rush, and inside we go. It's 2 in the kill feed, make it 3. There's the wipe for Ultra.
And that is something that Ultra does so well, is just dominating, grouping together, and making those aggressive plays, just overwhelming the enemy. But now as we slow things down just a little bit, Yako cutting off the pinch, does take down Assault, gets away with his life, but he's going to still just watch for those rotations. He has only Vico to worry about here. Vico does take him down though, so that's the opening that essentially that you needed through that cliff side is you're going to see again Ultra Academy flood through the middle. And maybe that's something that they do so well. Like, I feel like at this point, you don't necessarily need to worry about the spawns. Just get the trades, get the kills, and just hold them back.
Yeah, because worst case scenario, if you don't hold this time, you still have the lead you've been building on. And last time it was Assault who broke through, but if you do find the flip, AIM still have a pretty clear advantage getting over towards P5. In this spot, if you are Ultra, you can't really afford for them to build consistently with these 30 seconds. They're going to have to find a way to contest and try for the break. There's one from Journey, will cut down Vikul. Scrap, next up. Now, luckily, his teammates are there for support, so finally Ultra do get themselves involved in the kill feed, but not for long before a response comes out from AIM. The spawns are still there, but it's all around the kill feed. Scrap turning and 180ing players and still on a rampage 4 in a row. Scrap getting it done, and Ultra finally have the break.
That is insane, and you see Vikul too, he's already set up watching the rotation, so that was an opening at least from Super to open that up, but Scrap is phenomenal, at least taking down members and stopping the bleeding just a little bit. But Ultra Academy again, you see Hixie set up, tagging up Journey just a little bit. That was a huge kill, but either which way, it's 204 to 206. They're going to swing the lead in their favor now. LST ship, you see AIM Esports flooding on through the bottom side of the map, but Ultra Academy anticipating Hixie throwing out the utilities. It is just a stop that is so strong. Hixie with the flank plays, always wrapping around the enemy. Takes him down.
You can win here if you're Ultra, and AIM have been absolutely blindsided by this late spree. The subs, the ARs from Ultra have just turned online at the worst possible time, and for AIM, how do you stop the bleeding? Well, it comes through a couple of key kills at mid-map, and luckily Super is there, but yet again, back and forth pinstripes all around. How much do you hold for? Got about 10 seconds. It will give you the lead, but not for long. We're going back to P1, and last time we were here, it was Ultra with those ARs who were so crucial being able to close out that hill.
Yeah, and then Yako, he was early on the rotation, so now they can collapse onto this point. Yako takes down 1, Super takes on 2. So now there's Hixie though. Hixie, spoiler alert, gets 3 when AIM Esports had control. So now Ultra Academy, we've seen this do it the last time around. Can they hold? Can they zone forward? You see AIM Esports, only 2 members flooding. They have to overwhelm numbers, and they got to do it now. There's only 10 seconds left.
You're going to need the contest, but from the back, it's Vikul. You're going to need nades as well. Eric Boom does find one. Journey with the second, but trades continue, and Ultra find themselves in the point. Just 6 seconds needed, and they'll get themselves this series win, but Super gets a team nade. Here come the numbers. Super's inside. Hixie gets 1, and that is going to be the game. Ultra get it done. 3-1 on Gavutsu.
Oh my goodness, and that was so crazy how close it was from the beginning. I feel like we had mentioned one of the key factors for AIM Esports is what those ARs needed to step up, and that's exactly what happened. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was gonna be a little bit more of a blowout. He did. It's okay. You know, I just jinxed it. I just wanted a game 5. But anyways, yeah, Eric Boom, like, man, I feel like if he just stepped it up, lighted it up a little bit sooner, it would have been different.
Just a little bit, and it was really, when Scrap went on that quick, what was it, 3-4 kills on P4? After that, Ultra completely took that momentum and ran through P5, ran through P1, and that's the scary thing is when this team gets online, when you feel like you have them so close to the edge, if you can't push them off it, you're going to get stuck. And AIM, to their credit, kept alongside Ultra for the majority of this hardpoint, played a much better version than they did in the Tuscan in Game 1. It just came a little bit too late, and the slaying power there from Ultra was just ridiculous.
Yeah, not to mention their breaks. I feel like Ultra's breaks are so good, like, because they do that. They overwhelm, they position themselves perfectly, and then you have Hixie, like playmaker Hixie, always early on those rotations, but wrapping around and getting behind the enemies. Like, so many times we saw Hixie tucked away deep in that beach. They didn't even know he was there. He was always early on those rotations, and getting set up early, that's going to benefit you.
Well, here's a look at the replays of that last game, and you know, that hardpoint was really aims to win. They had it for the majority of the game. They were winning a lot of the rotations. They were able to keep their spawns intact as much as Ultra had tried and thrown everything, including the kitchen sink at the wall. AIM did a very good job at mitigating that pressure and shutting down the ARs up until the final hill. And from that P4 over to over towards P5 and back to P1, Ultra just took over, and Scrap was the reason of it. You see it here. I mean, these couple of kills, this completely broke the game open, and with that, Ultra just broke away.
Absolutely correct about that, because seriously, if that didn't happen, especially he was the only one there, it could be a completely different turnaround, but regardless, we knew that we were both right. We knew that they would get the job done. Ultra Academy looking so good, taking it 250 to 228, and across the board, man, Scrap, he's just been lights out. I feel like this whole entire tournament, there's no stopping him. Take down Scrap, maybe he'll have a chance, but good luck.
I mean, I think the benefits of Ultra, it's the fact that they're not only just flexible, but their ability to continuously get themselves out of tough situations. If they have to rely on the sliding, they do it there. And positives there for AIM as well in this series, though they do drop at 3-1. There were still takeaways from this series that certainly worked. Again, we know the strengths of this team. We know that at range, excellent. Eric Boom still looked very, very good in that hardpoint. It just seemed that the subs came online a little bit too late. And because of that, as it struggled in the Tuscan and as it struggled in the control, they got destroyed in the control. They put everything together just a little bit too late in the series, but even then, Ultra just kind of had their number. And the Respawns are going to have to steal it, but Ultra get it done yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see going forward their next matchups, but
yeah,
they're looking really, really strong, Spaceman. It's going to be that thing. That's the thing. Take down Scrap. Can you take this man down? Like, my gosh.
Many have tried and all have failed. He's been on a spree, and the fact that, they're doing it at the biggest, so far, Challengers event of the year, and the last one before Champs comes up, is a huge key to hit on, but also is the schedule. Let's get into the schedule because, well, these are the matches you're going to be seeing here on the stream, and we've already gotten through our first winners quarterfinal match. Next up, Electrify Steel 705 Esports, followed by 2 winners semifinals, and then our winners finals match at the end of tonight. So that is the schedule for today. So far, we kicked things off with a 3-1 win for Ultra. Up next, Electrify Steel versus 705. Oh, and you thought the first series was good. You guys have no idea. Electrify Steel's been looking ridiculous. 705, a lot of storylines coming into this one. Again, for a team through Season 4 in the Elite Series.
Yo.
That's a nice thing about this is as these brackets populate, we get the interesting storylines as everybody gets in position.
Pentagram, he is frying this weekend.
Nuts.
Like, I've literally just hearing the screams.
It's literally built by gamers, except Kismet's out.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
yeah.
The BBG squad. I mean, like he was saying, Pentagram was saying, I'm due for a trophy. Like, he's due for a trophy.
Oh, Pentagram's been he's been on one lately, and you can tell that the passion's back, and he's been looking as good as he was in Cold War, which was MVP-like year all the way around. But that's going to do it here for the first series. Coming up next, we will have our second winners quarterfinal match. I hold Shift and Proper here on the desk, but we'll see you guys after the break.
What's up, all you COD Crazy fans? We're back in Boston. And there's a Dropkick Murphy song that I really want to reference, but I'm going to spare everyone's ears for now. My whole shift with me proper, and oh boy, we had a really good start to the day with the first winners quarterfinal matchup between Toronto Ultra and NA. Really looking strong, maybe a little bit of search and destroy woes here or there, but this next matchup is a rematch from Toronto. Electrify Steel going up against 705. Just give me the opening appetizer. Palate me.
Well, I hope you got a palate cleanser, because this one is definitely going to be a banger, to say the least.
Yeah.
Look, both these teams on LAN have been looking fantastic as of late. I mean, specifically 705, they came to play this weekend, man.
Oh, yeah, man, they're looking super good. So you take a look at kind of the schedule, as we kind of mentioned, Electrify Steel, 705, ready to go. Ultra NA and Team Exposed are going to be the first winners semifinals. We'll be bringing out both the semis, by the way, from the upper bracket. There's a lot to kind of keep in mind when it happens to who's getting eliminated in the same time, but of course we want to focus on how exactly our teams are getting to winners finals before we consider the championship Sunday tomorrow. Team Exposed looked good. They 3-0'd, wiped the floor with Louisville Red Bulls, and I think that a lot of people are very excited to see what Clay's team can do eventually.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that Team Exposed, look, at the end of the day, on paper, you're expecting them to put in the work. It's just how the back of house leading into the event kind of led to their success this weekend.
Absolutely. But of course, keeping our focus with Electrify Steel and 705. Weirdly enough, these are like two of the only rosters who come into this event having not made any moves. It's just the same tried and true that we had from Stage 4.
Yeah.
Same thing from when they played at Toronto. Of course, the biggest thing about that kind of moniker was what Electrify Steel did last time they were at LAN. They looked great all weekend long.
People were sleeping on them constantly, too. And even if you go back and you see what their Season 4 of the Elite looked like, maybe you might have the same thought process, but you have to take a look at what these four individuals look like on LAN, underneath the same roof, playing side by side. They've been damn near undeniable. Kevin Fame on LAN is just a different beast.
He really is. On top of that, of course, with 705, hey, runners-up from Season 4.
That's right.
I mean, it was a little bit surprising, I think, just because we weren't really sure how to assess them after Toronto going into Season 4, but they really put together a consistent palette from start to finish, leading to that playoff run where they just fell a little short of Ultra NA.
It's the explosivity that you don't really expect when you saw this roster getting formed together.
Agreed.
When was the last time that we saw Persini play? He got lit a fire underneath him when he played that Optic match, when he was subbing in for Atlanta, man, and he came, and he has been looking really damn good. I would like to say that Royalty on LAN as well has been putting up really good numbers. Diamondcon, the sniper rifle on the Search and Destroy, has been paying dividends.
Dude, he put up like montage-worthy clips during the playoff run. Quick scopes left and right. Little jump snipe over the tank. Oh, dude, that was sick.
I had nightmares about that for a solid 3 days. I'm not going to lie. It was nasty.
Some nightmares, I personally just kind of was like in this lucid dream state where, like, I don't know. I don't even know where I'm going with this. Let's ignore it. Just ignore it. But it's going to be interesting, I think, just to see as far as a proving point is concerned, because, I mean, everyone knows. I mean, the online atmosphere is obviously very different than what we get on LAN. And a team like Electrify Steel have really put together one heck of a show, at least in their first instance. That's the whole thing. Being consistent in these open events has been a little bit of a struggle for some of our squads, unless your name happens to be Ultra NA. But with that in mind, let's take a look to see what exactly we have in front of us for our 5-map series set. I know we have a lot of kind of discussions about Tuscan in particular from the perspective of 705. It doesn't seem to matter what the mode. They love the map, and they're going to have the ability to possibly see it not just for the control, but also for the second hardpoint if we get there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the Tuscan was allowed to actually be coming through for the control, although you can't necessarily say that it's too surprised catching up with the Electrify Steel boys. They never want to see a Kavutu control another day in their life after what happened against Ultra Academy NA in the Elite Series. So we won't be seeing that at all, but you're very right to bring up the simple fact 705 feel at home on Tuscan. Tuscan hardpoint yesterday specifically versus a Webabubs, they were damn near undeniable. They were outpacing on every single different turn on every single hardpoint.
Yeah, this is a really interesting map set because the opening hardpoint should be good just based on history and just routine play time for Electrify Steel when it comes to Berlin. They played it a lot, even though their hardpoint record was less than stellar throughout Season 4. It was still fine, and on Berlin, it was really kind of where they baked their bread and also buttered it. But the Desert Siege on the opposite side, that has been the playground for 705. So for these first two maps, honestly, you feel like there's going to be some pretty significant favor for one team or the other.
It's very hard to be able to gauge it, right? Because when you look at the recency for stats, you have to go back to Season 4 of the Elite, or if you were just, like us, just walking around the venue like a bunch of crazy individuals yesterday. There's a whole lot to decipher, there's a whole lot to unpack, but we're going to get a whole lot of answers what the SMGs look like, how the teams are feeling here on LAN. All of our notes can mean absolutely nothing.
Trust me, as both of us know, we do a lot of spreadsheeting and noting, and it's just like, why do we even do that when you get in location? Everything just seems to change. We got Kate and Ryan giving us the overviews.
Love those guys.
Yeah, they're pretty all right. I've seen worse. I'm not going to say I haven't seen better, but I've seen worse.
Oh, man.
But for Berlin Hardpoint, the thing about this, framing up and just kind of putting the bow over the opening conversation, knowing that Electrify Steel love this map, and then going to map 2, where Desert Siege is hugely favored for 705. Really, the win conditions and the keys to victory is you have to win your map picks in these first 2, depending on which perspective you're looking at.
I mean, obviously, the picks have to come through. You have to be feeling comfortable with it. It needs to be all well played out going forward. If you were having it in the playbook, obviously it was being scrimmed. Gonna be feeling pretty darn good. Goofy Block 824, by the way. What's going on, Pander? Welcome to the lobby. Starting off with the favorite side, though, will be 705. They'll be in the hill first. Yeah,
we'll be calling Pander by his actual name. We will not be saying Goofy or Block 824 all that often. So just make sure you keep that internalized as we jump on into the first hard point. 705 donning the red and white. Doing pretty well from the favorite side when it comes to holding position, but missing out on the hard point time for now. Diamondcon looking to change that 1v1 with GodRx will be swiftly won, and all of a sudden 705 get the cleanup and the ability for Pristini to play off a pinch.
Yeah, I mean, that pinch is going to be massive. You can see what it actually is doing to the spawns itself. All of Electrify Steel spawning up, essentially for P3. Now, that'll give them B lane control, so they should be able to get players at least looking towards the rotation, but they don't want 705 to feel comfortable with the scrap time. Well, Classic is just going to go ahead and confirm nonetheless.
That's a really unique look as far as a breakoff is concerned for 705. Love the energy for it, especially with Diamondcon just kind of holding his life and taking 4 kills in his opening play. But now as we transition back over to Mailroom, Electrify Steel much better on the rotation, cleanly deal with the quick rotators to 705 plus the favorite spawns, and now they're in for early time, and Royalty is going to be the first one to kind of break down doors and windows, try to find an entry, and goodness, he finds it very swiftly. First 2 kills are good, trade's decent, but numbers still hold with 705 as Pentagram looks to finesse.
How long can you truly get this going, though, if you are Pentagram? Do you buy enough time for the teammates to get there? Well, the answer is absolutely, as Pentagram does well to at least find Classic. The ARs are also here as well. That was a much-needed break coming through for Electrify Steel. 705 continuously through the weekend have been getting away with highway robbery, just turning scrap into initial, breaking hills once again.
And that was one of the big conditions during Toronto as well. It just seemed like at every moment in time they were winning the war on multiple fronts, but here, a bit empty on the mailroom for Electrify Steel. Looking to get in one more time was Pristini, but no birthday buff on that break attempt as the last 10 seconds will go the way of Electrify Steel, and they will also take their first lead. Stretching back over towards the lobby, though, and towards Fire Building in particular. 705 here first, and they've got some great angles locked down. Diamondcon making sure the dock stays safe, and with those final 2 kills, it's a full 4-man wipe, and Electrify Steel all over lobby early.
Yeah, very easy for 705, right? You know, DC finds those 2 over by the cranes. There's really only 2 other doors you have to be looking at, and that's going to be either from the front or it's going to be from the top of dubstep. So now you're going to have to try to recollect yourself going back in towards this hard point. GodRx is already able to put themselves in a position to maybe try to at least pinch this, but you got to be able to get the kills from the front as well.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. This almost feels pretty dictated by the side of 705, where they're just kind of allowing the spawns to kind of get maneuvered around just a touch. Electrify Steel still able to fight for the last 30 seconds, and good on the break attempt as GodRx is able to clean things up. One more to contest through fire, but Royalty, he gets an opening. That leads to contest, and Pristini's there to help. Oh my goodness, have they just 2v4'd this break attempt? Sure looks good. Royalty for the double, shut down by Fame, but the trade comes through, and the scrap time heavily contested by 705.
And look at the spawn trap that it's also ensuing as well. Now Electrify Steel are spawning essentially out in Narnia. You also had Classic that was playing for exits, didn't see anything. So now you can back up comfortably, put themselves inside the water building, and just wait for players to come across the B lane.
Dude, this is just a clinic by 705. Are you kidding me? Classic's watching the outer lane to make sure the warehouses are at least contested. Everybody else from the front, I mean, Diamondcon's watching over the top. This is as safe as we've ever seen. Yeah. Absolute poetry in motion from 705, and they get the first 20 seconds at Train Yard as if it was stealing candy from a baby.
The practice is all coming through, isn't it, right?
Yeah.
Because we started to see this really come to the fruition during Season 4 of the Elite. Electrify Steel looking for the break through the front. You already have one player that slipped through, that's Pentagram, but the spawns are still in towards the back, so you got to be able to get the kills, and although they are coming through, it's just not coming across as far as much time, but the hold from the front is looking pretty darn good, and that's going to be massive going forward, especially when you got P5 in the consideration.
Yeah, really, from here on out, if you're Electrify Steel, you look at the next minute, you need to say, we need to make life as difficult as possible on the 705. Keep them in the back of the map as long as humanly possible, but the fight off spawn is still looking good for 705. In fact, not only does Royalty get towards the hardpoint, he's got some hill pressure from up high, and Pristini's already working on rotation. It's just, where has this team been? I mean, not to say that they've been absent, but this is absolute perfection from 705.
You just feel like it was a matter of time, right? I mean, the practice was all coming through. They wanted to make sure that this is the best look that they possibly could bring. Second place in Season 4 of the Elite, not good enough. They wanted to bring it here on LAN. And they are showcasing every single pinch and every single maneuver simply possible. Electrify Steel with the break, though. They are still technically on the favorite side, and they get the kills, but they can't get anybody inside of Mail, not for free. The trades are still coming through.
Yeah, and it's just, wow. Even in moments like this, where it's like, oh, Electrify Steel's in the hard point, I think a lot of people say, hey, they're doing well. They're still getting stretched.
Yeah.
And now we're finally starting getting some convincing kills at a key moment as well. 15 seconds on the clock here for the 5th hard point. You want to start to turn your attention back over towards Office, but Classic, dealing with a couple on exit, has now gained Train Station. And even though you're not going to get the initial time here for 705, you're going to have one hell of a setup to try to break this.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Those 2 kills for Classic, although it didn't immediately get themselves inside the hard point, it pushed them all back. So at least with that team kill coming through, the kills need to follow, and Electrify Steel are going to be able to put those 2 rest very quickly. A much-needed early 20 seconds here for Electrify Steel. To turn P1 into a money hill during the second set would truly bring them back into this game.
Oh, yeah, it's been absolutely flawless here on this hold attempt from Goofier Block 824, a.k.a. Pander, and Electrify
Said you weren't going to
Steel.
say it, man.
I did. I had to. It was staring right in the face. But 705 want to give us one more try. Pentagram from the side, easy double. Also has a pretty good idea on where Diamondcon was, but Fame beats him to the punch, and now all of a sudden, Pentagram on 4 has a chance to break open an early rotation towards Mail.
Look at the chase as well. I mean, they're just trying to read where they're all coming from. This is looking starkly different for Electrify Steel than where they're looking. They're proactively setting players pushing up forward, and that's Pentagram on that force spree, trying to find more players in the backside of Warehouse, but they've completely eluded him. Yeah, I mean, both 705, they don't know that Pentagram's back here, but he needs to activate himself and try to help out his team move in towards P2.
That was just so much time for free because of the presence of Pentagram on the map. And now Pander making his way through, has an MP40 to help out while winning the high ground here at Mail. Royalty just going to open up some more doors and windows as he has a chance maybe to come on in and contest, takes down Fame for the opener. Needs more than that, and actually just needs more help than that, honestly speaking. Classic trying to make his way through the window, also denied, and all of a sudden Electrify Steel, they have turned this game completely around, and a lot of it is just by denying routes from 705.
It just needs to be consistency going forward.
So far, so good.
You can even see Diamondcon just kind of lurking out. I mean, he does at least find that one kill, but there still needs to be more kills coming forward. The SMGs are being heavily suppressed now for 705 Esports. Electrify Steel, I don't want to say that they've woken up, but fundamentally, they are definitely looking better on the second set.
8 in a row, and how about 9 for Casey Pander? That'll be good for the Glide Bomb. A huge resource as we look not only over towards P3, but heck, you could use it for train yard if you really need to as well. Good exit kills, though, from 705 will get him a chance to get across, and they actually already moved the spawns just a touch. But it's all about, can you actually follow this up with gunfight wins? And Godorex denies. 705 shut down on their first attempt.
But they still got players coming in towards the crane, so Fame needs to be able to deal with this. Does able to find one, so that's going to keep Royalty honest. They need to wait for their teammates to come all the way through. Those close alley spawns are fully in towards effect, but you need to win at least 2 waves of gunfights if you're 705 to break this fully.
It's just not coming through. It's just a pinstripe kill feed. Looks like a candy cane right now. White and red back and forth. 190 to 139 in what has been 3 consecutive dominant hills from Electrify Steel. And all of a sudden, the 705 team that we were praising seems to be a bit amiss, trying to get themselves in the game again. Really, they haven't scored more than a couple of points since P4.
It's about 130 to about 8.
Yeah,
is this second set of hard points
absolutely,
right now. Electrify Steel, like, again, it's not that they've woken up. They have just been able to find the gunfights up front, and their holds have been absolutely sublime. Look at the proactivity coming through again. Pentagram's already in towards the back. 705 are less than aware. There comes through the Glide Bomb, going to be able to clean up Pristini inside the hardpoint itself. Now it's just dealing with the kills. You know they're spawning at water.
You dug the 6 feet. You just dropped the nail. But can you put this coffin closed on map number 1? Pistol in hand for Pander as he looks for another set of streaks, looks for number 6, but Royalty just delays the fight long enough to allow Pristini to come in and save his life, quite literally. 213 to 141. Pentagram still the pistol in the back, just trying to keep his life as everyone else from the front is just doing the job needed. Fame eventually gets traded out, but this has been so good from Electrify Steel, and 705 do not even have a chance to get in for this back 20th moment.
And there's no real try, like you don't really want to. Obviously, you are going to send at least a sub.
Unreal.
Maybe you try to finesse for some scrap time, but there is no entry. Do not pass go. Do not collect any scrap time for 705. They should have tried to at least get themselves inside a mailroom, deal with the players trying to rotate back through. But losing those gunfights allowed Electrify Steel to push up further.
Dude, Pander started like 5 and 15, and now he's 28 and 19. Dude just stepped up to a different level. 245 to 141, the current tally. 705 just trying to get a hand back onto this game, which looks so good for them the first rotation. Fame to the high ground. Up top, sees Classic, not able to do too much with it. Very aware of any contestants down below, and the stun will confirm an easy elimination onto Pristini. Got our X right behind it, and all this is just playing map positioning, but how about it? The kill feed comes through. Got our X and Fame, do the job needed, and it's a 250-142 start. Electrify Steel flawless in the second set.
I mean, they had all of maybe 60, 70 points going in towards the second set of hard points, and again, it's one of those things that it's just the flip of the switch coming through for Electrify Steel. I remember we were sitting there talking about it when we were going through like P3, going into P4, and then just looking at the math, I was like, wait, they've been around the 130-point margin for a while. To say that you can turn the switch like that and play flawless hardpoint on Berlin, turning scrap into initial, winning gunfights, break attempt after break attempt, pentagram in towards the back continuously,
unreal, dude.
Undeniable.
I mean, you could very visibly tell when the mental switch had happened, because 705, as we had called it, they were spawn trapping essentially on Berlin, which is not something we say all too often. It's just the map manipulation was executed flawlessly. Wouldn't you know it, though? Hey, remember, you're on Berlin. There's a lot of space to work with. Let's use some of that space, it seemed to say, for Electrify Steel, and that allowed Pander an opportunity to kind of lock down lanes, and as you mentioned, Pentagram to get around the back. I mean, yeah, look at it. It's literally was like 60 to 130, and we ended up getting to like 200 to 139. It's unreal.
Yeah, again, like, look, like, we're going through P2, and this is where 705 got their 9 points. And then they didn't even touch the hard point again until P4. That was the flip of the switch right there. Even look at the very end, too. Again, it was 130 to about 60 at the end of it. These stats will be quite telling. DC did have a great opening first set of hard points. All of them really did. They were completely playing aloof. Electrify Steel could not deal with these lurking players, and they simply were getting exit spawned more than anything else. But Electrify Steel, like you said, I mean, the turnaround for Pander specifically with 3,400 damage, bringing in 29 and 20 around the back. That glide bomb, being able to get that for the break going in towards 4 was massive.
It's just to get the confidence up too, right?
Yes.
I think Electrify Steel, they were saying when we were kind of seeing them kind of warm up and stuff, they were like, we haven't played on the main stage yet. So there is something to be said about getting familiar with the setup too, because as much as it's obviously the same venue, which by the way, the venue looks great. Great job, Helix.
It's dope.
Great job. It's so cool. But just getting familiar with being in that space, because you're not next to everybody, essentially. You're not right across the way. You know, you're on a full stage. So I don't know. Maybe there's something to be said about it. But regardless, the mental switch and just the focus that we saw from a team element from Electrify Steel, that's the squad that we expected to see, just based on the fact that we mentioned this is a map that they should win based on how many times they played it during Season 4 and how good it was for them during that Challengers Elite season.
Yeah, it was. I think it's just going to be one of those things that like you have to look at going forward. It's the consistency.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
for both of these teams, their points are too far out of the way to be auto-qualified for champs.
I got you.
But I honestly think going forward is like having the confidence, having the composure, being able to know what your map pool is. That's going to mean everything when it comes down to LCQ.
Well, okay, now to immediately just turn the tables around. 705 Desert Siege, it's been unbelievably good to them over the course of the Elite. And so can they find a way, as we mentioned, just to kind of keep the win condition built?
Yeah.
You look towards map number 2, said this should be our win. Maybe you were feeling a little bit guilty about the fact that you started off map 1 so good and you weren't able to close it out, but this has to be where you establish how you very well may be one of the best search and destroy teams here on the weekend, honestly.
And it's this guy right here. You got to be watching out for it. Good shout here for Cade and Ryan to try to see if DC's pulling out with the sniper.
Well, it's got our extra first blood, actually. And look at the follow-up from Pentagram quickly through the middle of the map. This is something that we don't often see from Electrify Steel. 705 are very patient around the middle of the map in particular. And it looks like Electrify Steel have gotten a pretty solid read on that, punishing early. First 3 kills come through. Diamond Con, last one left. deals with Pander at distance, but I don't know how you go any further without a bomb here in a 1v3.
To answer it slightly, you don't.
You just don't.
Yeah, DC's pushed all the way back in towards their spawn, essentially. You're watching this if you are Fame, gets the information on the cross, and there will be the final kill. It's just immediate control of the main building, and University came through Electrify Steel. They had the game plan. They had one player at least looking at the BS&D site. They saw one player across that A lane. That was DC, but it was all University control for Electrify Steel.
And I love that. And again, just if we were to narratively build how 705 play this map, it is very much so not by playing in the University Palace area.
Yeah.
They love to just kind of keep them at arm's reach. And defensively speaking, what you should expect here is Classic to kind of open up a hole in the wall and just poke and peek. And we'll see if Electrify Steel has done their homework. Are they going to be prepared for that? There is the peek. Classic not going to do anything initially, stuns over the top, and Pentagram is actually watching for this. Look at the stack. Electrify Steel, they know that 705 are going to be watching for this play, and they're giving them dictated information to kind of keep this defense planted in the middle of the map.
Stuns come through. They're not going to find anything, by the way, because you can see at least one cross being looked at. As Royalty up top, Presidio does find first blood, and Pentagram's still going to try to get this bomb down in the 3v4.
I love the call for it. This retake should be through mid. It looks like Electrify Steel is pretty aware of that. Pander will watch the long angle. Pentagram is already back into mid. He actually takes down Classic. Oh, and Fame watching over the top gets a second. Electrify Steel. Homework was due at midnight. They turned it in at noon. And it's looking good as they're going to rewrap around the back. Diffuse not going to be there initially for Royalty. One more to find is Diamond Con over the top, and the trade is good. Electrify Steel looking solid through two.
In a 3v4 nonetheless. That first blood comes through. And much like you said, I love that call coming through from Pentagram. You were in a 3v4, but the option was absolutely still there, that you could watch that B lane, get that bomb down, force out the situation from 705 Esports, played right into their hands again. When they can dictate the pace of these rounds, Alan, it gets very, very scary.
Yeah, and here's the thing, and I know for a lot of you watching, you may not have the in-depth looks at 705 throughout Season 4, but believe you me, this 705 team is largely successful on search because of their ability to control tempo.
Yeah.
If that gets out of hand, this map could follow suit and very quickly have the lid blown off of it. So an important round here for 705, but it's Pander to take down DC at range, and a huge weapon for 705 is immediately taken off the table.
Yeah, I think just off of the positioning alone, Diamondcon might have been playing with an AR rather than the sniper rifle itself. Regardless, 3v4, 705 still trying to push up, take the space, but the cross is being watched by GodRx. He's going to communicate that's a Pander, but he will be traded out. 3v3.
Yeah, Pentagram's having a real tough time locking down Classic. You see what the attempt was here for Electrify Steel. It was Pander watching on one side, a full flank coming around the back. Fame on the way forward. He's going to catch one for free, no problem. No immediate attempt for a trade. Oh, and that's going to lead to Royalty getting scouted out. GodRx will finish just up the Classic. He's in a sneaky spot, though. Backside of A. Has Fame locked in for one. One more below him. It's Pentagram who turns, finds the kill, and that'll be a 3-0 start for Electrify Steel.
It's even going beyond just, like, controlling the pace. You know, when we talk about Search and Destroy, for as long as Call of Duty's history, it's all about the information trade. The way that Electrify Steel are setting themselves up off the rip is gathering so much information, and 705 are playing into their hand continuously that when the information is shown, they don't know what to do going forward. They don't know how to then gain an advantage. Even when they have numbers advantage, it's still not a big enough advantage because Electrify still know where you are.
So if we were to get any sort of a symmetrical start with 705 dominating the opening rotation of hills on Electrify Steel's map, and now Electrify Steel's dominating the opening rounds of 705's map, we should assume that 705 will start picking it up right here.
You're leaking the script, man. You're leaking the script.
Hollywood cannot keep the lid shut on that. But look at 705, already different. Very aggressive defense through the middle of the map. GodRx aware of it, gets to the second floor, finds first blood. Royalty also traded out. It's a 2-for-1 exchange. And Electrify Steel hold the numbers as they look to get over towards A.
Yeah, in 705, they can't push going forward. You saw even Classic on the minimap. He was thinking about maybe trying to get inside that B site, but he might find some timing. Maybe if he pushes all the way through and he's going to give it up and just hold it. He should try to rewrap all the way through. He's got that silence to maybe try to make that play happen.
Oh, it's going to work out beautifully. Fame immediately deleted as soon as the plant came through. So he hits the pinky finger, but then hits the left eye. So now a 1v1. GodRx cannot finish off the final damage needed to get rid of Diamondcon. 30 seconds on the clock. Has to make a move with the scope or the pistol. And GodRx is going to just take away the angle. This is so smart from Adam. Don't even give him a chance. This would be one incredible shot from Diamondcon. Doesn't read it. And it's a perfect post-plant push-up from GodRx to keep it flawless for Electrify Steel.
This is the Electrify Steel that we saw in Toronto. They are showcasing it once again. It's just, it goes beyond composure and understanding of each individual game mode, but they are a well-oiled machine, just locking down just all the information, getting these power positions. 705 just simply have no answer for it. The kills are just coming through in the early stages of these rounds way too easily for Electrify Steel. And when they have those numbers, they're not afraid to up the ante and get the objective down.
And I love it. It always puts a level of doubt and anxiety into the forefront of 705 esports minds. Fame, long-range shots, gets the last bullet on the royalty. How has he finessed that? That's the bomb now down, and another massive defensive advantage for Electrify Steel because they've got all A control as well.
And look what 705 do. Like, what do we do going forward? They just all sat there for about 5 seconds straight just thinking that Electrify Steel are going to push forward. They just found first blood. They're going to hold the position because they got university control.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Pristini will at least secure one trade, but with 52 seconds on the clock and no bomb for this 2v3, there are still so many questions that need answers here for 705. Oh, and is Pristini actually seeing GodRx? That's valuable intel. As the bomb just down outside of B, and that's where the defense is heavily kind of loaded the box. Pristini trying to push forward. Fame denies as the information is shared. And how about the turn on to come all the way back to the final gunfight? Electrify Steel. Woo-hoo-hoo. Had their Wheaties this morning, that's for sure.
I'm about ready to write an entire novel of how well Electrify Steel are playing Desert Sea Search and Destroy.
It's so good. This is their worst map during Season 4 in Search.
I don't care what happened online. This is Electrify Steel on land, baby. Like, they are just making all the right calls. Fame is locking down lanes, and if he's not watching the other, you know Pander's watching the opposite side, maybe sniper in hand. DiamondCon, he's going to switch to the Kar 98K this time around. He might have to deal with Pander on this side as the offense is kind of leaning with the bomb to take a look at this angle.
This is all about DiamondCon holding long and then the rest of his teammates pushing through close. So this is a lot of real estate gain for 705, but oh my.
What a nade.
The counter nades come through quickly, but they don't expect, Classic is so quick on this rotation. So yes, it's a 2v4, but Classic will now make himself aware by dropping the bomb carrier. In the front, DiamondCon cannot hit onto Pander, and it's all gone wrong.
Oh, man.
Classic for a 1v3, has Fame just below him, and he's displaying a 1-for-1 angle here. And as he crosses, this should be no problem for Fame. No problem for Electrify Steel. I mean, what do you say? Because I don't know.
Look. It's one of those things. That you just got to take it like a vacation, man. You just like Electrify Steel up there just having their way. It's just like every single time they got a plan, they are executing it fully. I'm not going to lie, I was jealous of your flowers.
Were you?
I wanted to join it.
You know, you've always got this knack to try to one-up me. But the thing is, when Electrify Steel's frying like that, you best bring your best apron. I can't fit this over the mic. There we go. Shout out to Oxygen. This looks good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna cook in this.
I wouldn't trust you grilling my burgers.
What?
Yeah, you would burn it.
I'm still stuck.
You would burn it for sure.
But my goodness, dude, it's been a tropical vacation and a little bit of a barbecue for Electrify Steel so far. And this is just against, I won't say all odds, but it's against the kind of narrative that we needed to see for 705. They needed to win that Desert Siege, and they didn't fun around, dude.
They could barely even get first bloods.
No.
And when they did get first bloods and Electrify Steel were down in numbers, obviously, I mean, if you saw the score line, 6-0, they were still losing the rounds. Like, it's again, the information gain from Electrify Steel in those 6 rounds of play were absolutely absurd. We were in that search and destroy for under 5 minutes. There is a 5 minute and 20 seconds Desert Sea search and destroy where Electrify Steel again, apart from that one round where Pristini got first blood, were just having their way. Every single round, they were able to find the first blood. They were locking down positions, and it wasn't just university control. They were doing it across the A lane and the dunes.
It's just one of those things where you could very visibly tell that this was part of the strategy. Let Desert Siege through. We've got game plans for him. We've got this unlocked. We know exactly what the default, so to speak, would look like for 705, and it was immediately countered.
Their hard veto is Tuscan. Like they have these strats across every other search and destroy map. It is so well rehearsed for Electrify Steel because they know how much this moment means. Again, their points are way too far gone. They're not going to auto-qualify for champs, but what they can do is tremble a lot of the other competition with just how good their 3 game modes look.
So far, so good, man. Honestly.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
I've seen worse.
I've seen much worse. And with that in mind, now we have to start setting up the narrative of how exactly does a reverse sweep happen. The good news is, again, for 705, big Tusken fans, we've got that for the control and possibly also the second hard point before we look at maybe a Bacage Search and Destroy for map number 5. Anything's possible. It's convincing so far, but as clean as the apron is, so far also the hands. Thank you. It's actually very comfortable.
Yeah.
As weird as that is, but I don't know. I don't know if aprons can be comfortable. We'll discuss. We'll have this little debate. I don't even know what to call it a debate. Just an overall discussion about it. When we come back after the break, it'll be a Tusken control. Don't go anywhere. It's Challengers. Welcome back. You guys came back a little bit too late. We just had a huge pop-off from Doug and the Boston Academy boys, which, by the way, if you're kind of vibing with the floral get-ups, of course, I'm sure most of you guys saw it on their Twitter, but you can go to their website and find where to get some of that merch. Not necessarily for sale, but for earning privileges. One of the championship trophies, this thing it's kind of heavy, I'm not going to lie. Like, this isn't just like a plastic mask. This thing is pretty weighted. It's pretty dope. It's glowing and glittery gold.
I think we'd be a good game show host. Like,
do you think so?
Yeah, like where you just hold up the prizes. I'm just here to look cute.
So what? I'm the Pat Sajak to your Vanaway?
Absolutely. I'm the cute one. Exactly.
Oh wow, okay.
Those things are heavy and they are really freaking
they're cool,
man.
They're super cool.
Shout out to Boston.
Yeah. And the Action Team and Helix, I'm telling you, this venue is just lights out dope.
Such a cool weekend.
It's cool. There's like a little bleacher set right in front of like the mainstream stage and the screen and all that. And of course, obviously, everyone's close enough to still yell at each other. Maybe smell each other too. But outside of that, needs to be a reverse sweep here. Electrify Steel up 2-0. It's a double dose of Tuscan to get us kicked off for the potential top deck of a reverse sweep for 705. The good news is their Tuscan control has been really, really good.
They're Tuscan everything.
Yeah.
Has been really good. Again, you know, heading in towards that break, we were sitting here hinting at it that this back-to maps leading into the Bocage Search should be very good for 705. Though, again, all notes are out the table because Electrify Steel have damn near been playing flawlessly ever since that second set of hard points in Berlin. Offense first, 705. They want the B zone, Alan.
A little short of the first take, but it does get locked in as Classic takes a double. Trades will deny any further progress for now, and then on top of that, Fame will also take down Classic to really impede any further progress to be made. So off the respawn, 705 have a pretty clear pathway to A. Just need to get through Pander, which may be easier said than done. Pristini keeping hopes alive towards B, but the trade comes through, and now 705 need to figure out where exactly are we going, because we can't keep split hitting both zones at the same time.
They got to get mid-control first, but the moment that they try, Pander finds 2. Coming outside of L, all plans get absolutely shut down. You get punched in the face like that through the middle of the map. 705, no answer. Got a Rex has been moving Diffie on lane. He's on a 5 spree.
Dude, what? This does feel like Toronto in a way for Electrify Steel. Everything just going their way at the moment. Now desperate hit over towards the A zone. 705 don't have a lot of lives to play with, even on top of that. 17 playing 15. First tick of progress finally locked in at A, but the comeback from Godarex off spawn!
Yo!
Oh! He's got beams for days! 3 in a row! MP40 now in hand, only has to kill off 20 seconds or 12 lives, whichever's more convenient.
He's going to play on top of Monument. Pristini has no idea. He might have actually lost the timing. Godarex unaware where Pristini was coming from, so the kills come through. 13 v 11, 15 seconds. This is doable if they're able to extend the clock.
Thing about this is that little solo rogue play towards B is the only reason that 705 can even get some ground to work with at A. But they do lock it in with 1 tick secured at B. It's a 13 v 11 with a minute 10 on the clock, and Classic's going quickly, but Pander up top on the patio denies the initial attempt.
Chalking up the A zone, saying, look, you can have it. Electrify Steel fully aware of the situation. That single tick of progression over at B is a lot. It's the opening that maybe the second, or if not the third, can come through, but the kills surely cannot. So Electrify Steel setting themselves up. Fame is on the rooftops, but unbeknownst to him, Classic has completely eluded him, and Classic's going to be able to find that kill. So that's going to open up P5.
This is clean. Godarex has to hold down patio. Pristini looking for the trade, but extending his life a little while longer is Godarex. Now to the pistol. Has 2 different contestants to worry about. In 705, they're going to work their way on until Fame has something to say. 5v6. Pristini trying to hold on to his life. 30 seconds is more than enough time to get one more hit.
It's just about finding the kills going forward. Going to be able to find these kills on the backside of Column. Diamond Khan's already able to find Godarex, but this is mostly going to be hit from the front, and this is wasting time for Classic to come around the back.
Pander, though, in the back corner, he gets 2! How does Pander get the double? 3v2 situation. It's on the Classic. He has to delay the clock, and he walks right into Godarex, finds the first kill. Turns looking for the second, but Fame denies, and now it's on the DC. 10 seconds on the clock. On his high horse, he's going to try to go straight through Church Alley. Right in between both the final defenders. Now on to site, the 1v1. Fame takes it. And Electrify Steel hold on just barely to the opening defense.
It's just so rough when you're looking at it, right? Because, I mean, 705, again, hey, if you're new to Vanguard, I will let you know that it is not easy to take that B zone here on Tuscan control. And being able to get that first tick was just about everything for themselves. We'll talk more about that later on, but they truly did struggle to get themselves back through the middle of the map and trying to get themselves up inside of the A zone. Pentagram going 2 and 10, you would think would kind of hurt them in a way.
Well,
but Electrify Steel, I mean, when Godarex piece in the way that he was, things become a little bit easier.
It was heroics from the other 3 members. I mean, Godarex had the big streak. Pander saves the day. Fame finishes it off. But now it's down to what happens on this next attacking approach. Pristini cut down inside of you, leads to Electrify Steel getting on to A with numbers if they so choose, which at the moment they do. First tick of progress is pretty much a guarantee, and as Godarex watches the flank, this pretty much guarantees at least a second tick of progress.
I mean, how do you get yourself in now? Because now the Classic has to exhaust so much time just to commit towards the flank, and they're leaving one player on. Pander is the only one covering the A zone right now, Alan, because Electrify Steel, they know the task. They're trying to find the kills, and when Fame just pieces like that, yeah, the kills are going to continuously come through. 60 seconds to follow, I'm sure.
Classic just got put down like a bad dog.
Aw.
Yeah.
What's that?
Full tick of progress now locked in. Extra 60 seconds on the clock. Flank attempt coming still for 705. Diamond Khan from the backside is going to need to come quickly because, honestly speaking, there's a lot of space around this B zone for Electrify Steel to work with. Fame trying to hold his life, backs back up towards Radio. Good position to be while he waits for reinforcements, and it's just really about figuring out where is 705 because they're kind of all defensively around the map individually.
Yeah, again, I mean, you would have to assume where Classic might be at. If you haven't seen him, Classic loves pushing through P5 and through the rooftops, but that sound will come through. Classic needs to come back and deal with these players on the B zone.
Takes care of Fame for the opener. Pristini there to follow up. So the first tick of progress made safe. Not depleted yet, but it's being worked on. And Pristini, honestly, is a little lucky to be alive. He got stunned, fragged, and shot at by about 3 different members and still holds his life. Now Royalty, next line of a defense, playing as the alarm system here towards the high ground. Oh, and he gets caught with a nade in hand. That's going to be 3 straight kills for Electrify Steel. Classic, the last one remaining. Takes the first, no problem. Searches for the second. How about a third? Nicky D, no! Pentagram and Goddard X able to keep the offensive hopes alive, but only for a time.
But look at how they're not touching the zone again. They are aware that they don't have the numbers to be able to convert the B zone. They're trying to push back and get themselves a couple of kills, but it's Classic's turn. He has heated up here on the defense.
Oh, he sure has. The SMG is really in total for 705, giving this defense some legs to run with. Goddard X able to at least get some space over towards P5, but there are still multiple defenders in their way. Or so you think. As Diamond falls, now Royalty has to make the decision. He's kind of in no man's land. You either go forward or you go backwards. You don't really do both at the same time, and well, that's why. Kill comes through. Pristini's going to try to challenge the front door. Finds the first. More coming, but no, the team shots are good. And at the same moment, it's Pander once again from the backside. He gets over towards Column for a double. The offense starting to really run on towards site, but no, Royalty shuts it down once again. 7v6.
Oh, it's such a good call, at least being able to deal with Pander. He was about to truly open up that play. 24 seconds, 5v7. Electrify Steel at the bare minimum. We're trying to get that first tick.
Royalty, different position, same idea. Deals with the first. There is no second. Classic on the back. Make sure the pinch stays safe. And with that full wipe, that will likely be in a very safe defense. So in terms of the tick progression, small advantage here for 705 after they had secured that initial tick over towards B. And unless the lives could be the win condition here, yeah, that should be a defensive win, and 705 aren't going to really threaten that as they've tied this thing up at 1.
And we got to talk about the segment progression again. 705, they wanted to go for B initially on their offense because they know even that single tick of progression could be the difference maker in between a round 5 defense or not. Electrify Steel gave themselves about 3, if not 4 good looks to maybe get themselves in that B zone, but could not sustain numbers, could not keep their players in towards the back, albeit heroics when we saw Pander being able to find those 3 pieces, those 2 pieces, those timely flanks, and never enabled Electrify Steel to get that first segment.
Well, Royalty on 4. Will this change the opening identity of what 705 want to do? Maybe trying to get to this glide bomb. And all they really do is get Royalty through. And he has to be very respectful of where this defense is with not having any numbers from the front, and Pander sniffs this out beautifully. Threat of Shrieks shut down. Classic, trying to play forward, also denied. And 705 have very limited amounts of success from the front as they finally get over towards A to stop the clock.
Yeah. 2 players strong over here, too. Gutterax is going to finally reveal themselves, but he reappears out from alleyway, finds 2, has a good look inside of you, but has to play for the regen. Needs his teammates' help, but they can't get past grass.
Trades will be out to allow the extra 60 seconds to come through, and look how quick Diamond wants to make his play through Church Fields. On the backside, defending this is the deity with a prescription, Goddard X. Stun comes through, deals with the first, no problem. Diamond not interested in the challenge, and Goddard X may not allow him to avoid it as he pushes forward, trying to take away more space.
That's what you need. These kills need to come through, and Electrify Steel need to reclaim the map. Fame, Goddard X, they'll combine for 2. They'll get field back in their favor. But even getting that 1 kill of Fame up top fire, that more confirms anything of what we saw in the Search and Destroy. Electrify Steel, they get the information, they collapse on the middle of the map, 7-5, back to the respawn.
It's going to have to be through tops of roofs. Pander, nades forward, Pentagram nearby. The nade does its job, softens it up. Pentagram considering a push through, but comes back over, finds Classic. 1 more to deal with would be Royalty, but the play for headquarters eventually works out for 705. It just comes at such a steep cost. You're down 6 lives, make it 7, and you just don't really have a lot of real estate to work with. You have to force something from the front. Royalty able to get the first, but not expecting that Pander was there. That's going to be killed number 5 in a row. Killing spree for Pander.
I feel like at this point, if you're 705, you're just as aware as both me and Shift. You're not going to win this offense, but you can give yourself maybe a good luck to stop out that clock. Maybe give like an extra segment or so. Just not finding the kills too easily. Double stack inside of Radio here. They wanted and they understood.
Unreal,
705 love to push through P5. In the middle of the map is being considered every single push that 705 put together.
Oh, Pander just a bullet away from earning a glide bomb. kind of a luxury resource at this point, as this defense is pretty much a guarantee and a very convincing one at that. Pentagram still holding a line to make sure that there are no final attempts for 705, or if they do try to put something together, it'll be very easily read, which that seems to be coming to fruition at the moment. 705 stuck inside of the church, 10 seconds to play. Got to make a move if you want to try to get this through, or at least find maybe another tick. Royalty the first one to make a move up top. Reads Panda, no problem. And the kills from the back. Oh, wait a second. The kills are actually so good. Ah, but Pentagram breaks the camera, sliding down the staircase. Diamond Khan's on for a time, but he's going to be overwhelmed by sheer force of numbers, and that will confirm the defense without any further progress being made.
Looking for streaks, trying to get themselves segment progression. It's just 705 just could not get themselves comfortably past the middle of the map. And it's something to be said as well that Electrify Steel, what they do so well in control, is they do their homework. There's a college joke in there for fame somewhere. But they understood every single time that 705 are trying to assault the B zone. They're trying to get P5, and they're always send Classic through the middle of the map. Denied, I want to say, 88% of the time throughout the entirety of that offensive attempt.
It's either really good math from you or a very random number.
I won't tell you the answer.
I'm going to trust the math just to give you credit. We'll see. First blood good for Pentagram, just kind of being a distraction over towards P5 as the rest of the focus for Electrify Steel is largely towards the middle of the map and on towards A. First tick of progress, slowly making its way forward as Fame gets one kill. He wants to take over Pillar. He's avoiding the gunfight for maybe long enough, and yeah, help is there. Trade will be confirmed, and with that, also the first tick.
In Pentagram, he already shuts down at least one flank, and he's already all the way in the back. Diamond Khan does not see him come all the way through. Well, Nate's not going to be aware that Diamond Khan was top patio, so won't be able to find much of anything besides a little bit of taking a look of the back column. 60 seconds will be added on towards the board. Again, Electrify Steel, they love getting this A zone first and foremost, but most importantly, they love getting the kills. Unreal. 3 down.
How good is that read from Electrify Steel? Got her extra 2 through the middle. Fame helping out up top, and that leads to a quick transition over in towards Church. Pristini off the respawn, keeps safe the back. And in the same breath, Royalty is able to make sure that the high ground is controlled by the defense. The only one who slips the net at the moment is Got her X. Oh, what a snap. If he gets Royalty, I'd lose my mind. But will not occur here. And with that, 705 gain an advantage defensively in front of E.
Holding inside of P5, but you don't have anybody that's watching this very long flank. Take a look at the minimap. Pentagram's already in towards the back. Diamond Khan will have to watch this, but this is a lot of blind trust that the push to P5 is going to be successful.
He's got help. I mean, Pristini's able to free up some space mid-map and then turns on to Got her X for the double. Trade will be there, and in the same moment, Fame is actually doing some pretty good work here at P5. Gets some impeded effects onto Royalty. Diamond Khan forced to move forward to get the trade, but the threat very much so alive here for Electrify Steel. Pentagram from the side. Denied by Classic, and Pander will also drop, leaving us with a 16v16, minute 10 on the clock.
And Got her actually just got to post in towards the back, but the question, again, has to remain here. Is he going to have to give up that God-heady position to try to help out his teammates? Well, Fame will find one outside of P5. Knows there's one inside of Radio. Just has to play their life, wait for reinforcements, but Pander can't get past middle of the map.
Oh, 705, they're trying to take forward ground, and now Got her X can make his move. The first 2 kills are good. Pristini's scrambling to get back over to take over this truck. And Got her X with a pistol nearly avoids it for long enough. 705 scrambling to get back defensively still, though. And Pentagram's making a mess of it. Not only him, it's Pander as well. From the side, even exchange comes out, but Royalty finally reestablishes a defensive advantage.
Now they can take forward positioning. Electrify Steel so close to what they need. They need that 4 tick.
Yep.
They already, I would like to say, have the kill lead, but that 4 tick will be holding over their head, the difference maker in between a round 5 defense.
Pentagram shut down, 25 seconds on the clock. Round 5 defense advantage goes the way of 705 at the moment. Pander denied on the backside play. Everything has to come from the front now. And the next one up will be Diamond Khan. Deals with the first, no problem. Fame looking to secure the trade and just barely does. In the same breath, Pentagram also here to help, but now it has to come down to him. Gets the second kill, no problem. Around the corner, Classic gets involved to get the defense back on. So now Pander has to slide forward. He's not going to quite get there in time, and Royalty shuts down the threat of any reinforcements. To round 5 we go, into a 705 defense with it.
And what do we learn today, everybody? That is why you got to go rogue sometimes to try to get that first segment over at B. It's the difference maker for 705, and very much so could be the difference maker whether or not they stay alive in this series. It is damn near impossible for most teams to be able to convert an offensive round unless you completely slay out. That's what Electrify Steel were looking for continuously in their offensive attempts. It would be very, very difficult to maybe try to go for the B zone, because they've been able to at least guarantee those 60 seconds. They just need more kills in further map positioning once the 60 seconds come through.
No trickery here from Electrify Steel. Almost the exact same break-off that they had from round 4. Pentagram, though, being more patient this time through the 5th hardpoint. Nades will actually open up space over towards A, but off the map. Pentagram not able to do too much, and then Royalty just from the top ropes takes down GodRx. And now the flank is a major threat that Electrify Steel have to deal with.
Yeah, hey, it's going to be the immediate call for GodRx coming back through, trying to find these players, but Royalty is just moving. He has 62 total engagements throughout the entirety of this Tuscan. He's going to try to at least bring himself out of you. Well, at least open up the floodgates, maybe for some trades, but that's really all 705 can find from that flank.
Yeah, that's a big win off screen by Pander as well to make sure that there is no immediate second threat off the pinch. So defensively, Pristini's trying to force it from the front. Second tick of progress locked in. Classic trying to chase down one, but the help is good. Electrify Steel working on that third tick of progress. You've also got Pentagram challenging space up towards Patio, but he gets turned aside, and Electrify Steel will just have to be happy with the extra 60 seconds.
Yeah. So another relentless flank is going to come through once again, but it's not Classic this time.
Whoops.
Royalty is committing to it a lot more, and I've seen worse stuns. I've seen
been
better.
there. Everyone's been there.
I was there last night. But anyway, Royalty, how much is he going to be able to find through the middle of the map? That's the question. The information is coming through. The pings on the map as well. Needs to be able to deal with these players flanking around the back, but Pentagram is in on that God tank, and 705 are more than aware of it.
705's defense has just resoundingly lived off of this P5 pressure. High ground in P5 has been their recipe for success. And these little kind of solo pushes out are just keeping Electrify Steel more than at arm's reach. I mean, there's absolutely no one playing Patio. They're just wanting to take the challenge forward. And, oh, it could actually cost them a bit here.
Yeah.
3 straight kills come through. Pander through the middle of the map, trying to deny it. It's Diamond Con who's going to get red. That's 4 straight down. And now Pander in the back can really create a problem. Pristini deals with it, but the pressure on the point is starting to really amount. Classic from the high ground. Needs to come back through to contest. And as he does, he takes down one with the help of Diamond Con. And a full clear will be there for 705.
Clock starting to tick back down. 15v13. Electrify Steel just need to find these clean kills while they're also getting themselves further positioning. That last push was great, but when Pristini again activates themselves, finds 2, that just really puts all the hope in the blender, huh?
3 life advantage for the defense. Under 60 seconds to play. Classic down low. Denied. How big is that kill from Pander? Diamond Con for the double. Shuts down the potential play, but it still rests with Preston. And he's going to get around the backside of this. Fame's kept his life. Nobody knows that Fame's on the staircase. He could actually touch and completely foil this defense, which loves to play so far forward. But can he get any help from his teammates? You can't just do it all yourself, and Diamond Con makes life very, very difficult for the reinforcements. Fame caught off, and 705 a 6 life lead with 23 seconds on the clock.
It's looking like it might be impossible because they're out of respawns as well. You might be able to get yourself church coverage, but you simply don't have the lives. You just don't have the time to be able to make further plays happen. 705 are going to keep themselves alive in this best-of-5 series, Alan. And it's by way of stellar defense in that 1 tick of progression that they were able to get. Last kill comes through, 705. At least make this interesting here in this best-of-5.
You never love to sit there and say that a 5-round control was decided in the first 30 seconds
but
of
it
round
was.
1, but it absolutely was. It's not even the first tick of progress. You have to keep in mind that Electrify Steel were almost able to stop them from grabbing A. How big would that have possibly been for round 5? Lots of ifs, ands, or buts. And
fortune telling.
It's alternate dimension type stuff that we're going through at the moment. I've been watching too much Stranger Things. I'm feeling the upside down.
I need to finish it.
It's so good.
No spoils out here.
None.
Not this weekend. We can watch it together.
Dude, I'm already on my second watch through.
Woo! So some of these replays are going to be quite telling. And I think what will be further discussed is yes, Electrify Steel, after that first segment came through, that was that initial offense, they almost completely denied that A zone. It was the right call to chalk it. You didn't want to lose more lives, and you wanted to set up for the B defense because, well, let's be candid here, 705 could have given themselves a really good opportunity. But this defense from 705, again, it is a different type of confidence.
Oh, yeah.
When you play that pushed up further forward, we know that Classic and Royalty do love their flanks. They always love to make teams feel uncomfortable, but to continuously do it and get away with it on a defense, Tuscan, that says something.
And I think the cool thing about that defense, just for like what it's worth, it's multifaceted.
Yeah.
Where it's not just high ground control. We're not just controlling radio bunks and patio. We do that at times, sure. There'll be times where we don't actually push forward into you, but the ability for them to threaten and keep that headquarters location in their favor was a huge problem for Electrify Steel. And when you're really trusted that your ARs are going to open up space for your subs to get in, and you have a tough close quarters area to work through, it just kills off so much time on the clock. 4,600 damage for Pristini, though. 36 and 30 overall, 11 offensive wins, and he was the main guy who was really kind of focused on getting the objective work. 4 tiers captured by him.
I urge everybody to take a look at that damage. Yes, Preston absolutely went off. The amount of times he was finding value in the middle of the map with those 2 pieces will give you nightmares. But Electrify Steel, you look from top to bottom, look at all the damage they were able to find. But the inability to be able to convert those into kills. We talked about Pentagram coming away from that round number 1. Not exactly the sexiest KD ratio in the world, but when you're finding all of that damage, it kind of like flips the script what you were just talking about with 705. If the ARs are finding damage and they're finding opportunities for the SMGs to push on forward, those SMGs need to be able to find those kills. That's just something that Electrify Steel just did not have for themselves. Pentagram could not convert.
So now we start to look forward, because as mentioned, it was not just this Tuscan, but also a Tuscan Hardpoint coming up, which has been a huge success story for 705. That was their most played map during Season 4. It was also their most successful. I think they were like 6-2 on it the 8 times that they had played it. And then that leads us to where the reverse would have to come to a conclusion, which is a bit more of a mystery. The Bacage Search and Destroy is waiting for us in map number 5. And as much as that is not a bad map for Electrify Steel, it's also not a great one. So when it comes to like the probability of getting to a reverse sweep situation, the odds have definitely started to kind of become more steep here, as 705 have some favorable maps in front of them still.
It was talked about when we saw this best of 5 map set. Did not take a look at all the vetoes, but I was able to catch up with the players and try to get inside their mindset to allow these Tuscans to come through. Electrify Steel were more than aware of it. Tuscan is quite literally 705's playground. The back 3 maps definitely a lot more favorable, or I'd probably say the middle 3 maps. It's just, again, all notes out the table, because that 5.5 minutes that we spent on Desert Siege was something I'm definitely going to go back and watch. But you need to be able to win this map 4. Obviously, it'll keep you alive inside the series, but it could also ride the momentum for how well they've been dictating the pace through the majority of those rounds. And to be completely candid with you, how they were dictating the pace within the first set of that Berlin Hardpoint needs to be a continuance and a consistency here in the 4th.
It has to be pressure on the subs here, right?
Yeah.
Has to be.
But you can say the same thing on the opposite side, too. Like, Pentagram needs that bounce-back series, but at 705, the one thing that they keep getting away with continuously, and why Tuscan has been so good for them, is not only the timings and the understandings coming through from Royalty in Classic, but it's just their relentless attitude. They just always keep on pushing the flanks, and their ARs are always just locking you down, playing that Overwatch.
The one thing that we've said a lot during Season 4 to kind of, frame up how it feels to play 705 on a map like Tuscan Hardpoint is that it feels like they have a 5th member on the map at times, with how quickly they're pushing multiple angles.
So annoying.
It has to be, I think, from Electrify Steel, not wanting to get to map number 5 and try to improve on what, just to be candid, one of the worst Hardpoint maps for Season 4. You have to make sure Royalty is contested on these long rounds. Classic as well, of course.
Yeah. If it's not one, it's going to be the other.
Sure.
And if it's not either of them, Pristini's never been the guy that's shied away from getting his hands dirty.
Yeah, dude. As a flex player, dude, Pristini's been unbelievable since he came back to compete. Unbelievably good.
It'll be quite telling to be able to see as well, because it's got to be said, that 70-point lead that Electrify Steel held over their heads from 705 and then those first set immediately got turned back around.
Really.
But at least starting off on the favorite side will be Electrify Steel, taking a good look at P1. Not a whole lot of focus for 705 in the middle of the map. They're all in for P1.
Oh, and that's why DiamondCon quickly back through you. Gets a second elimination onto Pentagram, which stops Electrify Steel in their tracks from trying to get a flip. Now it's Pristini, responsible for the middle of the map. Good first kill coming through, but Hall of Fame gets triggered on, and actually a gunfight is still forced as Pentagram unfortunately takes down God RX. So 705 keep control of the hard point, even though they do lose control of the spawns.
Oh, classic, even for 2. Kind of puts the pressure on, right? Because you can see what it means. Royalty's already in towards the back. Now, that won't influence the spawns, obviously, but it'll keep Electrify Steel very, very questionable about where some of these players are located at.
He won with the bush. Oh, and he is. Okay, well done.
He is the bush.
In full bloom. Spawns are still going to be blocked and contested, though, as look at Fame. He's just going to make sure they're stuck in the back, essentially. First gunfight, though, not all that favorable. Changes up the angle, denied. That's going to be a spawn flip coming through favorably towards 705, but Electrify Steel from the front. Look good to get into the hard point and actually take away some space around the column itself. Pentagram not going to get the double. Classic on the way forward, but watch out. Fame in your back line. Diamondcon able to deal with it, and 705 finally take the advantage with the spawns by getting back into the hill.
This was a realistic look to maybe hold this from the front, but as difficult as it was to break inside the B zone, Electrify Steel struggling to get themselves back inside P2.
Nothing.
705 read it. They press on further forward. They'll leave Pentagram as the last, and although he will find a trade, that's all they're going to get. 17 seconds remaining, and Electrify Steel are going to fully chalk this and try to turn P3 into their money hill.
This is an abusive start by 705. Even while they were still trying to collect spawns, they barely gave away any time at all on the second hardpoint. That is unbelievably good. And now with that win from Pristini, that's going to guarantee you rooftop spawns. In fact, it's just Pentagram, the last one left. The second hardpoint was still active, so Electrify Steel spawning all the way out. Have to get over as fast as humanly possible to help out Pentagram. If he even needs the help, Pentagram! A triple comes through, and he saves the day as Electrify Steel get to Fountain first.
He didn't have the greatest Tuscan control, but damn is he having a great Tuscan hardpoint. 7 and 4 for Nate. And that is going to be quite well, considering that both GodRx and Fame have a combined 3 kills to their name. Still close spawns. They need this 30 seconds.
And the kills are good. Cleaning up any remaining players. 705 need to make a decision here in this last 25 seconds. If you commit, how many members are going to go through this? And look at Pentagram quickly off the backside, catches one completely off guard. And now all of a sudden, if you're 705, you're kind of stuck. Nowhere to really go, just kind of driving your tractor through the mud. I don't know why I went there, but I did. And now it's an 85-34 lead. Electrify Steel right back in the game.
In the middle of the map, coverage enables Electrify Steel to push past field. That means that they're going to force 705 to spawn on rooftops, giving up the scrap, still 36-92. We've got a whole hard point in between these two teams. When you got Pentagram piecing like that, it allows you to just kick your feet up on the hard point and soak up that time.
Yeah, he's like, nope, not again. Not gonna let that control come to fruition here in the hard point. 4 in a row. 12 and 5. Fame at this point is just happy to be here. GodRx on the opposite side, though, denied. And now 705 a chance with 35 seconds to break on in and still put a lot of time on the clock here. Fame up top denied, and now it has to be down to Pentagram, and he's feeling super confident. Kill number 5 comes out, and okay, that's the line in the sand. There's potential streaks involved. Let's make sure we get the regen.
Yeah, but you would just hope that Pentagram 13 and 5 maybe try to get some streaks.
Dude.
He needs some help. There's kill number 6. 1 kill away, has the read, but the hip fire won't be able to ring on true. So no glide bomb there for Pentagram. But although he's piecing 14 and 6, it's not converting into any hardpoint time whatsoever. Classic is just existing on the hardpoint. He has a minute and 12 worth of hardpoint time, and he's double positive.
All good news for 705 in the departments that we were looking at. Diamondcon stunned up, will eventually be overwhelmed. Then Electrify Steel winning the trades on top of that mean that they get into P5 very cleanly. But can you survive through the onslaught of nades that are being cooked up? Pristini also on a streak of 3. The first one forward. Tries to get in, but Pentagram just bounces his way in, no problem! Nate, what have you done? What have you done? 4 in a row, it's finally Fame to put his own teammate down, but 705 bounced out of the hard point again.
Someone had to stop Pentagram. This was Fame. 90-118. This has been a fantastic string of hard points, all off the back end of Pentagram just piecing. Will be taken down once again. Royalty for 2, Classic there for the 3rd. So 7-5 will be able to break back in for the 15 seconds while they're also getting middle of the map coverage thanks to Royalty.
Pander's gonna try to finesse here. Every kill's a good kill here for Pander. Right back into the hard point. He's got a pretty solid read. Okay, and that's good information. 2 members still on hold. GodRx blocking off the exit, and he's going to have a really good look at the middle of the map. This is a great moment here for Electrify Steel, pending, of course, that they can hold off this inevitable hit from the front. Good start for Pentagram over the top. Oh, he's really feeling it. Little heat check over on the second. Eventually denied, but the kills are still good for Electrify Steel.
Yeah, again, 21 in 9 for Pentagram. You really feel like that if he just got some help from somebody else, it just has to be one more person, this game would just spiral out of control. Electrify Steel need to be able to put themselves in a position to be able to keep these hard points in their favor. 35 seconds to let the battle over, and it's Fame that steps up, finds 2. Diamondcon, of course, there for the trade, but reinforcements here for Electrify Steel.
Oh my gosh, he's just not missing. GodRx there to finish off and credit another assist. Pentagram, oh my goodness! What do you want? MP40, automaton, pistol? I don't care, just give him a knife. You'll still find a way to make it work. 125 to 138. Lead swap feels inevitable at this moment in time, especially considering that not only is the scrap time looking all right for Electrify Steel, but they've got numbers towards new.
126 v 147, and they're looking for more as well. Even being able to find that 1 kill, shutting down the push from the back is GodRx. It's going to make Pentagram just lark here inside P5, make 705's life rather difficult to break this hill.
Pentagram's just gone rogue. Where are they? I don't care. I'm going to go find them. He's heat-seeking right now. 3 in a row. Last one up is Diamondcon in the corner. Pentagram not quite going to see it, but he will be denied as the wallbang comes through. So now the break attempt for 705, starting to really move with some speed. Fame from the hard point, though. You want someone to wake up proper? You want someone to wake up? How about Fame? 3 in a row, off the reload. Pentagram will beat him to the 4th, but it's a full team wipe. Electrify Steel now in control.
There's that help. Now Electrify Steel are looking rather scary. You got Panders beating down people in the face. That's rude, but it's almost like the Berlin all over again. Electrify Steel coming in towards the second set.
Facts.
They are just piecing everything together. Middle of the map coverage. They are finding rotational gunfights in their favor as you have Pander already pushing out through Ivy.
This is going to be a nuisance towards what is the expected spawn here. For 705, Pander snaps on one as he was stunned into Diamondcon. Got her able to follow up the trade. Leaves Royalty as the last one standing for 705. Spawn still good for the team in red, coming from the rooftops, but got RX, making sure no one gets in for free. Eventually, though, 705 get the numbers they need. Kills are looking solid, and the route from Fame denied. 705 right back in, 165, 185.
They needed that. Shutting down Fame over by the rooftops as well, so that way Spawn stay in their favor as well. But you got to be able to take a look at the middle of the map, and you also have to be able to deny Electrify Steel as they're stacking up, coming out from L. The push is about to be coming through from Vines at the same time. Pinstripe kill feed is not going to be favorable. 705 hold the line.
A lot of time for 705. And you can obviously tell Electrify Steel do not want to give that up for free, and a little popcorn nade comes out of Fame to neutralize the hill once again, and Diamondcon actually can't even get in right now. That allows Fame a chance to come forward and actually win the 1v1 on Scrap. At the same time, Pentagram for the new spawns also takes a 1v1, and you're going to get to about 200 points off the initial time here for Electrify Steel. 705 need to put together a quick break.
Pentagram 35 and 15, making sure that the flank will be here. He's playing so isolated from the rest of his teammates because, of course, you are. Pentagram is having his way as the rest of his team is just locking down shop on field and in church.
Nate's on the way in. Royalty the first one to drop. Classic trying to work at some sort of an entry, but no, it's not going to work out. And now things start to get very scary for 705. 215, 177. Next setup for 705 coming to the middle of the map with Royalty hitting over towards field side. You have to find an opening some way, somehow, and the nades may just provide it. Now Royalty in from the back, trying to deny any respawns. Can he find the kills, though? Nobody can get in and actually touch the time. It's 224 to 177, and 705 are just going in piece by piece.
And they have to keep challenging out for all the scrap time as well. And with this leader's advantage that Electrify Steel have built for themselves, they can favor to just send one player continuously over because it's one good break. One good attempt is all they need to put map 4 away, but 705 very much so could heat up, but you gotta deal with Pentagram. He's found kill number 40.
Will be cut down with convincing kills coming through for 705. Nades and stuns on the way forward. Classic in the corner is red, and it's a 2v3 that got our X and Fame take absolutely flawlessly. 705 spawning towards fire, trying to find a way in, but it's denied once again. 242 to 187. The last one that could touch is Royalty. He's got to find a way to get through this. Stun on the way in. Nade to follow up. You got to touch the hard point, though. Diamond kind of gets in for a moment in the contest. It may just be good enough, but no. Goddard X shuts it down, shuts him up, and they will move on to the winner's semifinal.
They are chatting up there, Alan. They are feeling it. Pentagram with a 40 bomb. He was just running around crazily.
Demon.
Again, like, you go back, you watch that Tuscan control, you almost feel like we're online. It's like, well, whose host are we on? Like, how's Pentagram not shooting back? And then he comes into the Tuscan Hardpoint. That's composure, ladies and gentlemen, about how good Nate can truly be in this title, especially when he's getting gassed up from the rest of his teammates. There was at one point that Pentagram was reaching about 20 kills, and combined, his other 3 teammates were barely even scraping past 12. That's how much influence Pentagram was finding through the first set.
Just doesn't matter.
Bro.
He's just a little different. And the thing about it, and you hit on this, it's the fact that 705 in the opening were getting so much value out of their subs.
Yeah.
Classic was double positive on point, as you pointed out, with a minute hard point time over that.
Yeah.
And he finishes not even with only a minute 37. So when it comes to that win condition, talking about 705 needing their subs to kind of lead the way, it was solely denied by one player on the other side. It was Pentagram.
I don't know if we're going to be able to see it in the replays, but look, I said it during the game, and I'll say it once more, that it really did feel like a reprise of map 1. I mean, apart from Pentagram just going AWOL, Electrify Steel just couldn't piece things together within the first set. They could not break, they could not hold. but going in towards the second, everything started clicking.
Yep.
That little extra help came through, and although Fame, again, I've seen sexier KD ratios, 18-25 is not the greatest, it still set up so much room for success. The turnaround from GodRx specifically, as well as Pander, paid dividends for Electrify Steel to be able to get themselves in a prime position to close out map 4.
I need everyone who's watching right now to take one deep breath and then refocus your eyes on 41 and 17. Just for one more time.
4,000 damage. Look at everybody else's damage in the lobby.
It's not even close. That is one of the more masterful performances we will likely ever see on Tuscan Hardpoint.
Yeah,
honestly.
27 seconds of hardpoint time.
Doesn't matter.
12 kills in the objective, 41. He was everywhere.
Yeah.
Pentagram was Tuscan.
He was Tuscan.
Quite literally Tuscan. The embodiment of Tuscan is Pentagram.
That is unbelievable. So with that, they make their way on to the winner semifinal. Of course, coming up in our schedule, we will have both semifinals staggered so we can watch, of course, both of them. Naturally, it's the way that works. Lower bracket stuff, I haven't really been able to catch up with too many updates, but
I've been hearing more than I've seen.
Yeah, we'll lead you to believe that upsets are still coming through on a pretty regular basis. And we kind of have flirted around this conversation, but this is a major event when it comes down to potential implication towards challengers, champs. Obviously, you're looking for a top 4 seed just internationally to get in and auto-qualify, but you're also looking to kind of build some favor and maybe iron out some of these very recent roster changes to put yourself in a good spot for LCQ.
I think this weekend has been quite telling to see where a lot of rosters do stand as far as the roster mania that did hit at the end of Season 4 because
surprisingly.
Of course it is. I mean, I'm not surprised
well,
anymore
yeah,
at this point. It's North America Challengers, and everybody's just switching teams. Unless you're Electrify Steel and 705, they're sticking together. But it's just one of those things, again, to go back to the entire champs conversation, is that there is at least some wiggle room for maybe one team to get themselves in a position to auto-qual.
Well, we'll take a look at the bracket to see what's been going on while we were keeping our very intent focus on that winner's quarterfinal matchup. You see, Timor has actually moved their way further into the lower bracket. They have been put into a very steep gauntlet of a lower bracket run, too, at that. But, of course, as we already saw, Ultra NA taking down AIM to open up our quarterfinals. They now meet up against Clayster and Team Exposed. That'll be, I believe, our first winner semifinals to come up. And then we'll have Electrify Steel and the other Ultra Academy team from EU as they took what looks to be a very thrilling map 5 versus Valor.
That's a reverse sweep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a reverse sweep.
That is a reverse sweep.
What?
Yeah.
Because that's what we were watching before we came over and cast it, too. Yeah, Ultra Academy, I mean, they were EU, I should say. They were down horrendously, like losing 3 rounds in a row in that Search and Destroy. The hardpoint was close, but a reverse sweep, a team like Valor here on the weekend?
That's the one team that has the opportunity to possibly jump into the top 4.
That's right.
So it's just chaos, man. It's challengers. You just grow to expect it. But for now, we have to take just a brief pause in the action while we set up for our winner semifinal matchup that's going to be up next. You'll have Spaceman and Dream Crazy on the call. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back into the Boston Open. Spaceman, Dream Crazy. Challengers continues on, and we got some matches we got to get through, and we will do just that. But to rehash real quickly, apparently, it was just decided that all of a sudden, yeah, Pentagram wanted to turn up and just destroy everybody. And we had a feeling that might happen this weekend, and he continues to do what he did at the end of Cold War and most of this year. It's just absolutely fine.
Absolutely. 705, I mean, I just... Electrify Steel, man, they really turned up. And you know who's looking final right now? God RX. My goodness. He was also popping off as well. But, whew, yeah, Pentagram in that last Tuscan definitely turned up for the squad. I'm really excited to see if they can take it. But I'm excited for this matchup as well, as we got a pretty exciting one coming up.
We got a whole one. Let's get into the schedule because, my goodness, these matches have continued on. We've already seen a couple so far. It was Electrify Steel and 705 that just concluded on your screens. Ultra Academy North America coming up next against Team Exposed. And then we will round out with Final 2, Electrify Steel, Ultra EU, and then our winners finals, which is yet to be decided, but we will get into that later on. For now, Ultra NA, Team Exposed, yes, that is Clayster, Fellow, Venom, and Dav Patty. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's jump right in. Ultra NA, we just saw them, I want to say about half an hour ago, Ellen. We saw them basically take control on the Gavutus. They did their job, 3-1 win in the series. They move on, and the reward for that is a team coming out with about as much fire as you could expect. Clay and Fellow putting the dynamic duo back together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we talked about roster mania and all those team changes. The biggest thing for Clay and Fellow was picking up, of course, Dave Patty and as well as Venom. Like, they were one of the first squads even to place in winners round 4. Like, they've been hot throughout the whole entire tournament. And I even said this kind of coming into it. I feel like this is going to be Toronto NA's biggest competition here.
They very well could be. And this is one of the matchups that we could see going 5. Or it could be a respawn blowout. Regardless, we know what these two teams bring to the table because when you look at Ultra, it's been consistent today. It has been composed, and the continuity in their gameplay that's been so effective from Seasons 2 to now has continued on one of the biggest stages going into Champs in a couple of weeks' time. Ultra looking very dominant. But on the other side, you can't say enough about what Clayster and Vela have been able to put together in the end of this year. And Dave Patty coming on with Venom. Venom, I feel like, has been often overlooked this year. The dude is back where he belongs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because he was just coming off of that Trash Bros roster, which essentially, yes, like, I just felt like this guy just needed help. Yeah. And, you know, with the slaying power, he was essentially on that squad the leading factor of statistics across the board, like having a 1.07 in KD, 1.26, excuse me, in Search and Destroy. Like, he is just a fryer, and now he finally has those players around him that helps him secure these wins.
And it's been a while since we've seen Venom and Fellow together. I believe it was back on Easter, if memory serves correctly, in Cold War, and that was back when Phoenix was coaching. Of course, now the coach of Seattle Surge. So there's not only history between the players, but in terms of the amalgamations this roster could have become, I think this is the best version that Clayster would have wanted to end the year on. Now, granted, the competition on the other side of the stage is nothing to sniff at because, well, Toronto Ultra are just as damn good, and they've proven it so far today, looking absolutely clinical in the hard points.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things, too, if your team exposed, like, you look at Ultra and it's like, what is a weak point? Because these guys are just so strong across the board. I feel like for Team Exposed, it's going to be those hard points. That's going to be, for me, like one of the leading games because S&D statistics, I mean, if you look at the statistics, of course, kind of throw those out the window. Sure. But, like, if you look at them, they're really close across in their controls and their S&Ds. Really, the slight edge maybe is Team Exposed has it in those hard points. So they got to take this, of course, this map for.
Well, it's one of their new teams, and, well, specifically, let's get into the maps for this series because this one's going to be a doozy, and I can't wait to see how it unfolds. But with that said, Tuscan, Desert Siege, Berlin, Berlin, and then followed by Gavutsu and Berlin as well. So you see the Berlin control, right in the middle of this, and that does start to sway my opinion of how the series might go, given how good we have seen Toronto play on it, given the fact that it's whether or not you have Clay and Fellow as the number 1 and 2 options, especially with needing to win a lot of those AR battles. I think that when they bring in Patty on kind of that 4 spot as kind of the slower AR, you saw him warming up yesterday, and you said that he was, not only his mobility was there, but with any weapon, he was at range just doing damage, and with that, it could be a factor for the series going forward.
Yeah, I feel like too, like with that pressure essentially from coming down from that Florida Mutineers roster, like Dave Patty had that, there was that debate like with him being too much of a slower AR, but essentially playing with someone likes of Clayster, who is the more dominant AR player. Like I feel like Dave Patty's just getting into that vibe where he's flexing more. You see him more with a sub now. You see him playing more aggressive.
He looks comfortable with it too.
Yes, exactly. He's looking so comfortable with this squad. Also, a quick shout out. Observe, this game is by Cade and Ryan. Of course, you guys are amazing. Like Spaceman says, we can't do our jobs if you guys don't do yours.
I had that one slip up one time. You never let me forget that.
I know.
I'm literally getting bullied. Cyberbullying is a crime. All right.
It's just we love you.
Let's get into game number 1. Exposed. Toronto Ultra. This is going to be a hell of a best of 5. This is going to be a grand old time, and I'm excited to get into it. We hope you've been enjoying the action. Let's get right underway. The dynamic duo, Fellow and Clayster, back together again, what seems like the longest time since World War II on E United. Now on the opposite side of the stage, Ultra on an absolute rampage, trying to become one of these teams that wins multiple championships in this Vanguard season. They've done it in the Elite Series. They're trying to do it now in Boston after runner-up in Toronto.
And that's what we just saw off the break. Dave Patty with a sub in his hand. I mean, Fellow had that AR in his hand working the outer script, and Dave was working the middle. So picking up 2, securing the control over mid, really just leaves Assault to push by himself. And now the collapse coming through. That was a great start from Team Exposed, of course, but it's going to be thinking about that P2. They got to start pushing through Church.
Fellow's been incredibly aggressive in the latter stages of whether you look at Elite Series, look at some of the Cups, but I've been very impressed with his turnaround in the middle part of this season. He's been playing great all year, but he's had such a stellar standout already at 4-2, leading the lobby with all those kills combined. Now over to P2, we will start to hit the rotation. It's Vehicle ready and waiting with that nade, so trying to cut down the front push early on. Ultra not denying much, will get a challenge out and traded, but with that said, Purple in the kill feed. Time now for Ultra as well. Early time to the boys in purple.
That's right, and look at Scrap too. He's actually going all the way around trying to cut off the pinches here, but Venom does spot it, take him out, not before Vehicle is going to do the same route. So the defensive push from Toronto Ultra Academy do deem successful from the front, leaving last alive is Fellow. So a really good hold for Ultra Academy is now the good advantage is there's 25 seconds left on this column hill, and Ultra Academy have the rotations essentially set up for new.
Yeah, Exposed had initially tried to basically break through Church, and they were unsuccessful. They said, guess what, we're going to hit 4 at a time and come through the P5, and with that happening, Ultra weren't able to pick it up just in time, but regardless, they do find the kills, and therefore the time as well. We hit the rotation once more, back out towards Vehicle's POV. Now it's a long route for Team Exposed to get in position to be able to contest this hill, and early on, it again will be Toronto Ultra. They're set up, ready and waiting. And with these gunfights happening on the outskirts, it's a 2-2 pinch, 2 split towards the mid-map. And if Team Exposed have their way, they should be able to find the break, but they're going to have to deal with Assault and Hixie up close.
You know what's crazy about this game, Spaceman, is it's this close, and Scrap doesn't even have a kill yet. He's 0-6, and it's this close with the scoreline. So still holding on. Scrappy getting on the board. The Flood is coming through fire right now, so realistically, it's up to Vehicle to hold on to. Yep. And you see the dance around Vines as well. Fellow trying to break on this from Team Exposed. So all sides are essentially wiped down for Team Exposed as Clayster's last, and well, that was a successful hold, and now Scrap still only 1-7 to his name. Ultra Academy in the lead.
I believe Fellow might have spawned out there as well towards P1, so it pulled the attention away from the hard point, and Ultra had to allocate those resources away from the initial point. With that said, it's all come down to just a couple of scrappy key gunfights, and once more, shout out to production for giving us the overhead, and now you can continue to watch that rotation unfold towards the bottom side of the mid-map. Player number 5, that's Scrap, looking to get things going off that slow start. 4-7 for him. He's certainly turned it around, and that's kind of helped Ultra maintain this lead. Now just building upon it with 50 seconds to go. You are looking at a breakthrough bottom Church and potentially up towards the fire window, but Scrap cutting down players left and right as they run into the point. And with this, it's just been a relentless assault from Ultra. They're not pressured, they're not not contested, and it's been Scrap who's doing the dirty work.
And it's crazy, I said that last hill, and look at Scrap just got 7 in a row. So he went from 1-7 to 7-7 and just get taken down. So regardless there, I think the streaks were earned. And what's crazy about this is that this initial break attempt from Ultra Academy, Team Exposed, it was Clayster going on through that grass side and winning the gunfights. Team Exposed was winning from the top. But Assault, we mentioned him being such a key factor in the hard points. He's getting these rotational kills. He's 13-8, and he's securing the time for Ultra Academy almost to that 100-point mark.
Well, now over to P5, and here's the interesting thing. Scrap getting back into this game has earned himself a glide bomb, so that streak will be utilized at some point. Whether or not it's on rotation or just going for the break, he could be looking at a P1 investment. If that is the case, this next rotation hills becomes very, very important. However, things start to slow down now. The nades now checking out in front and keeping it at arm's length. This Clayster has to back off the play, but Venom will get the call to push on up. If he finds anything, it could start the break, and maybe it begins here. Flying his way in, flying Stu. That is a huge kill and a break potential. Here comes a potential nade as well. With all these challenges happening on the lower side of the hill, it just gives more way and room for Venom to work. Dave Patty and Clayster finding 2. Trades back and forth. And once more, Ultra find the hill.
And there's Assault again, 18-9, 3 with the leading charge on the breaks. And although Venom picking up a couple there, now Assault has a sub in his hand and of course is zoning forward. So doing such a good job at securing this scrap time Ultra Academy. 125-76 now, Assault on a 5 spree. And man, look at this rotation though. That is huge from Team Exposed for Clayster to win. And Dave Patty now, who has an assault rifle in his hand, seems like they switched things up a little bit, but Team Exposed, they can come back here. They got the setup working in their favor.
And you know that right now, Team Exposed are thinking, how much time is too much time? Because so often, Ultra not only rotate early, they get set up, but they win the opening 20. And from there, it has been a foot race to get back into this game. It's consistent pressure and wins from Ultra. But finally, things start to turn around a little bit. It's Dave Patty lighting it up with 2. There comes the contest from Ultra, but is it enough towards the middle of the map? It might be. Numbers around as a 3-on-2 in the point. Spawn's certainly there for Exposed, but it's just about finding those kills in rhythm, and they just won't find them. Yet again, Ultra find ways into the point. They basically brute force their way through the front of the hill. Doesn't matter what nades you have in your pocket, this contest time just helps Ultra.
And that's something that Ultra Academy does so well, is overwhelming one side of the map together. They break so good, but either which way, not deeming successful on this P1. And the rotational kills, if you see, Dave Patty just won a huge one on the other side of the map, over by maps. So this for Team Exposed, they're set up for P2. This could be deemed to essentially flip the script and get the lead back.
This could be a huge rotation. It always has been, and it continues to be so as well. Last time, Ultra were relatively uncontested in this hill. They didn't have a lot of pressure, and once that 4-man hit came through from Exposed, it was swiftly dealt with, and once more, another chance from the top. Radio control will be there. Down to the point we go. For Ultra, you're stacking up off spawn together. It's going to be through Church, but how quickly does it get read by Fellow? Numbers quickly trickling towards the back. Fellow hasn't seen anybody for about 10 seconds, and Clayster more than happy to sit inside the point and get time.
Oh yeah, and if you're Team Exposed, this is looking good because it seemed like too, Fellow, if you notice, he had an AR to start. Him and Dave Patty actually switched their roles up. So maybe that's just deeming more successful now, is swinging that lead in their favor. Because yeah, once Scrap started to turn up with that sub, he was able obviously to do some damage. But regardless, the P3 hill is what Ultra Academy thrived on last time around. And this is what happened. They were set up, and look how far forward Vehicle is, and look at that grass side. They are so far pushed up in the middle of the map. Yeah,
because as soon as you die, you can immediately fall back thanks to where Scrap's in position towards the fountain, and immediate player 8, that's Assault. You know he's going to be far pushed back like we saw in just series ago on this same map mode game 1. We'll see what kind of damage he can do starting off. It again is Vehicle, and you know, having a slower game, but not by any detrimental stretch. 15 and 18, certainly, if he gets things going, going to be a very different scoreline. However, they're only down by around 20. As Exposed have worked their way back into this game, Clayster's been able to find a way to break through the back. Potentially 2 in front. He will be good for 1. Fellow combining for the 2nd and the 3rd from Clayster. 1 more around. Fellow and Clay getting it done. A full wipe, and Ultra have to try again.
Oh my gosh, and that was a beautiful coordination from Clay and Venom too, because they utilized their nades. Clay essentially picked up Assault in the back, who was tucked away. Then that was the key, right? Take out Assault, and that could be one of the leading factors to winning your hard points, because obviously he's the one securing the lines. But regardless, great hold this time around for Team Exposed to hold P3. The rotations, the race over to Church is starting to happen, and Scrap would be the one who's cut off those rotations. Essentially got taken down. So now Team Exposed, take a little bit of a breather here. 200 now, hitting that 200 point mark. Gotta look to flood through that grass side.
Compared to our first set of hills, the last two for Exposed have been completely flipped. They've been able to get in early and watch that break. So Ultra have not had that same success. And you can see how that swung this game open. It's a 40-point lead. What was around 20 going into Fountain is now completely changed. And it's going to be up to Assault and company to stop this bleeding. If there's any chance, you're going to have it in his hands. Automaton is good for 1, maybe 2 through the back. Goodbye, Clayster. And Assault picked up for the right reasons. 28 and 19, close to a 30 bomb.
That's right. So the break attempt from Team Exposed, you got 2 members in the back, and you got Venom flooding from the top side, but he does get taken down by Fecal, which was so key to holding this scrap time here so close. And look at that spawn. They spawned over by pillars. Kind of a split spawn coming through. Well, grass side and pillars, but either which way, not a bad setup, at least for the C5 rotation.
Yeah.
But either which way, we know how scrappy this hill can get, and now that was a beautiful hold from Ultra Academy. Assault, he's still going.
You have your choice of options as well, because you could choose to go towards the rooftops, or you can put a sub down towards well steps, where you want that mid-map pressure where Clayster originally was before he dropped. So now it's up to Scrap to make that initial push. He does get the entry, and here's where Ultra can capitalize. What was a 40-point game now quickly dwindles away to just around 10, but you need a break if you're Ultra, and you need it right about now. P5 completely locked down. There goes Scrap. He's good for 7 in a row. Glide bomb earned. Make it 8. Scrap is rolling his way through this hard point, and Exposed have no answer as of now.
And the old Dave Patty is on the bottom, so at least he was able to take down Hixie, but still, with the trades, it's Vico, and we saw that last time around. Vico and Scrap going off on this P5 hill continue to rain havoc, and there's the triple nade from Ultra Academy now. Vico on a 5 spree. If he gets streaks, this could be game over.
What was a turnaround and now complete mid-map dominance. Ultra have found a way to break through the monotonous grind, as Exposed have nothing as of now on the board, but you got to start throwing darts somewhere, and maybe it comes from that pressure from Clay. He's able to find one in the church window, maybe 2, but here comes a glide bomb. This can help to break open P1, and if you're looking at the minimap, the stack right now from Ultra is there, so you have numbers immediately off spawn to quickly get the contest and find a way to push out that AR just like they did there with Clay, and Scrap is back in. Any weapon, he has it, he uses it, he's got it. 34 for him, could potentially be at 35, but Ultra just 8 points away from winning this game.
Absolutely. I mean, and this looks like it could be game over. There's really only one last push if your team Exposed, but every angle, every corner is held. And Ultra Academy take it 250 to 213. My goodness, what a game.
What was that resurgence from Ultra in the final few hills? All of a sudden, Exposed had found a way to flip the last couple of hard points, and you're thinking, okay, they've been able to take spawns, they've been able to win some of these engagements, and all of a sudden, it's a lot of 3-on-2 situations. It's a lot of we're winning the battle of the AR. Then, Ultra, all of a sudden, I guess it was because of Scrap, wake up, and they just dominate their way back into this game.
Bro, listen, they were basically on the, like, a marginal lead. And Scrap was 0-7.
It was 20 points. It was 20 points.
It was literally.
One
it's just
P5.
crazy. And then we said, so as soon as he turned up, like, literally just went insane. And that really, like, my goodness.
It was one single P5, and if Scrap doesn't have that performance on that specific hill, this could have been a very different game. We could have been looking like a 250, 245 game, given how back and forth it has been. The tug-of-war, though, was won by Ultra in the end. And that's the question mark for a lot of teams going in against the #1 seed. Can you keep it close? If you can, you absolutely have a chance, but Ultra tend to pull away, just like they did with Scrap, and Scrap went absolutely massive. We saw it here, though, in the replay. This is kind of when the string started to happen. Exposed were working off the back in Clay and Fellow. They found those 4 kills. They get the Fountain control. All of a sudden, it's a brand new game. But Ultra don't go quietly, and they never have, and they just continue to show you that they're #1 seed for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Assault, we talked about him, like that Churchill. We've seen him thrive there so many times. Like, he was holding it down for the squad, even though
33 and 24.
Yeah, 33 and 24.
4,300 damage.
And he's still getting in the hill time, of course. Like, you see all members getting in the hill, but regardless, like, that is just one of the leading factors, man. Like, he literally did his job so adequately well, and oh, my goodness, P5.
And the decision-making was great as well from Ultra, because there was a final push towards P5 where you had a decision if you were Exposed. Do we want to keep someone at mid, or do we want to control well steps?
Yeah.
And Ultra decided, we're going to go through well steps. We're going to make sure that we get at least someone in the point, and that was Scrap. He had to lead the charge. He had to win 2 gunfights to get there. Yep. And he did that. As soon as that happens, you just throw every nade you have at the hill and bomb it to hell, and all of a sudden, it's a brand new game, and Ultra get the win because of it. 35 and 23 for Scrap. I want to think like 90% of his kills came on that P5 because he was absolutely spectacular. But in the end, that is a very strong Game 1 win.
Yeah, and I feel like too, because at one point I was looking at, just kind of like what Vikal and Hixie were doing. They both kind of were a little bit slowed down those last couple hills, but then they picked it up as well. And Vikal especially, he was a key component to getting some of those kills like that exposed when they were trying to break. He was picking up those kills well side, because when Scrap got the 2, he got Dave Patty down at the bottom. So a lot of those key kills coming in for Vikal saved the game for sure.
Well, the interesting thing about this series is it's almost reminiscent, outside of that middle portion of Berlin control, of what we saw an hour ago. It is Tusken, it is Desert Siege, now it's Berlin, then Gavutu. So if you are Toronto, you're feeling pretty confident about where you're at right now, given the fact that, at least in the conversation of recency bias, which is never a good way to have a convo, but it's a way we can do it, it's certainly on your side. You've had reps already today, and you're doing it against a team that you match up pretty well against.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's, I mean, like you said, it's the Berlin. But either which way, the Desert Siege, they do have to take here. And as we finally head into the game, I feel like this one will kind of load up pretty fast, though. But we're getting in.
Love that.
Well,
I love when it loads in fast. It's so fun.
Look at this fellow. He got through and snuck through first blood. I don't think Assault expected that one, but at least Hixie was there for the trade. So evening up the odds is a 3v3, a little bit of patient plays, but that bomb is going down.
Yeah, if you're going to overextend that far, you better hope you have someone to help out. If not, you're essentially hoping for a first blood. Whether or not you fall, it's up to you. Potentially Scrap. And a chance to spoil Venom's day. However, quick response from Venom, finding 2 on the engagement, and Dave Patty will shut down the round. Exposed. Wasting no time and no expense in that first opening pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Fellow, I mean, really just kind of sneaking through that train, so I just decided, you know what, I'm going to full stand. You guys stay back. I'll get this pick. I know what I'm doing. And they committed to the play. That's the thing. Sometimes you see a member go down, and teams, they'll play a little bit patient. They won't commit to planting the bomb site, but not Clayster, of course, goes for that plant, gets it down, and Venom with the hot 2, of course, securing the round.
And without much closer, I expect a lot of these respawns to be in this series. This is much more of a pivotal game 2, I think, for Exposed, just to notch up the series, than maybe the likes of AIM Esports that we saw earlier, where they were relying on stealing a respawn, whereas for Exposed, you just want to even this out in an S&D, and you likely will be able to take the following Hardpoint or Control, whichever one, but this is going to be a very close race between these two. Already, first blood again. Venom, that's 3 in a row for him, make it 4. He has not slowed down after finding his first pick in the start of this game, too. And very quickly, a 3v2 for Ultra. How do they work back it?
Absolutely. The bomb is down, that's in their favor, but still, look at the control from Team Exposed.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, that's crazy. Venom, that's it. Okay, Venom 6-0. Excuse me, my goodness. All right.
Remember we had that conversation before this series began? We're like, Venom needs some help. I think he's got help now.
Yeah.
And I think it's working.
Yeah, I think he looks comfortable. That's for sure.
Yeah, this kid. We've been watching him for, at least on the elite side, I believe now, 2 years. Modern Warfare is a blur, but in Cold War he was a.
Listen, if anybody wants to make it back
he was a
up there.
lightning in a bottle
Yeah.
in S&D, and he's proven that he's more than that. Like, he's just, kid's so good. All this talent.
If anybody wants to make it back up there, it's definitely him, man.
Venom.
He had a taste of it. Like, he knows where he belongs.
And he's good enough to be there.
He's good enough to be
Everybody
there.
in this lobby is good enough to be in the Pro League. And I'm sure that CDL teams will be watching this closely to take an eye at the potential starters might be. However, as shots ring out and no trade will fall, all members alive. Exposed on the attacking side. It's going to be Fella putting the bomb down very quietly. But not before Dave Patty does find that first blood. Now, does he escape? He does. Hixie did spot him, but here comes the push from Ultra. Now it's up to the retake. Post-plant positioning will be there for Exposed. The reach out from Dave Patty is good, maybe 2. Regardless, he gets information, and that just gives more time for Exposed to find the play.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what was happening over here, but, I mean, Scrap just kind of waiting out. There's the bomb time. I mean, realistically, I just kind of hang out, play your life.
Oh, yeah, it's hard when all your teammates go down. You're like, the play you had originally attempted on defense is now not viable, so. Yeah. And
for a second, I thought he was stuck. I was like, is he stuck? Did he try to rotate over?
Yeah, they're not trying to feed info for Venom.
For sure.
That's the biggest, Scrap's biggest thing. Now, granted, he's not on a spree of his own, but we're going to let the clock run down. Venom is still 6-0. Like, that's kind of the story so far for the start of this S&D, given the fact that it's been 2 rounds, now make it 3 in a row. It's been a very clinical, quick S&D, and Exposed are not wasting time, but that's because Venom has not died yet.
Yo, absolutely. Like I said, they're committing to everything that they're executing. Like
Yeah.
you saw Dave Patty get that first blood pick, and he ran away. But what did he do? He re-challenged. He caught the enemy off guard, and that's something that we, of course, Dave Patty. He's another player that just is hungry for it, and he's playing like it. Him and Venom combined, 9 kills. So see if they can continue
Doing
the
their
run
thing.
though.
My God, Scrap, so close. The slide peek and the spawn snipe would have been great if only he could land it. On the other side, you got Venom throwing shots out at range. So far, though, outside of that, a couple initial hits and throwing of shoulders from both teams, it is about as dead quiet as you would like.
Yeah, and it's really like Scrap just trying to open up with the first pick here, but he does get it onto Fellow, and Dave Patty tucked away deep in the dunes over there. Wasn't necessarily able to see Scrap get the trade, but
you have more freedom now with your Ultra as well. With that opening pick, given the fact that Scrap has not died yet, so they're going to have to worry about him, they, of course, being exposed. Ultra have room to work here, and Venom finds his 7th, so he gets the glide bomb. That is worst case scenario for Ultra. Even if they win this round, you're going to have to worry about it. Scrap will respawn on Clay. That's 2 in the round for him. As Venom, just trying to play spoiler, can't clean up the kill, and I don't know if that was verbal frustration on the main stage, but that might have been from Venom. Regardless, any weapon, the pistol up close. Oh my God, I thought we were going to see something disgusting. Scrap does shut down the streak, but not before he gets the glide.
And there's only 15 seconds left to plant this bomb, so Dave Patty, at least aware, he's going to play the time a little bit, play a little bit patient, but he does duck away with his life, and bomb has been planted, so you can isolate a player here, Dave. Dave Patty could do it. He's a wizard. Can he wizard his way out of this one?
Does he see him? I think he might have. It's been a couple of awkward timings on these crosses, but just doesn't pay off. Ultra do get around back, and that's a huge one. Often, what's the biggest curse? Either being up 5-0 or 3-0 sometimes. It's just the way it works, but that's a big round to stall the momentum. You get a plant down, get yourself back in this game, but more importantly, I mean, you give Venom streaks, but now you don't have to worry about anything else. Like, okay, that threat's gone. He's got it regardless. We'll deal with that if we have to. Maybe we can bait it out in one of these rounds. For Ultra, it was just about getting on the board. First points are the hardest. For Assault, speaking of kills, needs 1 at least.
He's been shut down. But on this map specifically, we've always seen him turn up. So many clutches on that old Iron Blood Gaming roster, but that bomb slowly inches away forward. Yet again, it's Dave Patty with the first opening pick on Scrap, and there's the trade that does come through. The bomb is down, though. Now it's 2 versus 2.
And that's great positioning by everybody. I mean, Venom did what he had to. Vehicle did as well. Both teams just trading shots. Shaky ones at that, which Assault will now find his first pick of the game. It's a good way to get started in things with 50-ish seconds to go. Some odd change on the clock. Bomb carrier will be Clayster if he can get around, but unfortunately just not able to. Ultra, 2 rounds back-to-back.
Yeah, and I despite even the opening pick, too, from Dave Patty, like, they're really starting to utilize their trades a little bit more better. And, of course, Assault not being taken down, but either which way. Yeah, trading shots, I mean, both teams are doing such a fantastic job at doing it, but the bleeding at least has been stopped. They still have those streaks still to worry about from Venom. But something that Ultra Academy has always been really, really good at is of course, their attacking rounds and their ability to come back. But I would imagine this time around we may see that mid-rush push that we always see, because it's time to get aggressive now. I think Ultra Academy, they're wasting no time.
And that's a good call by Ultra, because I think they were waiting for that counter snipe to potentially come out from exposed. And they don't know that Clayster has it in his hands as of now, but it's basically a guessing game. You're kind of weighing your odds and saying, all right, we expect that Scrap has been uncontested, so Clay needs to respond, and he does. It was a full push through the middle, and Ultra were not ready for it, as Clayster was more than happy to pick heads off.
Amazing reads by Clay, not to mention the double snipe.
Oh my God, please.
Yeah,
okay.
The information there, at least Hicksy's able to take down Clay, but how much can he get done? What? With the pistol kill onto Venom now leaves it up to a 1 versus 2. If there's 40 seconds left, I mean, essentially he could wrap it over to B because the information is at A, and yeah, for a second I thought that was going to be the play, but either which way. Beautiful shots from Hicksy, and of course, Clayster. Double snipes to stop the push through mid-palace.
Yeah, that round kind of started with Ultra saying, we expect Clay to make a response at some point. If anybody's going to run the snipe on this team, it's going to be him.
Of course.
So they said, we're going to hit through bottom palace. They're probably not expecting it. They want us to reach out over towards dunes to take on the aggression of Scrap. it was a good call by Ultra. It's just the fact that Clay decided he wanted to hit 2 headshots. So,
yeah.
you know, good calls from them, better response from Team Exposed. Sometimes that's the way S&D goes. But in the end, just 2 rounds away.
Yeah, and that happens. Some players, they have that tendency to sneak along the train track side. Like we saw Fellow do that the first round. But Clay, he didn't sit around there. He stayed in the back tower. So very smart positioning from him. But this, of course, is a much slower round. You see that you hear the utilities and the nades going out. But Hixie still at least has 2 of his. And just wonder where that bomb's going to inch towards.
The preferred attempt would be B if you find the pick on Vico. Now, granted, that is all predicated on knowing that Vico's around that corner. And if Fellow does make this play, it would be huge. And there's the break they were looking for. Now, whether or not it's a quick plan is up to the discretion of Exposed, but they get cut off quickly by Hixie on the kill feed.
Yeah.
Potentially 2, but he guesses wrong.
Oh my gosh, but that bomb is going down, and Venom, of course, on the other side kind of split the distraction over. So Scrambly Ultra Academy did look, of course, Fellow beaming at least 1, but Hixie now left in a 1 versus 2. There's only 35 seconds left. The bomb is going down, and he's going to try to get this nade over. No, does not connect. Would have been maybe a different story if it did, but Hixie yet again being the last one alive. Team Exposed running away with this now, 5-2.
It's a good nade, but given the positioning of Exposed, it's probably not going to matter much. Clayster was all over that one. Match point. Game point for Game 2. Exposed had to bounce back, given how close the respawn had been so far, what we expect this series to be. Following similar storylines, 12-4 for Venom. Fellow at 3-4, but nobody else. I mean, Assault struggling a little, but it's been a very consistent game from both teams. It has just come down to the rapid pace of those first bloods. But we see it again. Hixie peeking, unsuccessful. The wide shoulder punishes. That's 2 kills in a row, maybe 3. Watch out for the nade. Here comes the slide from Assault, and he will get caught by Fellow's nade in the end. A 2v1. Oh, God, that's unfavorable.
My gosh. And here's the streaks that come in. So even if you don't connect with a member, you at least have information where all of the players are. And, well, Scrap.
Yep.
Something that he has done before. Not the impossible. He's got the bomb down, but he's got plenty of time to at least get a pick.
Just post up and hold.
Post up.
That's kind of what you have to do at this point because, again, Ultra have to make the play. Oh, my God, Scrap got behind. Oh, my God, he got behind. You know, you're watching Bomb, but it's a better route from Scrap now in a one-on-one. Did he see Clay? Did Clay see him? Did anybody see anybody? Clay did finally get the info, and Exposed take it. 6-2. You can hear him talking on the stage. That is a great way to respond in this series.
Absolutely. You know what's crazy, too? Like, we talked about the versatility. You know who's been doing that even round by round basis? Was Fellow.
Yep.
He was literally switching his routes like every single round. You saw him push aggressively. The first round through train side caught him off guard. What did he do? Then he pulled out an automaton. Like, Fellow has been doing that throughout both games, just constantly catching the enemy off guard.
That's the thing about Fellow, and at least in the terms of the scope of this roster, one thing he's done really, really well is being able to fit within the gaps of what Clay provides, what Dave Patty has brought in as an addition to the squad. But Fellow and Venom and Clay, I mean, they all have history together.
Yeah.
Fellow and Clay, Fellow and Venom. Fellow's play has not waned in any regard. He continues to play that fast pace, and it's really helped a lot during the SDs, which is how you're going to have to beat Ultra. But that's a great response and a very quick one as well. Not looking back to what we saw earlier from Ultra, which I think it went to around 11. But here, 6-2, pretty clinical, and thanks to Clay's prowess with the snipe, like, yeah, this is the kind of, okay, our heads are back in the game, and this series is brand new performance you'd want.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, Venom 12-4, 12-5. Like,
kind of helped that he went 6-0
yeah, 12-5 it was. Like, he absolutely just throughout the whole game was just going off.
Well, it helps that he started off on a hot streak and was able to get a glide bomb, which in the end didn't amount to much, but it did help you at least close out this game. That threat was always looming. It was whether or not it got invested. Ultra tried their best. Assault a little bit slow in that one, but you know, was in the right place at the right time for a couple of kills. Exposed, however, a team effort. 5 kills at least for everybody, which is always good to see. Fellow and Clay. Venom, Dave Patty, all doing their thing. 1,100 damage for Venom. I mean, granted, he opened it up with like an 8-0 spree, so it's not too unheard of, but the big thing is the first bloods, right? Like Dave Patty 3, Fellow 2. It was constant first aggression and using that advantage. The numbers against Ultra were constantly there. Yeah, absolutely. They just were outplaying them in every given situation. It felt like even despite having numbers, it just Team Exposed really did their thing. Venom, of course, locking down that A side. He just couldn't be stopped. So as we go into this Berlin Control, how are you feeling now there, Spaceman? I mean 62 in the search, and You know, you asked me that question, but luckily I don't have to answer it because I'm going to a break. So guess what? When we come back from this break, we got Berlin Control coming up next, and we'll continue the discussion then. We'll see you in a second.
There might have been some house music. Yeah, you just want me to ask it and turn off music. Yeah, Clayton, I'll ask him to not track music during S&D.
Welcome back to the Boston Open. I'm Spaceman. That is Dream Crazy. And this is a continuation of the series we just started about 20 minutes ago, and that's a Boston Mask. We hope you've been enjoying it. It's been making its guest appearance on the desk. Exposed Toronto Ultra NA. We've seen Ultra twice now on the mainstream today. They look good both times. Exposed do, however, fire back in the S&D, and with that, we have a tie series.
Yeah, absolutely. The only real difference is that S&D, right? It was 6-5 on the Desert Siege, and it was 6-2 versus Exposed. So, yeah, they're going into this control now.
They've lost 2 Desert Sieges today.
2.
They have lost 2. That's quick math. That's why they pay
Wow.
us. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, the last time you and I got to see a Berlin Control together, it was one of the most hectic, I think, maps I've ever seen in my life. It was Team War and Awoba Bobs, and we had a whole replay. It was a little strange, but the defensive stops from both teams were electric. I hope we see the same thing here. Getting into this one, let's continue the discussion we had before we went to break. For Ultra, there's certainly keys to victory, as always, but for Team Exposed going into this, now that they've tied up the series, what do they have to do specifically on this map mode to be able to take that series advantage?
Win those defensive rounds, of course. I mean, I would say just, yeah, get those defensive rounds in, honestly. Like, that's obviously key to winning. But for Ultra, of course, you need to at least get a couple ticks like you did last time around. But either which way, this is still not a bad start, it looks like, as there's a B is almost captured in your Ultra Academy.
Well, Ultra doing a very good job being able to get themselves quickly with another minute on the board. We've seen this a couple of times now as Stage 4 concluded as the year has gone on. B has been preferred. Now it's about shifting your attention over towards A. Pixie on a rampage of his own. 2 in a row. 4-1 to start this one. Scrap and Assault lighting up the kill feed as well. Ultra doing what they can to essentially put this round in the dirt. But so far, we'll see how things play on the defensive end. It's a 2-stack inside. And if your team Exposed, you better hope you're able to deal with Hixie here as these nades continue to fly out and no kills have fallen.
Yeah, absolutely. Hixie's got to be dealt with. He's on a 4 streak. He's 6-1. And the push, I mean, essentially, it's just Team Exposed is going to have to isolate into this one lane, but they're going to have to rely on those utilities. And of course, the break attempt coming through, but it's Ultra Academy still holding on.
Well, it's 2 trying to work underneath if you are Exposed in purple. You need more numbers around. Ultra, uncontested on A, very quiet round 1 win, and very simple moving forward. Again, the colors are flipped around. We'll make sure the names are as well, but that was about as critical as you'd want.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, simple strat. Get the extra time over at A, wrap it around, go over towards B, but ultimately they won those initial gunfights. It was Scrap and it was Assault on the front line, and of course Hixie. they're both on a 5 streak right now too, so potentially streaks to be earned from both Hixie and Scrap on this round. You're definitely going to see them play for those.
Well, you saw how round 1 went. For Ultra, it wasn't close. They did what they do best in control. They dominate. That vehicle already starting off with the first blood. More numbers in and around the point, but Ultra dealing with that pressure very quickly and having something to say about it at mid-map. Assault still alive, still dealing, as Hixie tries to work his way to the back and try to break up this hold from Exposed. However, giving credit to Venom and Dave Patty for what they've been able to do, it's been a relatively clean resurgence. And because of that, they buy themselves some time to get back towards mid-map.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that was key for Dave Patty, of course, to step it up. I mean, he didn't even have a kill last round, so on the defensive side, though, Placer's going to look to break through platform here. He's kind of dodging around still. I don't know how he was able to stay alive right there, but finally taken down, trying to separate the push a little bit as his teammate Overfellow, you see, capturing B. So at least that is a tick is solidified, but there's 47 seconds left, and they don't even have a point capture.
There's an isolated gunfight happening down towards the train tracks. That's going to be huge for Venom if he does find Hixie. You're talking about keeping the backline safe. However, Exposed can't afford to take their attention away from the front. It's been all of Venom and Fellow trying to combine for 2, but into the point, it will be a decap for the moment. Ultra doing all they can and throwing numbers on, keeping them alive as well. 21 and 19. The life lead there for Ultra, but barely, just by 1. 28 seconds to go, time will stop. Onto the point. Working at A, it's up to Scrap. He's got a couple in front, can't deal with it.
Yep, gets taken down. Of course, Hixie there, though, for at least with the trade. And I mean, if you're Ultra Academy, you got to look at Dave Petty, though. Look at him in fire. He's waiting for this play. So that is B, and the extra time secured. And if your team exposed, numbers. You got to worry about your numbers because the live advantage is 18. Now even, actually, 17-17. Dave Petty, huge right here. As he can look to maybe cut off the spawns, but Scrap takes him down. And now, Ultra Academy have control.
And that's a great wipe as well. I mean, look at the spread on the minimap. Ultra have so much room to work with. And off spawn, if you're exposed and you're not ready for these gunfights, it's going to be a tough round to win, given you're already down about 2. You got a minute to go and a lot of ground to cover. Already, though, gunfights happening towards the train tracks. And we'll see if Scrap can find anything in fire. No, it will not happen. Venom wins another, and they're keeping numbers up. Exposed have reinforcements if they need it. They certainly will try to make this break happen. There's a couple extra nades fly through, and Dab Patty's still alive. But whether or not the break happens through Secret, or it comes through P1, it's up to Dave Patty and company. Finally, here comes the push.
Yep, and that's Assault taking him down. So still holding the line now. There's 30 seconds left. And like you said, maybe they'll send a player over towards fire, maybe not, just decide maybe a frontal all-assault push.
Yeah, you got to do it now.
Would work, but yeah, they don't have a lot of time. Maybe it would be Dave Patty to go around, and you see him double steps kind of working around for the pinch, but there's only 14 seconds left. They don't have enough time.
And look at the spawn out for Fellow. I mean, he spawns so far away, so again, it is a foot race with 7 seconds. You're hoping, what, he 1v4s his way into the point? I don't think it's going to happen, but it's potentially possible. Not with that kill, and that will be the second round. Ultra, 2 in a row. Defensively, denying a lot and keeping Exposed, like we've talked about, at arm's length, keeping them from getting set up inside the point. But how often did it seem that there were numbers certainly there for Exposed to make a play? They had 4 up. They just couldn't get themselves forward and progress further onto the point. And from there, Ultra were happy to sit ready and waiting.
Absolutely, absolutely. And when you look at Dave Patty too, obviously he's 4-12. They need a little bit more slaying power there. But Ultra Academy is just, they're setting up, they're committing to those plays, and they're executing. And it just came down to that attacking round, right? They started off so strong in their attacking round that carrying that momentum into the defense looked strong throughout. So similar to what we saw round 1, the play to go towards B for Team Exposed. Got 2 members there. Excuse me. Ultra Academy, stop the push. 2 members there for Ultra Academy.
Ultra looked like one of the best, if not the best, control teams today. They've been clinical, so if you can't stop this push here, if you're Exposed and you have no idea how you're going to approach this next round, you better start crossing your fingers at the hard point, because it has not gone your way. Hixie's been on a roll. 18-6 for him, and the pressure continues. Building more progress inside A. First tick locked up. B almost done as well. You're looking at a potential extra minute. That's around 2:20. They could put on the board to orchestrate a hit together. And with these constant wipes from Ultra Academy, it's going to be so difficult, even off spawn, to have numbers around for a challenge, let alone a contest. Now it comes down to the decision making. If you are Exposed, you have to commit to B A is going nowhere, and you only got one tick you work through.
Yeah, that is so crazy for Ultra Academy to capture A right off the bat, but that's exactly what they did. They separated the push, they over-flooded and overwhelmed the numbers, and then you see Team Exposed having to flood through Riverside, but look at where Assault is. He's forcing the spawn out, so that could be it. That's it. Ultra Academy, that's GG's. Quick, clean sweep 3-0 on the Berlin control.
I mean, we thought that the Ultra versus aim control was bad. That was even worse. Ultra just smoked Exposed in about 5 minutes.
I really wasn't expecting
that. Was a control game that was about 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, Exposed got nothing set up. They oftentimes, when Ultra would elect to go B off the start, like we've seen many teams do, there was no response. Even in the end, you're thinking, okay, somebody has to contest. Scrap's the only one in. He's playing by himself with an automaton inside the hill, or inside the point, and no one was around. They were constantly losing the numbers to get into the point. That was like...
That was complete domination. And
oh my God.
It was hard too, of course, because in terms of just being able to set up, it seems like Dave Petty could never get anything going.
Yeah.
And I mean, even from that first attacking round.
Hixie started on a 4-2 run, 2 kills in a row, and was able to rally that into, I believe it was around a 4-kill spree before he jumped into the point. But when you're splitting that many different resources, you have 2 hitting at a site at a time, and you're not able to quickly counter that if you're exposed. I mean, how often were Ultra sitting with Hixie inside A, everybody else at B, and Hixie was there for what, 20 seconds?
Yeah.
And there was no one around to clear out the point?
Not to mention you had Assault who was controlling spawns, right? So essentially, after they captured A, like immediately, what do? They send somebody Riverside to block that, to essentially force the spawn out, towards closer to P1, so they can quickly just get river control of that side and capture B. Easy.
The rare times we would see someone try to overextend towards the train tracks, and you're looking at the likes of Venom to meet that challenge. It was oftentimes Hixie who was more than happy to not only do the dirty work at the point, but be one of the first ones out on a rotation. And when he overextends, there was no immediate countermeasure from Exposed. And that's the problem, is that there were opportunities here, sure, but you don't even get the easy opportunities to be able to respond when you're just getting blown out of the point. It was so often that Ultra just had their way. We thought the Gavutu was bad. Like, we thought the Gavutu was like, oh my God, Ultra's here. This is like, yeah, we want the championship, and we better hurry up for the next 3 weeks because Champs is right around the corner. This is a scary control team. Let's go to the maps.
Like I said, Spaceman, for Team Exposed, they had to win, I feel like, that first map. They had to win the Tuscan. But at least they did the search. But regardless, now as we go into this, Gavutu Hardpoint.
Well, we saw a Gavutu Hardpoint an hour ago, and I'm going to tell you, Ultra looked pretty damn good. However, the first Hardpoint was much closer, and I think that might play more of a factor here in this series.
Yeah, this is going to be like an AR's world. Of course, you got Clayster, you got Dave too, of course, on a more comfortable map. But either which way, yes, it's going to be really about those battles. Of course, as we saw earlier, holding P3, P4.
Here's the interesting thing. Gavutu's coming up. We know what the X Factor is going to be. We know so far of what Assault can do towards the beachfront. We know what Hixie's been able to do early on in Hardpoints, like we've seen today. This is where we had that discussion about Dave Patty, kind of at that number 4 spot, right? If he's going to hold down the back line, Venom and Fellow are the 2 keys for Exposed going into this Hardpoint. Venom's going to do what Venom does constantly, but Fellow needs to be able to break up a lot of the holds, or at least contest the first couple of holds for what Ultra bring to the table. Because Fellow's going to be the key to victory here. It's not going to be Clay, it's not going to be Venom. Fellow is going to be the one that can help cut down some of those resonance patterns that Ultra have when they start getting into a swing of a hard point. If Ultra just have their way with a lot of these hills on rotation like they did in that first game, GG's, the series is over. But Fellow can absolutely be the one to turn the series on its head.
And you think who do you think he needs to take down then?
If Hixie's going to be the first one in terms of a sub presence, then yes.
Yep.
Fellow has to be the one to respond.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. Off to the races. And it's Ultra Academy. Assault with the first blood and on the point.
It's going to be a fun one. Game number 4. 2-1 series lead for Ultra. And Hixie could very well be the MVP of this series so far, the way he's been playing. But early on, a couple of trades for both teams. Back and forth, we go into P1. About a 20-point lead, cut down to around 10. Good response so far from Exposed, but not enough on this P1 for us to get any semblance of how this game will go. Pinstripes all around, but as of now, it's Exposed in the point before Ultra break again.
Yeah, good hold there for Ultra Academy, and the rotations, of course, coming through for the LST shift, which Team Exposed don't have control over yet, but Dave Patty pushing through green. He would be maybe the first one for the first engagement. You see Hixie. We mentioned him having to be taken down, so at least there's some control on the green side, and the Flood's going to come through from all angles, from middle, from green. Team exposed, looking to break that LST ship. Ultra Academy have a huge Ultra lead right now.
Venom is 0-4 to start, so if you're Ultra, you're going to capitalize on this slow start from that opposite sub, and if that's the case, you could build yourself an 80-point lead very quickly in this game, knowing how dominant they are under the ship, and where Scrap can have an absolute field day with Assault working towards the top boat. Early on in transitions, these counter swings from the ARs that have just been so deadly for Ultra, and they have continued that pressure. However, towards the top, it is Venom and Clay trying to work together. Clay will fall, but not before Venom does find a kill. And with that, you try to slow some of this bleeding. Around 20 seconds, you can still fight over. Scrap time should go to Exposed, but Hixie not letting him have it for free.
And that's something that we saw during that AIM Esports game. Like, we saw Ultra Academy, even though they lost control over P2, which almost looked like Hixie got it back, but they decided to just give it up and rotate early. And that's kind of one of the things that you see start to set up. You see Assault doing just that, but it's Team Exposed. Venom able to pick things up, get two, and at least flip the spawn.
You think maybe Assault wins that gunfight. All of a sudden, there's a chance for Ultra to string this hill together, but a great hold on that back spawn from Exposed, and they keep themselves involved and invested in this hardpoint. Assault on the beachfront, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Numbers certainly around, but for Ultra, it's going to take a lot more than one AR on the outwing. 3 and 5 start for him. Now a tie game lead back there for Exposed.
And you mentioned Venom kind of slowing it down, but look at that. He sped things up 7 and 7 now to at least secure a little bit of time here, but the flood through front breach is coming through for Ultra Academy NA, and Assault is the last one alive there. Excuse me, him and Vehicle, the last two alive there, do clear out the point from the front. And now 20 seconds left. This is not a bad spot to be in because you have control over P4. You really just got to swing it over towards boat and lock down middle, and you'll be all set.
Yeah, and now that you've had pressure into the point and Venom's starting to get online, you've afforded yourself the real estate to push out towards P1, towards mid-map, and try to take those gunfights getting ready for the rotation. Fortunately, they do fall, but at least it is worth noting that the positives are there, and Exposed are putting themselves in better situations to potentially string this game along to better money hills. Now it comes down to P4, we set up early with, it seems like Ultra for now. We'll see how the break potentially unfolds as Glacier trying to work his way through the back. Spawns should be there for Ultra, but it's player number 3, that's Vehicle. He actually gets spawns towards the lower boat, so now you're going to get pressure from behind, and Glacier wasn't ready for that read, and because of it, Ultra do get the break.
And that's the thing, Vehicle actually was set up at both the whole entire time. Glacier snuck through, and he was able to take down one, but Glacier deciding not to take the challenge, try to go for the break and make some damage, but either which way, not deeming successful. Ultra Academy now, still hold on, Scrap starting to zone forwards, gets 2, and look at Hixie wrapping around the beach thinking, hey, I'm going to P5, see ya.
Yeah, Ultra's given Exposed a little bit of room to work, but not enough to breathe with, and because of that, they have managed a lot of these different cuts and off timings very well. That's why the lead has gone back in their way, and it's not just been a 15-point swing. We're looking at, again, another 40-point lead for Ultra, where all of a sudden, they're starting to walk their way through this game. Now, it comes down to being able to slow that momentum if you're Exposed, and all of that happens inside this next hill. Glacier, the first one inside P5. We'll see what he can do.
Yep, and looking to break, you see Vehicle, Beach, Scrap through the front, does get taken down, but that bow control still in control for Team Exposed. And, well, the break is coming through green side. The kills in favor of Ultra Academy. Scrap from top does deem successful, and it looks like Ultra able to break on through the back. So, successful to the front. The boat spawn still for Team Exposed, but at least Ultra Academy able to get on through. Now 30 seconds left on this hill.
I mean, once Glacier went down, once Dave Patty went down, there was really no one else around in position to help for Exposed, and Ultra are more than happy to not only win the battle at range, but if they take you out of the point, they're not necessarily forced to go and get that time. They'll play the neutral as long as they hold the lead like they've been doing, and with that, Glacier, 8 and 13, trying to get himself back in the swing of things. We go back to P1. Last time, it was pretty mixed. I believe Ultra did have around a 20-point lead before things kind of evened out in the end. But as of now, if you're Exposed, this is where the start needs to happen. This is where the run has to begin. You have to start chaining some of these hills together, and maybe that does come through the sub pressure that's clearly been inside as Venom has turned it around. Glacier now flying out towards the front of the hill, so he's going to get that information early on, which would give time for players like Fellow, players like Dav Patty to get back into the point, but it just comes down to whether the subs stay alive, and with Glacier dropping and Venom dropping, it's going to be so much more difficult for Exposed to find this P1.
Absolutely, but they are getting a little decent amount of time. Of course, those mid pushes are being taken down. Assault was last time, and now he's there waiting on the stairs. It's Dave Petty that takes him down again. So holding on to this P1, Team Exposed looking pretty good at doing so. So we always saw the early rotations coming through towards that LSD ship, but both teams are still fighting strong towards this first hill.
Everybody slows it down. MP40 in the hands of Venom. Letting Hixie know, don't challenge me that. Once more, continuing on. towards the top of the boat. We've seen Vico here before. We've also seen Assault in a similar spot. We've seen Scrap in a similar spot. But as trades continue to fall and Exposed find 3 more in the kill feed, another clean break for them. We talked about them just needing to have a little bit more of a consistent hold in some of these hills. On the P1s, it was scrappy enough, but it got the job done. Now you can rally that and translate it to potentially a better management of P2 than what we saw in the first couple of rotations. So far, they've been doing a pretty good job getting the opening 20.
Yes, and the break that could have potentially went through right there was Hixie wrapping around through green side. Team Exposed recognized that, and they were able to take them down. So the collapse was almost there for Ultra Academy. That would have been key, but still, at least the scrap time to be won for them is there. And now last time around, we kind of saw Team Exposed on that other opposite end getting the scrap time. Now Ultra Academy have to work and figure out how to break through for that next hill. Assault, he's going to be the leading factor to be taken down, and Clayster secures that.
Yeah, you're waiting for that read as well, because Assault's usually one of the first ARs for Ultra to rotate out and get towards the beachfront on this map mode. So you're more than happy to take that challenge. If you have numbers to throw at it, you will, and take that sacrifice. However, Clayster now on a roam, starting to light things up on a 3 spree of his own. And watch how he's moved from back P1 over towards green. He took down Assault. It's this constant spread that Clay provides that all of a sudden gives you a chance to get this lead right back. At 20 and 15 for Venom inside the point, he will get naded into oblivion. And a break once more for Ultra, but how long will it last before it immediately fells back into the point?
Yeah, Vico in the back right there on P3. He was the one that could have given the catalyst to breaking this hill, but still holding on. Clayster's on a 4 streak right now, completely popped up between the last P2 and this one, just running around through middle, getting off those cuts, and, well, still, that was a really good hold for Team Exposed. The rotation not successful, but Venom, he's going to be the one that actually encounters members of Ultra Academy. Does take down Vico. Has one more he's dancing around with as it's Scrap looking for the kill. Does take him down. So Ultra Academy, at least, even though Team Exposed came on the back foot, they have control over P4.
Yeah, I mean, even though Exposed did get 3 dead, you're still worried about the second wave and then the third, given where this hill's positioned. So Ultra, not stressed by any stretch of the imagination, but it is worth noting that this P4 could very well decide this game. Whether or not Exposed do get 40, 45 seconds, if Ultra can just string this hill back right into a P5 break like they did last time, they might walk away with this game, let alone the series. Exposed have to have some of their best hardpoint runs so far on this hill. They got to deal with Hixie, though. Oh, my God, he is not missing. Continuing on, Purple in the kill feed, and now it's right off spawn for Exposed. They got to find a break.
Yep, and look at that. The beach side is actually the opening that they could look to break here. Is you see members of Exposed going through, but Vico, Scrap, Assault, they all make the plays for the stop. So now they're quickly going to rotate. You see Vico already set up top LST ship, but does get taken down either which way. Scrap's there for the pickup immediately, and this is kind of what we saw similar to that Amy Sports game. They really took it away with P4 and cheating into P5.
This is a tough
Seems like it's happening right now.
It's so tough for Exposed because you're so far away for even a contest. You would have loved to maybe put a foot in the point just to slow it from being a 2-10 game. The fact that now we're at this point, you win on scrap time alone if you're Ultra, and they know that. So they're probably not too worried about getting pushed out because, well, you have a chance just to contest and win it off that. But here comes 2 kills for Clay. That can help to open things up, and now the swing potential, but Ultra responding very quickly. The Automaton taking out everybody. Clayster put in the dirt. Assault up next. Dave Patty, a victim in the wing. Goodbye. Assault on a 4 spree.
The ARs for Ultra Academy are just locking down every single cut, and Scrap still on the point is going off. He's on a 6 streak, so if he can actually solidify streaks right here, but it doesn't matter because Assault's about to earn them.
Yep.
So either which way, he's rotating over to the hill. 25 seconds left. This can be win conditions right here if they hold all this time, but they got to think about P1, of course.
And that's the thing, even if you put one member in the point like they did, if you get broken, given the lead, you can win off scrap time alone. They're more than happy just to keep numbers on the outside and try to win that rotation through the numbers. It's 226 to 200. What could come down to this final P1, Exposed, looking to keep numbers alive for as long as possible. You would love it, 27 and 23. But Vico will fall. Venom, Fellow, finding 2. A quality hold, and if you're Ultra, it's going to come down to that green cut. You're going to need at least 3 up to be able to make this push.
Yeah, they definitely have to utilize their nades, but Venom, he's on a 5 streak, and that was huge from him to secure the spawns for Team Exposed as they're still winning the gunfight still. So now swinging the lead back in their favor. There's only 33 seconds left on this point, but my goodness, what is happening?
Oh, they can't break. They're getting gunned. There's nowhere to go at mid-map, but wait a minute, the hold is still here for Exposed. It's 235 to 227. Ultra trying to build the lead back with 20 to go. Both teams can win it here, but if it contests for any longer, we might be going to rotation. Dave Patty trying to stay alive.
Shots ring out, able to find one, maybe two. He has to contest, he's got no choice. And he absolutely guns Hixie into the point. 6 seconds to go. You only need 10, but the rotation down to Clayster.
Clayster here, he has to worry about Vickle, and he takes down Vickle and Assault from Venom and Clayster on the rotational kill. So now the point is open. There is only 5 seconds left. They just have to hold on here. Scrap would be the one to break through, but they get taken down. And Team Exposed, Dave Petty just went off. Win it! 250 to 232. The comeback.
What in the world is this series? Man, I love it. Call of Duty is a hell of a thing.
Is this what it's like to cast on land?
This is what land's like. It's a hell of an environment. All of a sudden, what looked like an Ultra runaway, we had a discussion in the middle of this series about this is the time on this P1 or P2, regardless, whatever one you would talk about. This is the time to start chaining these together because it's going to come down to P4. Now, granted, Exposed didn't get a lot of time on P4, but what they did very well is once they got out to P5, they were able to hold for a little bit, get some extra time, soak that up, and they were an iron wall when it came to that third rotation. They didn't let anybody from Ultra get past mid-map.
Literally, I was so, like, on that last rotation right there, you know, who was key for Team Exposed to secure even that P1 time was Venom. Because there was 3 members of Ultra Academy that were on the rotation, but he picked up 3. That literally solidified that hill right then and there to even just run away with that, because I thought Ultra was going to win it right there.
I mean, every sign pointed towards an Ultra win, but in the end, it was the composure and the resilience in the game plan from Exposed that started to kick into gear finally when the game was getting down the stretch, and because of that, we saw the resurgence from Venom. We saw Fellow get a couple of big kills, and this crucial 2-piece from Dave Patty in the point cannot be overstated enough. If he doesn't get that, this is probably a much closer game than 250-232, but the fact that Dave Patty was able to find both and keep P1 alive and keep himself alive to get them back onto the rotation was absolutely massive. Clayster, 24-28, Venom leading his team so far at 31-25, and the other side, Scrap had a hell of a game. But it was just a collective effort from Exposed down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely, collectively. I mean, you saw all members essentially picking up cuts, and even Clayster at one point was just roaming around the map, getting kills, getting picks just as easily. So, as a whole, individually, yes, they all just did such a great job at keeping that composure. And of course, that last rotation, my goodness, Venom and Dave Patty, that was crazy.
Well, it's only fair that this series goes 5. We had talked about it potentially could go 5. We thought it really would go 5, and guess what? It's going 5, so we're smart. Listen, this has been a ridiculously good best of 5 so far, and what we have seen, at least Desert Siege, I guess we want to call it an anomaly in the sample size, because today, as of now, 0-2 for Toronto Ultra. They have not been successful on. However, it's not the final map. I think we can take a look at the maps of the layout of this series. I would like to see, again, a quick refresher of what that final map will be, because given kind of the structure of how this has worked, you would think the momentum with that respawn win is now on the side of Exposed, but we've also seen that Ultra are very, very good in S&D. However, all those things thrown out the window because who knows how it'll play out. It's Berlin. I mean, Ultra looked good on Berlin, but it was a 6-2 win on Desert Siege for Exposed. But then again, Ultra are not looking great on Exposed. Or on Desert.
Throw it out the window.
So much.
Throw
There's
it out
so
the
much.
window. I'm telling you, you can't rack your brain.
There's so much.
Yeah, there's so much stuff going on, and of course we saw those snipes, right? Scrap, Clayster, that's what I'm going to be anticipating. Maybe if we'll see some of that, but regardless, I know Berlin, of course, the fast strategy towards B, or, you know, maybe switching up towards A. Either which way, I'm really going to be looking forward towards, like, Venom. I mean, he went crazy in the Desert Siege. Can he do it in this Berlin?
I think it's entirely possible. And that's going to be all the analysis I give you. Let's get into the fly-through. I'm excited for this one.
You just want to watch the game.
I do. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I want to watch the game. Berlin. S&D coming up, Game 5. Winner moves on. Loser, well, you have 2 lives. You go down the lower bracket, but what? I mean, you're telling me that the #1 team is being pushed to a Game 5 against the dynamic duo of Clay and Fellow. My heart is so full. And Venom and Dave Patty. Dave Patty, of course, the recent addition to the squad. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he brings a lot of leadership too to the squad. Like when I was watching these guys scrim, like you hear him, like he's calling out, you go here, you go there. Like Dave Patty, he's got the fire lit, and even after that, coming off that Berlin, not doing the best, he definitely picked it up. Wants to take it here, secure that spot.
He could secure himself potentially a first blood, but V-Cool was trying to get a little overly aggressive. He will get punished for it. Bomb going down. Here comes Scrap. This is a dangerous read with a sniper, but my goodness, if it pays off, I will scream. Venom into the play. Finding one. 3v1. Just going to stick the defuse. And 3v nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's quick.
Clinical, fast, and expected. Clayster there, of course, awaiting inside the office, just gets the first pick.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you talk about Clayster and his S&D stats, man, stage 4, he was sitting at a 1.25.
He was excellent stage 4.
Excellent with his search and destroy. I mean, across the board, too. Hardpoint controls, but waiting for that defuse, of course. Second up a little bit of extra.
Get the dead silence back.
Dead silence time, yeah. There you go. Nice little play.
Nice little
Team
round.
Exposed,
It's a
take
nice
it.
little round.
Yeah. Nice and easy.
Nice and easy round.
To be expected, though, right?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, that's now, not that this has ever been a math thing or it's ever been a conversation, but I'm going to start it. That's now 7 rounds to 2 in this series for S&D for Exposed. So, I mean, and just looking at their consistency in this game mode, Dave Patty obviously brings a level of quality that they didn't have prior, but this team is so excellent in S&D, and it very well might win them, not the championship, but a chance to get that far. We'll see how it plays out as Assault will find first blood.
And look at that bomb. Bomb swinging over towards A now. And Venom there with Fellow, essentially. They only have to take it down equal.
Yeah, but they can't see him inside, and that's going to be the big thing. Is Fellow is going to check. Still alive. Fellow, he's right around the corner. Successful for his efforts. 2 in a row for him. Goodbye, Venom. 2v2. 50 seconds to go.
Fellow's going to stick the plant towards A now. And the break attempt here from Ultra Academy is going to be a decision to wrap around. But Dave Patty laying down and waiting. Okay, they didn't see him. He was Houdini. Takes him down just as easy. 2-0.
Clay's talking so much on the stage, and I'm so happy. I love it.
Missed this.
Letting them know.
That was really it. I mean, Dave Patty just sitting in that angle, man. Takes down a couple. Fellow and Dave Patty both on 2 now. Plant was off. Team Exposed, kind of similar to that Desert Siege. Looking off, looking strong. All members of Ultra Academy, don't have a kill except for Assault. It's crazy.
Assault's now leading the charge. Flipping the script of game 2 on its head, but everybody else still trying to find their first. And there they will go. Vikul opening it up. Response there from Exposed. And very quickly, what was an opening push towards A now becomes a full Ultra Academy tent. As they have gone camping, they have a bomb planted, maybe not. They get it off in time anyway. 2v1 for Fellow.
But how did he get away with
If
his
he
life?
clutches this, I swear to everything, this would demoralize Ultra. Almost more than any close respawn will. This is a huge round.
But look where Ultra's set up, though. Fellow, he has a submachine gun. He's 3-0 right now, yes, but he doesn't have a lot of time. He doesn't know where any of these members are.
Yep.
And they're posted on the other opposite side. But a little bit of information at least where one is. So do you just stick the plant or run away, play your lives, maybe pick up an auto baton, but there's not enough time.
You gotta hunt kills. Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
hunt kills given just where the bomb is, knowing that no one's around the site. There's clearly a play there, and for Ultra, it's a big round. I know it was a 2v1, it was a 3v1 originally, but you can never count those away. And there's a huge round for Ultra. Going into round number 4.
Exactly. They did not want to go up 3-0, go down 3-0 like they did
God.
last time. So that was huge.
Yep. If you're just joining us, first of all, you missed a lot. Welcome in. It's Ultra NA versus Team Exposed. Tied up 2-2 like you can see on your screen. This game 5's been pretty clinical from both sides when they found those round wins. However, the respawns have been absolutely nuts. Venom on your screen. On the opposite side, off screen, it was Dave Patty finding that first blood. Assault will punish him for it. Bomb getting planted momentarily. It will go down. 40 seconds to play with here if you're Ultra.
Yep. Can he get a pick here? Pixie still not on the board. Does take down Fellow, so now at least it's 1. But the lives in the favor now. The trades are coming through. Dave Patty's last alive. And, well, now make it a 1v1. 25 seconds left.
You got to defend it if you're Ultra, but it's up to Dave Patty to make the play here. 18 seconds. And that'll be it. Okay. Keep it moving. Round by round.
Round by round, that's basically it.
That's the
Different
extent
factor
of my
here.
analysis, is round by round.
Round by round. But realistically, at least Ultra Academy, they have some, numbers on the board now. And yeah, 2 versus 2, 2-2. 2 versus 2, not 2 versus 2, 2-2. The bomb, we've seen them play aggressively towards A so many times, and it looks like they're going to stick it actually yet again.
It's going to be up to Vigo to find that first blood. If he slides in, you might catch Venom, but he doesn't. Well, granted, you do trade out, so it kind of works out for Ultra's way, but whether or not the bomb goes down quickly could very much decide this round. Working on the backside, it will be Hixie. Dave Patty cuts down Scrap, and Hixie, taking a little bit too long to get into this play, but now that he's there, he might get spotted. 3v2, he got fellow Dave Patty and Clay all up. And on the outside, I mean, Assault either has to rotate to get into pinch, or he has to team up with Hixie, and I don't think the latter's possible.
He's got to wait. Hixie, essentially, he knows that there's members there in the front.
Yep.
He's making sure that he's not getting pinched, but yeah, Assault, he's going to be the playmaker here. And there's only 35 seconds left to work with, but at least some anticipation from Team Exposed. You see Clayster, he's going to be the one at least looking for those steps that anticipates this push.
Hixie's going in. He's just making the play. He's going to get bomb as well, but you will lose Assault in the process, and I was thinking maybe he'll get bomb and just try to run through mid and get Dox, but instead Assault falls. Like we just said, one round at a time for both teams. Back and forth we go. It was a 2-0 lead to start this S&D. A response from Ultra. A round at a time for Exposed. 3 rounds away. Exposed are 3 rounds away from sending the #1 seed down the lower bracket.
Can they do it? Can they do it? Their defenses have been looking phenomenal. But can Ultra Academy answer back here? You see Clayster too, of course, watching the mid-map. But look at this. You only have one member. You have Assault now over at the A site. And Fellow actually opens up the secret door, and he spots members of Ultra Academy flooding through P2. So isolation already. They have control over A. That looks like it could be the round, but we'll see.
And Clayster's going to see him. Oh, maybe not. Well, they saw Clay for sure. And yeah, he's going to pull Vico away from the play.
Yep.
And it just gives more time for Exposed to get back together, to have that information available for when they go for these challenges like they're doing now. Absolutely smoked. Exposed. Round number 4 to them. Or the 4th round, I should say. As we will now head to round 7 in this game 5. 4-2 lead. Surely it doesn't end 6-2 again. Please tell me it's not going to happen.
I don't know what happened to Dave Patty, but that Berlin control, okay, didn't do the best, right? But that open,
they got smoked in Berlin. Yeah.
Literally turned it around in the opening, the last couple hills on that hard point, and then it's like he has just been lights out since then. He's on a 5 streak right now. If he gets those streaks this round, I think that might be it. I think we might see another 6-2.
Yeah, if Dave gets streaks.
They got to turn off Ultra Academy, though.
Brother.
They're swinging
If you
the
don't
bomb.
believe in something, start praying.
Yeah.
My goodness. Unbelievable. There we go. Assault flying in. And quickly, Fellow does find the first blood. Here come the nades to follow up with it. It's a 3-on-3. So much chaos towards mid-map, and Dave finds his 6th. 9-2 for him. Assault might get lucky to stop this streak. Dave's going to play his life here. And Assault may or may not chase. I would tend to assume you try to play as long as possible. Uh-oh.
But yeah.
Assault could breed.
That's it. That's a good read from Assault there, though, at least. But Vico taking down Dave Petty was huge. Now Venom is the last alive Ultra Academy, holding on by a margin. But my goodness, that looked scary there, even though Fellow had the first blood.
And they take the streak out, too.
Yeah,
and that's why you heard him get so loud, because they knew how big this round was. Not only you don't want to go down 5-2, obviously, but keeping the game within a round and keeping Dave Patty off streaks. Now it's all neutral. Now you don't have to worry about immediately getting traded. If you have numbers, if you're losing numbers, you could still play through the round. You can draw these things out and keep the gunfights at bay.
Team Exposed, man, and that's something that they've been doing so well is like getting out of those gunfights. You see Fellow do it, you see Dave Patty do it, like essentially saving their life. They are doing that so well and manipulating, but looks like a hit towards A. You see Dave Patty is tucked away watching for any type of flank rotation through that riverside, and if they can take down Vico, that could be it.
I think Hixie was waiting for Venom, like the opposite sub where he would meet that challenge on the docks. It never came. And with that, you have Dave Patty just potentially waiting for a read. So as the gunfights happen on the other side of the screen, Venom does eventually find a kill, but now Dave Patty has to rotate, and he's going to get caught. It was better positioning from Ultra, and that is a perfect round win from Ultra. They were waiting for the challenge from Venom. It never happens, and because of it, they're able to bait out Dave Patty. They're able to get in position to win these trades. And they just completely caught Exposed off guard. That was masterful.
And
that was beautiful.
Such a discipline too from Vico, of course, because if he wasn't alive right there at the end, that could have been a completely different play. But yes, such a good job, Ultra Academy now evening up the odds 4-4, and Vico on a 4 streak, of course, but baiting each other out. That has kind of been the key here for both of these teams, because, like, man, it's just kind of the same thing with the S&D before. It's really just clinical from both sides, and, well, we've seen a successful wrapped over here towards B, but if they can do it again.
What could have been a 5-3 game with streaks is now a 4-4 game with a streak going for Vico. This is turned around quickly. 9-4 for Dave Patty. He has been carrying Exposed through this game 5. That's first blood, though, for Ultra yet again. Fellow will drop. And now scrambling to get numbers back into the play. Ultra start to make their move towards Secret.
Yep, and they have to worry about Venom. I think Venom got a little bit of information, though, that the door was open, so at least he spots one, but he's going to trigger Discipline and maybe spot out a couple. But Scrap does take him alive now. Clayster's last alive in a 1 versus 3. The bomb is down.
Well, once Venom was on the hunt, he had to play. He had no choice but to roam. Clayster, a huge 1v3, but crossed from all angles. One more round. Ultra working their way back in this game 5 in this S&D. They lose a heartbreaking hardpoint. But none of it matters right now. They are 1 round away from a ridiculous win.
Oh my goodness. It was literally 4-2, and Ultra just won 3 straight rounds back to back. My goodness. Can they close it, though? That is the question. But Clayster, and that's the thing, too. Ultra have to defend.
Positioning's just been better from Ultra.
Yep.
It's just been entirely better, and it was that huge round where they were able to bait out Dave Patty, and Venom never came up for the challenge. However, throw all that stuff out the window. Fellow does find first blood, and Clayster stays alive. That nade might meet him, but not before Venom finds a kill. It's a 4v2, and we are primed for a round 11 with bomb going down at B. However, Vico does have something to say about it.
And that's the thing, though, with this bomb going down at B, like, they're going to question, all right, where are these members at? At least maybe Vico has some information where Clayster is, but nothing connects.
Assault, oh my god, Assault. If he finds Fellow or Clay, if he finds Clay, this is the round here. Ultra, from a 4v2 to a 2-on-2. Fellow's got nowhere to go. He's getting shot through the wall.
Dave Patty, though. Dave Patty.
20 seconds to go. Dave Patty in a 1v2. He's got Assault in the wing. He's got him in his sights. He takes down Assault. Now he's got a challenge, but he won't. Ultra, get it done. Vico, ridiculous on the site. The defuse, the round, the game, series, Ultra.
Oh my God, Chase, man, that was absolutely insane. Like, my goodness. Numbers 2 again. It was a first blood to Fellow, but you hear the screams. You hear Ultra. They just won 4 back-to-back rounds straight. I mean, Exposed, they were up 4-2, and it kind of looked like the similar, like the Desert Siege. Just round by round, being up 3-0, but Ultra, they stop it, and the curse. It didn't happen.
4-2 with streaks. 4-2 with streaks? How do Ultra do it, man? How do they do it? This is #1 seed for a reason. Granted, Exposed played a ridiculously good series. That cannot be overstated enough. They played a phenomenal series. But Ultra, the questions now started to arise in the S&D with how bad they looked in Game 2. One of the clutchest performances in those final 2 rounds. And that read, I forget what round it is. That game was crazy. That read we saw just getting Dave Patty out of position and making sure you didn't get baited into a Venom push. It was huge. It was absolutely huge. And Ultra, 10 kills for Assault. That's why. That's why they picked him up. This is the reason. That is why they did it.
This is why right here. We've mentioned that, right? Like, their clutch factors in Search and Destroy, that could solidify their wins. And, I mean, championship form, this is what they want. They're looking pretty good. But, my goodness, I mean, that's something that they've always done so well, too, is just baiting each other out. The chemistry. I mean, if you want to like blame it on that, maybe they have better chemistry, but like no, either which way, they're looking so dominant.
I feel like this entire year has just been the conversation of who's the core 3, and every time you think you're gonna get Ultra on the back ropes,
Vico.
They don't do it at all. Here's the recap of the series. It was Ultra taking Game 1 on Tuscan 250-213, then following it up with a Desert Siege blowout from Team Exposed. Wasn't really close by any stretch. Then we followed that with another non-close Game 3. It was the Berlin Control where Ultra just smoked Exposed. And then one of the closer hardpoints and more exciting ones we've seen all day. But in the end, Ultra caught some of the blows on the chin. They dealt with the pressure. They caught the hook. They responded. They got back to the corner, and they did what they do best. finding a way to win and converting their game plan into just incredible positioning and decision-making down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you really think about this, too, this could have been completely different. I mean, it could have been a 3-1 win to Exposed. It really came down to that opening Hardpoint, as we said, like that Tuscan. It really came down to just a couple of key plays, a hill, and man, it's crazy how things can just change so fast, Spaceman, in this game. Insane.
Things can change so fast in Call of Duty, but Vanguard has a special talent for just being absolutely chaotic. Well, with that said, and as I try to make sense of what the hell just happened, let's make sense of the bracket. Here we go, because this one is what it all comes down to. Ultra Academy North America move on to the winners finals, and we will see them tonight. So if you're sticking around for more matches, continue to do so, because we will have them for the final match tonight. Up next, it will be Electrify Still versus Ultra Academy EU. We could have an Ultra winners final, which that's going to be a brain breaker. But down in the lower bracket, it's Ironblood Gaming, AIM Esports versus Team War, another massive one we will be keeping our eyes on. Ellen, looking at the bracket, how it's played out, has anything been uncharacteristic for you?
Well, I mean, there is a couple of upsets. We know, like, if you're talking about in terms of, like, the pro point standings, which I know, like, for champs, that's obviously anticipated. We don't see Rocker here. And they were one of the leading, at least in Europe, you know, top 4 in the pro point standings. So, I mean, I know across the board with all of these squads, people are thinking about champs. They just want to win. And it's just taking it series by series. I'm really anticipating the next game. And you know, Boston Academy, they actually sent home Timeless Stadium Gersh.
They did.
So that was you, Cryptic Kaiser, and John. But either which way, Boston now, I believe they secured that spot into round 7. So they actually, into the reach, will be playing Ironblood Gaming.
Boston is making a small run. I tweeted out earlier. I seen Sensor this morning. He's going crazy.
You might get your wish.
I might get my wish.
Win.
I really might. That's my wish. And again, we want to once more shout out Gersh and Standy for supporting a team and bringing them to challengers. And you know, even with the result, it was a hell of a performance. But it also is worth noting, we talked on it just a second ago. That's a great mask. Rocker had to have a great weekend. For this team of that magnitude, the Rocker Academy team, they had to have a good weekend. We were hoping maybe like top 6. They bowed very early, and that will really hurt their chances coming champs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm really curious to see at least who gets their ticket secured and punched into the finals. But either which way, love the Boston Breach mask, customized mask. If you guys are here, we gotta make sure you
it's a good mask.
Man, it's so awesome.
I have a non-painted one, but I will take it. Either way, it's a very nice mask. We might
actually cast finals in this. You know, just have them on the whole entire time.
Too much passion in there. But
that's too much.
It was a great series. It's going to be a great one coming up next. You guys don't want to miss it. When we continue on after the break, we'll get into our next winners finals or winners match. Excuse me. We'll see you guys in a sec.
EU, it's us. We're back. You're back. Challengers just really never went anywhere. It's still here. And we've got winners semifinal numero dos coming up. That means number 2 in Spanish in case you weren't following along. I hold shift with me proper. You like that? I'm multilingual. Bilingual.
I don't even speak English fully.
That's
I don't believe this anymore.
I
I don't believe this anymore. Yeah, DJ, I mean, Challengers, you're not wrong. It's still here. It has been bumping. I almost wish that we could just bottle up all of the explosion that was just happening on the main floor and just feed it to you, because I want to drink it later on tonight. It has been electric throughout the entirety of Helix Esports today.
Not a lot of teams remaining, and we talked about it a lot kind of at the top of the broadcast and throughout the entirety of the day, how important this event is towards potentially champs or LCQ seeding, which we haven't really talked a lot about, but for teams like Glacier City we just saw, they came in as like the 20th seed overall into this tournament. Of course, that's internationally, but you want to put yourself in the top 8 in your own region, so some work to be done there, see what they can do in the lower bracket, but we keep our focus with what's going on with our final teams in the upper bracket. Of course, you already heard the introduction about it. We're going to see Electrify Steel back on the main stage, this time taking Ultra Academy EU on, and I think the interesting thing kind of framing up this is, as a general, very different play styles between both these two teams.
Yes, it is. I mean, you go back to just Ultra Academy EU, like, as a whole, right? You know, you pick up Wee Man, it kind of helps out with like a little bit of tempo that they were looking at, you know, comparatively to playing with Harry. Just, you know, no shade, of course. It's just the stylistic differences that Wee Man brings to that team versus Electrify Steel, again, that just love their pop presence across the map, specifically Pentagram that we saw earlier drop a 40 bomb on Tuscan.
That, I mean, I'm still saying, I'm standing by it, that was probably one of the best Tuscan hardpoint performances we've seen in Vanguard, period, this year. Just flat out. The moves he was making, the plays he was making. So, you know, you have to feel like that's going to be, you know, not replicable, but you hope that there is some life in the midst of the SMGs, because that's the biggest thing about this Ultra EU squad. When they were first formed and they stayed together and there were questions about the resiliency of this team, you never really doubted their AR ability. It always came down to what kind of speed and tempo were they going to be able to play at, and those questions re-arose last season, you know, not having the greatest finish that they were, you know, used to kind of seeing through Stage 2, 3, and 3.
Well, I mean, and again, that's former Challengers champion in Season 3 to not even make it to playoffs for Season 4. You can take a look at the screen right here, Vortex, Beans, Furious, and Wee Man. If you've been living under a rock and have been watching European Call of Duty, again, it is always just one of the biggest questions, where are the SMGs going to be? Because when Furious pops off, the rest of the team follows.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's the big catalyst, because we know what Vortex brings. He's been the most slept-on Challengers player in the history of Challengers. So
casually said, yes.
It's just every year he's the best amateur player out there, it feels like. So you know what you're going to get from him, but, you know, kind of that dynamic between Furious and Beans, two players that we kind of had stapled before this team had come together as main ARs, or at least AR favored. So that speed and tempo is going to be, I think, tested here, just due to the fact that we come off of a really hot series from Electrify Steel in the midst of them playing with high tempo. So is it going to be this slow, methodical breakdown, clinical kind of setup for Ultra EU, or are we going to get nothing but speed and aggression from Electrify Steel? Only one of those two playstyles can win out in the day.
I would really feel that the adaptations need to be there, because that's something that I did bring up when we were watching them versus 705, is that the adaptations and understanding of enemy tendencies and how to replicate that in their own play is what Electrify Steel have done so well. We saw it in Toronto, and we just saw it versus 705 earlier. We've been seeing it out through the entirety of the weekend. Their ability to change their own game style to their enemy is amazing.
Yeah, it really is. And it was funny, you know, talking with the Electrify Steel guys afterwards. Panda in particular was saying, like, do our hardpoint, it's hard to put a thumb on us, because we either start off with like 50-50 battles for like the first 4 hard points and then we blow up, or we start 0 to 80.
Yeah.
And then have to make this dramatic comeback come through. For some reason, they just, you know, an off-the-break team, it's either very successful or very unsuccessful. There's really no in between. So we'll see if that will also be part of the problem or maybe part of the solution as we start to make our way forward into the map set here for winners semifinal. A lot of history, not between these two teams in particular, but in particular talking about what they prefer. It's very clear-cut. And wouldn't you know it, I think we got exactly what we expected here proper.
Yeah, I mean, I brought this up versus 705 from Electrify Steel's perspective, is that their vetoes never change. They don't like Gavutu control, they don't like it as a hardpoint map either, and they don't want to play Tuscan Search and Destroy. So that's where you see the Tuscan 3 and 4 come back to play. But the Desert Siege was allowed to come through, and this is something that we talked about. We thought that Ultra EU were going to get rid of the Desert Siege.
Yeah.
They elected to get rid of Bocage.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a difference, especially coming off the fact that Electrify Steel just 6-0'd this map against 705, who is very good on this map.
Yeah.
And again, kind of talking to the guys behind the scenes, I asked him, I was like, how much game plan did you guys do to counter Strat 705? Because we've seen them play that map so many times throughout the season. They're like, we didn't watch any of their films. We just played the map. I was like, there's no way, dude.
That sounds like them. That does sound like them.
So we'll see if they'll get kind of more of that impromptu, come-as-you-like type of gameplay out of them again. But for Ultra EU, I think this series will look, I think, pretty darn favorable towards them, especially considering the circumstances we just talked about. Trying to keep this Electrify Steel team at arm's reach. You've got a nice open Berlin Hardpoint and a nice open Desert Siege Surge to start you off. I think if you're Ultra EU, you have to hope to start up 2-0 on these guys.
You really do. Well, I mean, the Berlin Hardpoint has been a little bit so-so in recency for them, specifically on Season 4 of the Elite. Their maps were always close. The differential isn't too far gone. But that Desert Siege is going to be very, very good for them. We have seen them turn up on that map mode combination, specifically in the First Blood category from one named Steve Vortex.
Yeah, absolutely. So those are kind of the conditions. And, well, again, as we mentioned, we'll try to give you guys verbal updates on the other matches that are happening. I know AYM and War are currently locked in, I believe. Although I think the crowd has largely dispersed from around them. So we'll see. I'll kind of give you guys updates as we hear them, literally, from the fronts of this desk
we will
here.
Hear them.
That's for sure. And then on top of that, of course, make sure you follow along with the bracket. I don't know if there's a command for it in the YouTube chat for you, but I know it's floating out there in the Twitter sphere. So definitely keep your eye on that. It's exclamation bracket. Okay, production gave me the confirmation. So make sure you do that. And then also we'll try to give you guys updates when Boston Academy goes up against Iron Blood Gaming. That's the other lower matchup in round 7 that is slated to happen. That's going to be nuts, dude.
The winner of that goes to face Clay on Team Exposed.
Come on.
I feel like I'm at a wrestling event. These narratives are just writing themselves. So it's something scripted this weekend for sure.
Yeah, dude. I'm actually low-key super rooting just to see Sensor versus Clay Part 2. Because we saw...
both of them are going to be good, too. Because, I mean, like, the
absolutely.
beat from back in Cup number 13. And then you have to take a look at, like, what was also happening throughout the Elite as well. Dude.
It's fun, man.
Yeah.
It's the narratives,
awesome.
they really do. They do write themselves, it feels like at times. So we'll see. We'll give you guys updates, but we are just about ready to go into map number 1, the winner semifinal. Berlin Hardpoint loading up. Caden Ryan still with us, giving us the pictures as we jump through this series. And I think the biggest thing about this, as much as Electrify Steel have self-admitted that, we either start off going really well, we start off down 80 points. You cannot afford against Ultra EU to start down 80 points. They will snowball you.
Yep, they will. Because there's one player that statistically loves to be involved in these snowball effects. His name is Mr. Ben Beans.
Yeah, he's pretty loud, too.
Yeah, he is.
He'll let him know.
In the map, and of course on the stage as well.
I was talking about on the stage, yeah.
No, I'm just pulling the comparison to the game. I mean, like, if Beans gets an inch, he'll run an entire mile, specifically on this map mode combination. Most of their wins in stints from piecing together hard points is because Beans is just run those routes, get it in the back, make sure the SMGs can do whatever the hell they want for free.
Yep. So we'll see. Otherwise, on the other side, can Pentagram put together another unbelievable hard point? He seems good for it, like almost automatic for it at this point in the stage. It's just maybe outside of the control. But we won't talk about that. It's all right. Slight shade, just slight shade. But you go 41-17, you shut everybody up.
Yeah, I think you could have a double negative control, and as long as you're doing it on the hard points,
no one cares.
You can go for it, Nate. Why not? I think it mostly comes down to, again, like, how is the start going to look for Electrify Steel, and how well are they going to be able to bounce back if they do go down? We saw that earlier on. They're going to be on the favorite side of the map. Goofy block 824 is Pander, just for those that weren't watching earlier.
Yeah. Here we go. Wee Man, first one up. Catches Fame very cleanly as Pander's able to keep the middle of the map safe. The next hit comes through. Wee Man trying to trigger some players to challenge, and he does bait out Pentagram to get involved. Got a Rex right there to find the response, plus one more, and the opening setup good for Electrify Steel.
Yeah, nice trades coming through from Gotta Rex. Oh, snaps on a Furious. Side door. Still 27 seconds left to battle over here, and I mean, Ultra Academy EU, wisely enough, are still trying to push it, but nobody watched in the middle of the map. Pentagram did find an avenue, but came up with nothing.
Yeah, the thing about it is keep that in mind. Remember moments like that, because Pentagram in those last 20 seconds is likely to be the one to get freed up to try to stretch a route early.
Yeah.
But Ultra EU punish and turn that into some pretty solid scrap time, all things told. Largely not only the fact that they're getting some points, which are nice, but more importantly, you've also locked down this rotation of the B Street side over towards Mailroom. Will be a contest, though. Got a Rex from the outside. A little bit of help from Goofier block. A24 inside. Panda on the way from second floor. Kills, though, still looking good for Ultra EU. And yeah, 3 straight dead, 1 more to find his Pentagram, and he just has to back out and play his life.
And that's impressive too, because the pinch was coming through. There was no B lane control either. Pentagram comes back in, is making an argument for it, and respawns are here, not too far away from Electrify Steel, spawning closer towards the warehouse. They will battle back through and force Ultra out.
Solid contest. Oh, and how about Pander for the double? Turns over, but cannot catch the better part of Weeman over the top of the desk. And there will still be an opportunity for Ultra EU to soak up some of this back 30 seconds. One more attempt, though, for Electrify Steel, coming by way largely of the back door. Have to keep your attention on the focus towards rotation, though, as well. And it looks like Fame will be the one to try to finesse, get on in. Takes down 1, got her X to clean things up, and once again, last 20 seconds, you expect Pentagram to hit her out, and sure has.
Yep, we'll be able to find 1, but you can still see Weeman spawn in towards the back, Pentagram unaware. The spawns will absolutely still be in effect for Ultra Academy EU. Just a little bit late to help out Pentagram, but not late enough to try to influence this rotation.
This is going to be a really important set of kills that are constantly coming through. Weeman in the corner, he gets turned around, and that'll be good for Electrify Steel to flip the hard point, and with that also the spawns. Ultra EU looking to break in from the front quickly, but it's shut down by Godarex and Fame, and that will mean time to pause and set things up if you're Ultra EU.
The catalyst for this break is mostly going to be through Beans in and around the back, and he will end up taking down Pander in the back, through the front, a little bit more successful, trying to make a last little argument will be Pentagram. Spawn still in, though. Beans did find that kill in towards the back, but he did not get up closer towards the crane. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be good for Electrify Steel. A spawn trap is starting to ensue.
Dude, what awareness this is from Ultra EU. And Electrify Steel are kind of forced. They have to still play through this old time. You can't just rotate through a street because you're going to get cut down the middle. So here comes the play for the scrap. Good kills and clean kills. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Electrify Steel. But you look over towards the map, Ultra EU already in commanding positions, not just in the hill, but more importantly, in front, creating a line of scrimmage.
While that was all happening, it was essentially a continuous 3v4 because Vortex was just down over inside a train alleyway for the past 45 seconds or so. Now he puts himself inside a mail. Close spawns. Furious is all the way in the back. Well, he's trusting his teammates to try to soak up the hard point.
The Vortex is just such a nuisance right now. Took down 2, eventually traded out, but now it's to the ARs of Ultra EU. Just watching these 2 points of ingress very closely, and it's Furious to get the double. Panda able to at least neutralize the time for a small moment, but Beans will be there to, once again, keep the numbers in favor of our team in purple. Right back into the hardpoint go Ultra EU. Pentagram with an AR in hand is kind of left wondering, what exactly do I do from right here? And the answer is not too much.
A little bit too one-dimensionally, and it did get funneled back over here because once the initial attempt was coming back through, you've already exhausted about 35 seconds. So now Electrify Steel, again, one-dimensionally coming mostly out of the train station, had no flanks whatsoever. Furious gave up that back position, now finds themselves on 6 in a row.
Yeah, inch forward on your seats here, friends. This is a very important moment in this map early on. Not the most commanding lead yet for Ultra EU, but if they can find a way to rotate over towards the left side of the minimap and hold time around P5, this game could get out of hand very quickly. On the other side, Electrify Steel, with still spawns favored towards the left, they may not expect that Weeman is playing where he is. And as the ARs for Ultra EU just kind of keep the hard point neutral, Electrify Steel is kind of in pieces looking to find where exactly is this other team.
And by doing so, they're getting a lot of good map positioning going forward. See player number 8, Godarex, is putting themselves in a position to watch the exit from Warehouse, but he's actually going to force the spawn out to occur. The biggest issue for Electrify Steel, you're going to be able to not only find the kills, you're going to be able to have the read, as Weeman does find 2.
Yep, and again, just Ultra EU just essentially playing a virtual game of Where's Waldo. They force Electrify Steel into weird positions, and they flip the spawns because of it. So, yeah, we're going to have a tight game of the scoreboard, but huge advantage to Ultra EU as we rotate back over towards Office. Weeman on forward, looking for the fifth, has the pistol in hand, and oh my goodness, Fame! He just, how did he even fit through that hole in the wall? Hello?
Man just slid, and he was down on the landing. The acrobatics. Kevin Fame is just absolutely impeccable. 8 and 15 for Pentagram coming in towards the second set. And you look on the opposite side, Furious is 18 and 11. And I spoke about Weeman. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty.
No, not at all.
He is constantly just berating up close, by the way, with an AR. 18 and 9. Big influence of why Ultra is starting to run away here.
And here comes that worst case scenario situation we were laying out just a moment ago. Ultra, you have absolutely taken control of this map. Electrify Steel looking to fight from the favored side, fortunately enough, for this back 30 seconds. This is an important 30 seconds as well for them, not only to get closer on the score, but once again, you have to keep your eye on what exactly does Pentagram want to do and when does he want to hit a route, because you also need to win the rotation over to P2. But Ultra EU making life difficult. One more attempt to try to fight for the scrap time. It's a 2-for-1 exchange. Purple goes to hard point for a time. A Pentagram for the double. We'll make sure it stays Electrify Steel, and now we rotate.
Doesn't have all the kills, but those are a big influential too. Could open up a little bit of a chance, but again, are you going to be able to read that you have lurking members in the middle of the map? Vortex doesn't even shoot a shot. He doesn't also see that Fame has gotten themselves inside of Mail. So this contest is about to be big, but he won't be able to find at least one. Furious will take them down, but Numbers are still trying to pinch on in towards his 2 break.
What a scrap this is for the initial time at Mailroom. Finally, it's Wee Man for the double. He wins the moment to get into the hard point. His teammates starting to reinforce. And once again, the pressure starts to amount towards Electrify Steel, needing a quick break here with 30 seconds to fight for on Mailroom. Once again, Fame sliding on through, but Wee Man will deny the entry. Pander from the back, pinching with GodRx though. They actually worked their way back on Furious, nearly gets the turn, but it will be Electrify Steel breaking for the scrap time.
A big scrap time at that. Again, it just feels like that ever since P1, where Ultra Academy, you were able to get those 45 seconds, Electrify Steel have been slowly building themselves back into this game. GodRx, I talked about it earlier, he's moving Diffie on land.
Yeah, it really is.
20 and 13, trying to meet pace with Wee Man on a 5.
And he would love to get this glide bomb. Pentagram from the front. It'll be nades to enter. Pentagram likely to follow, and the nades do the job. Wee Man now stuck in a little bit of a corner, just playing outside the window, and it's Pentagram and GodRx. They take a 2v3 essentially. Spawns are still good for right now for Ultra U, but only for a couple of members, and the kills are coming out for Electrify Steel. If they can get the last player in the back, they'll get the full flip, and Electrify Steel, life back in the lungs as they continue to frag out from the front.
All the arrows immediately turn towards the upper courtyard. They know exactly where Ultra Academy are coming from. GodRx, by the way, was able to get kill number 7 amidst that escapade. Still on that 8 spree, but the glide bomb is going to be crucial, not only for the potential use of it later on, but you can start snowballing out of control because you are barely losing gunfights. This 20 seconds should almost be secured. Ultra Academy are trying to hit this one more time. They do not want Electrify Steel to get all of it.
Pander gets 2, just sitting in a corner. Pentagram only needs to find one more trade, and he takes down Wee Man with no problem whatsoever. 13 seconds to fight for, and Ultra, you are not necessarily giving this up. They had Steve-O playing for exits, but that's going to leave him a little bit short-sighted on this rotation. Bean's going to get caught in the middle of the map, and now Electrify Steel, they've got a lot of real estate to work with as the glide bomb gets phoned in.
It's the snowball that I was talking about. They were able to get a big bunch of time off of P3. The glide bomb's going to be able to find one from the front. You have players in positioning, immediately assaulting this back warehouse. The kills from the front are good. They're already in towards the back, and Fury spawns out.
How do they keep doing this? How do they keep doing this? Steve-O still existing backside of the trains. Teammates coming in from the platform side. Long-range shots from Pentagram with the AR gets the job done. And that'll be a full clear. Electrify Steel right back into the hill. But Ultra EU setting up for one more hit from the front side of Trade Station.
This needs to be clean. If Ultra Academy EU are going to break this, it needs to be as clean as possible, but you got to deal with Pander over by the train tracks itself, just killing everybody that is trying to work their way back through. But the last 2 players, Vortex and Furious, are able to find the last few kills. Now, that'll force Electrify Steel to spawn out. So Ultra Academy, yes, they're going to be able to get the scrap time, but they need to take more space away.
GodRx, he needs to follow the trade. Oh no! What happened? Furious drops. Thanks only to a teammate essentially being killed in the mix, but Electrify Steel kind of used that as a chance to get right back over towards the train station. This will cost them a little bit of time on P5. Furious spawns right back up on the left side, but has he realized how far forward Electrify Steel has gotten? Seems to have. First kill comes through. GodRx going to reveal himself. Can the trade come through by Steve-O? No! GodRx for the double. Electrify Steel. Hold on to the left side of the map.
That's going to force Wee Man to get off the time because he needs to push forward. He needs to make sure that these Electrify Steel members get dealt with, but GodRx yet on another tear. Starting to push on forward. The kill's starting to come all the way through. Pentagram's clearing out Mail. The break is in.
One more player to find. It's Steve-O. Gets a really impressive gunfight, but it's not going to mean much in the scheme of things. And we get to a brief pause as the last 15 seconds start to get tallied. And Ultra EU are doing a really nice job for what it's worth, actually getting some significant time. And now look at the rotation. 3 players coming on over towards Pentagram's direction. He only deals with 1 of them. But Beans actually just holds his ground. He's waiting for help. So they're going to give up the opportunity to fight for the initial, and they're going to play for this first break.
Well, because they know exactly where Electrify Steel are going to come in, right? You're not going to try to get statue or mailroom control. They're immediately all going to set themselves up inside of office for this hardpoint. So it's wise to wait for numbers, but you got to win the gunfights.
So far, it's all Ultra EU. GodRx stuck in a corner, put down, and it's a clean break from the front. Beans also on 5 in a row, looking to potentially earn that last resource needed to put this map away. Fame was something to work with, though. 2 in a row for him. Beans looking to get his 6th, but Fame has kind of slipped the net for now and has actually put Beans into a very vulnerable position on the outside. Now the break has to be good from the front, and the first 3 kills are solid. Pentagram in the inside. Wee Man, the only contestant nearby, and his teammates are playing for rotation. They're going to give up this 20 seconds?
Yeah, they're essentially just going all in to be able to close it out on P2. They're getting that B lane control, but this is a really big risk. You know Electrify Steel are going to soak all of this up, and they have the read as well. Pentagram is able to find an avenue. Now they're all going to be pinched on the opposite side over by the warehouse, not where Ultra want to be currently.
Pander's holding the staircase. He's going to make sure that no one can hold the high ground around this hard point. That's not going to be a good enough setup for Ultra EU to dominate the opening hold of this hard point. You've got to find the kills, and Ultra EU can't even get into the time. 241 to 223. Someone has to contest. It'll be Steve-O and Wee Man to finally get involved, but now their backs up against the walls. They need 25 straight points, essentially.
And they just need to have a complete perfect hold. They should know exactly where they're coming from, by the way, because you got Furious that spawned all the way out of behind P3. But again, it's dealing with all of them coming through these very narrow choke points. The trades are through, but the clean kills need to follow.
Oh, it's Pentagram last one up, 1v1! He's able to take it! Is there going to be one more challenge from Wee Man? He's got to go, got to get in, and he will be able to at least neutralize, but only for a small time. Electrify Steel do not know the term live and let die. It's just live, apparently.
It's just live and find two pieces. Live and find two pieces. Electrify Steel album, I'm sure, dropping sometime soon. But look, man, we talked about it. You highlighted it. We both sat here, almost just forehead smacked our way into this monitor that we're casting off of. Just like, I can't believe that they're giving up the scrap time like that. Because, again, the trust is there that inside a very scrappy P2 hill that we have seen historically throughout the entirety of that Berlin Hardpoint, Ultra Academy wanted to play for it. They allowed Electrify Steel to get within 4 seconds that it really just needed not even a full break. The trades just needed to be there. And Electrify Steel were also able to get the close buns.
Man, I hate to point at one particular moment and say that that's the difference in the game, but I think that 20-second call, that has to be the difference in the game. And the thing about it is, you want to talk back to when we were talking speed versus, slowness. I guess fast versus slow is the better way of saying this. The tempo difference is really realized in that moment, where they're not even sending anybody to go finesse even the exits, let alone the time itself. We're just going to full default away and give 20 seconds. That's a costly decision against the speed of Electrify Steel, and it came and bit him in the butt.
Again, because you left Wee Man behind, right? So leaving Wee Man to try to finesse for that scrap time, whatever they could possibly find, maybe a couple of exits is great, but you had all 3 players push across that B lane, and then Pentagram was able to find a flank from behind. At that point, what you thought was going to be a very successful rotation immediately got pinched. The kills soon to follow. Electrify Steel, man, again, at the final hour, I feel like they always find a way to be down about like 60, 40 points sometimes, and then they just come right back into it. It's got Rex again. I said it once during the Berlin Hardpoint. I said it in the earlier series today. 34 and 24. Got Rex is playing different this weekend.
31 non-traded kills, dude.
Casual.
Yeah, I guess. Unbelievable. What a show. And Fame on top of that, you want to talk about Mr. Do-It-All. 145 in the hardpoint, but also 14 assists upon his 22 kills. So, again, just kind of getting it done from multiple points of entry time and time again. And on the face of all of that, like, Wee Man still nearly dropped 40 for almost 5K damage.
And he got 17 kills within the objective. Wee Man was breaking these hard points from the front as a quote-unquote main AR for this team.
Yeah.
With 1 minute and 34 with objective time. And he put up big numbers, too. Like, look, 4,700 damage.
Yeah.
That's the most in the lobby for one.
By a lot.
But it's just, we talked about it, that if the ARs were constantly able to find all of this value, regardless if you saw Ultra Academy EU or you picked up on it triple, sometimes quad AR, depending on what we were looking at, is that the kills need to be there and they need to soon follow. Vortex 19 and 29 with 1 minute and 30, that's fine, but I needed more influence coming through from the front.
Yeah, I mean, look at just really quickly, look at the difference between what we saw to Steve-O, not just numbers-wise in KD, but assists and damage versus the hard point time. Compare that to what Fame did. Same role, more damage, more assists, more hard point time.
Triple the amount of kills on the objective as well. That does kind of speak out to it, especially when the other 3 teammates of Ultra Academy EU were all in the double digits for objective kills.
So now things get interesting, because for Ultra EU, you're not going to feel bad about going to Desert Siege, even though they didn't play it at all during Season 4. They're still really good on the map, and I think that was largely due to the fact that they were trying to diversify the map pool just a touch. But Electrify Steel just 6-0'd 705 on this map, and they looked really good while doing it. Like, from start to finish, every first blood engagement was clean. Every post-plant setup was clean. Every retake when they needed to get a defuse was perfect.
Even in the rounds where there was only one round where they didn't have first blood, they were down in numbers twice, I believe, and they won both of them. Again, the adaptations for this squad, I feel like has no bounds as far as the ceiling is concerned. Their ability to understand and adapt and then overcome is going to be massive. And you're going to need that coming in towards Desert Siege versus this Ultra Academy EU squad, because there is one person in particular we got to talk about on this team. It's going to be Beans with the boomstick in his hands. The Car 98K has been very, very good for him this year.
And here's the thing, like, we set up very similar storylines about 705 from DiamondCon's perspective, talking about what he can do with a sniper rifle on this map. And Pander just like had a whim. He's like, I'm just gonna pull out the scope. he was saying like, we never snipe, hardly ever. But he just got a feeling and put down DiamondCon. So would that possibly be another win condition here for Electrify Steel? Time will tell as we get our breezy flyby of Desert Siege. You know, it's really funny because I said this on the broadcast the other day. It's like, this might be one of the final times we see this map, like in Challengers. You know, think about that? Like, we're that close to the end of the year.
Don't break my heart like that.
It's crazy.
Going to see at least one player cross here. That's Pentagram with the bomb. And he's trying to rotate back all the way over, but Weeman will find first blood. 3v4, the offense back to the drawing board.
Yeah. And you have to just be really disciplined if you try to even peek over towards B, not having numbers. And Fame just gets a little bit greedy inside mid, tries to slide Chow corner. Furious was the opposite. Little 50-50 Chow doesn't go his way. And 2v4 is one of those good luck, have fun moments, I think.
Yes, it is. Because where do you even go from here?
I don't know.
You haven't seen anything if you're Weeman over by the B lane. I mean, Vortex is just clearing all of A Street. He's going to be pushed up, but he will be traded out. So now you know for sure where the play could be, but you could very much still rotate over towards B. Now, we know because of the minimap that wouldn't be the right call, but down in 24 seconds, you got to make a move.
I was just about to say the only way that you get a plant off and possibly secure this 2v4 is by way of getting the long-range shots on the Beans, which do come through, but Furious puts down GodderX's challenge through mid-map, but wait a second, Pentagram's not playing for the plant. He's trying to play for the kills. He gets right back around the backside, trying to bait out to see where Weeman's going to come from. Still has time to play for a plant. Weeman's going to check for the bomb. Not there. Pentagram? Hello?
Just going to take his 2 and leave, I guess. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I mean, I get it because like Weeman's the one who's playing over towards B tower, so he's like expecting him to re-wrap back through mid.
Absolutely.
But you have to at least try for a plant, you think?
To extend the round.
Yeah.
I mean, he's taking his 2. Like, I mean, that right there was the utmost safe play. You know, you got the 2 kills. Start building yourself for another 5 maybe, but it's egregious to really just try to make that call. I honestly think that you get that kill, you try to plant the bomb, you extend the round, and then maybe you have the read. Okay, he's not from the flank, got to turn around.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if you were to have gone for the plant, like, Weeman was in a great spot to deny it, so it was a difficult 1v2 regardless. And we get into Ultra EU's setup. Steve-O quickly over towards B. The defense trying to rotate over, and they do find Steve-O quickly. That's the bomb carrier now down. And you've got players on the backside flank, but no, Pander will drop, so everything just turns into a 3v2 right in front of the B site.
Fame will be able to take down Weeman across those barrels. 2v1 for Beans. He's going to drop down, and GodderX sees him. Can't find the kill. Yeah, it's, again, you know, it's something I was going to talk about when that round was starting to develop itself. Ultra Academy, they love their early rounds, quick planning over at B. It is a tried and true strategy here on Desert Siege Search and Destroy. And the only way that you truly do stop that is by 2 different ways, right? You have a sniper watching that very long cross, denying anybody from getting inside B. You can also get a player inside of the B-bomb itself. Or you just quickly wrap back over and you just throw 2 players at it and you just find the kill. And the bomb's patty cake down on the ground.
Yeah. And I don't know about you, but these first 2 rounds are like the definition of 2 teams just like throwing heavy hits at one another just to feel each other out.
Yeah.
And to see what's going to break first, because these have been very uncharacteristic setups as far as what we've seen so far, not just today, but also in the last couple of weeks. Pentagram's nade will connect. That's onto Furious, deep laying prone, and well, that damage is enough to push him back just a touch further. But Bean's still watching that initial cross. Does scout out Pentagram for first blood. Bomb needs to be collected. Fame will be able to grab that no problem. We go into a 3v4.
And if you try to re-wrap this again, Vortex is in one of those very annoying positions on the B-bomb itself.
Yeah, good call.
So you need to end up clearing out this palace area once again. But Fame's not going to be the guy to do it. He does have the bomb. He picked it up. He's trying to make this wrap happen over towards B, but is expecting a chow up top.
Yeah, this is, I think, a 4AR setup for Electrify Steel. They're not built to hit anything through mid. This all has to be beachfront, and that's actually their biggest opening. Oh, Steve over the top. He does get scouted out. Fame finds the quick kill. Now to a 3v3. Weeman wanted to cook up an 8, but he gets pushed off from actually getting it over towards the bomb, so it's going to start to be plenty of Furious with the challenge right through the middle. This would be a 2v2 situation. Time becoming a bit of a problem. GodderX from the backside of the sandbags! What?
Huh? All right, then.
Line up, why don't you?
Yeah, that's, like, I'm all for holding hands, but not when an AR is just spraying down lane with an automaton. That's tough. That's, hey, well, you can put that in the file cabinet. That is one numbers disadvantage. Electrify Steel, the Hamburglar at that, just completely just run away with it.
Oh, my. Oh, my. It's just, you know that phrase, sometimes better lucky than good?
Yeah.
That's when lucky meets good. I think is kind of the biggest part of that. Fair. Quick hit, though, from Ultra EU in this offense right through the middle. And not expecting the tempo change at all was Electrify Steel, though. They're going to try to re-wrap back around here, 2v4 this, and flip the map on its head. The thing about this is Ultra EU is very aware of this potential play with Beans watching the long flank.
And now this might be the one time that Pentagram really does want to have the automaton. He swapped back to the MP40. I believe that Fame also has an AR in hand. It doesn't even matter because Vortex is just locking it down. And well, you will find one on the flank, but that more or less just gives away your position. Would have to be the entire ace. You simply do not have the time.
Has the ability to try to get the stun off, and if he waits a fraction of a second longer.
Like 0.2 of a second.
Oh my. Heck of a prediction, but the quick hit on Ultra EU ultimately successful. And all of a sudden, that's the first round in my mind that starts to build this mental chess game into like, okay, now we have to be aware of this. It starts to condition your opponent a little bit, and I'll be curious to see what Electrify Steel do next defense, but of course we got to see what they want to do here in this next attack here in round 5.
I mean, you know who's on that stage? You see player number 7 in the lobby? That's Steve Vortex.
Yes, sir.
There were a lot of different Call of Duties we've been singing the praise of this man, Search and Destroy. Loves his fast hits, loves that mental warfare that comes to play.
Oh, they're going hard towards B. Oh my. It's an exchange of snipers. Wait, it's actually a 1-for-1 exchange for snipers. And the rest of the hit from Ultra EU was heavy-handed over towards the B site. Pander has read this, but he does get pushed off the angle for a small moment. Good elimination onto Furious still comes through, but the second guess is Steve-O here is now the current question, and with those shots, they'll be very aware that, yeah, there are multiple Ultra EU members nearby. Let's do our due diligence, clean things up in the same breath. It's got our X over towards A, cleaning up Wayman, leaving Steve-O for a 1v3.
Man, I mean, Steve was trying to get all the way back to at least help out his teammate, but doesn't exactly help when you go back over towards a dead body. Bombs planted here at B. And the moment that Vortex tries to throw a shoulder out from the door, Electrify Steel absolutely put it to rest. In that play, right there, defensively, from Ultra Academy, we have seen so many times through Elite Season 4 when they're playing on this map mode combination, and even Season 3 as well. That's one of the plays that I was talking about leading into this map. Normally when you have Furious and Steve-O getting real aggressive over by those staircase, they walk away with first blood and they keep their numbers advantage, but Electrify Steel just playing rather passive, put themselves all the way in the back. They shut it down.
And I think there's something to be said about Electrify Steel kind of knowing something's up when you see a sniper rifle for the first time over towards A.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the real question. What does Electrify Steel want to do defensively, as Ultra EU's quick tempo through mid was a problem last time around, and it will be once again, but got our X. He's just watching through the windows, broken boards, gets first blood, no problem. Pander, opposite side, backside trains, will find a second kill. Trades starting to come through on both sides now all of a sudden, but it looks like for the most part, Furious, I was about to say, nearly gets out of dodge, but eventually gets turned aside, and it's just down to Weeman for a 1v3 of his own.
He's got the bomb, so this is theoretically doable,
so
but
good.
Not when you have numbers and you have the understanding, hey, let's just hit through their spawn. You watch the back. Electrify Steel again. We asked the question, how are the adaptations going to look for them going forward with this mental chess game coming through for Ultra Academy EU? Their answer, if they want to get aggressive, all we have to do is just L-trigger and hold these line of sights and just wait for them to come in our crosshairs.
This is a team that was 2-8 in Search and Destroys during Season 4 in Electrify Steel. And now you had a 6-0 win on this map, and you're up 4-2 with potential streaks coming for Goddard X if he can continue on his winning ways. And it looks like they want to go slow here. Pop the door open, see if there's any challenge from Ultra EU. Once again, trying to condition themselves against that speed we've seen in 2 straight rounds from Ultra EU. But this time, the Ultra Boys staying very patient defensively.
Yeah, again, you go back to that a few rounds ago defensively. Vortex is just waiting on that B, S&D. And they're expecting first blood to come through across that A lane, but they don't see anything. So that's kind of forcing Ultra Academy EU to maybe think about a repositioning, but Electrify Steel are just doubling on up, quadrupling up, trying to get University in their favor.
And this is actually a really good read from Ultra EU. You have no one at the beginning of this round watching through mid, so you know that after about the first 30 seconds, the threat of a mid hit could be coming through, which is why Beans backs up, and wouldn't you know it, he takes down Pentagram for first blood. So now it's about recovering the bomb and getting enough clearance on this back defensive play at A to where you can even consider a plant. I mean, that's still a super heavy question. And in this 3v4, Ultra's just not moving. They say, you have to come to us, and we're in a great spot to watch over both bombs.
No reason to get aggressive, right? If they try to rewrap over towards B, Vortex is going to be sitting there. Furious is laying on his belly in the sand. Had to snap onto Fame, but Fame will win that gunfight.
Yeah, so many questions. Too many.
Yeah.
I really like that a lot. I mean, this chess game is really starting to get deep.
It's in my head rent-free right now,
yeah,
too.
I mean,
again, like, where Ultra Academy, through a multitude of different rounds, were getting aggressive. Now they fully understand, okay, well, Electrify Steel, they're trying to play passive. They're trying to catch us in these unforced errors. So let's just do the same thing.
Yeah.
Again, even when they got absolutely nothing, maybe a couple stuns connected, very long range, but there was nothing to be collected on. Ultra were kind of toying around with the idea, do we reposition, not just hold the angle, wait for the confirmed information, and it paid off.
Yeah, absolutely clinical. And how about this? Electrify Steel quickly through B. Ultra EU. Very aware. Look at the stun check. Oh my God, they're getting so much information here. Now the nades to follow behind that. Can Pentagram stay alive? Sure seems to, but the defense is going to have to scramble as they tactfully back up and try to reset up.
Yeah, 3 people just waiting for this challenge. It's about to be coming through, and it allows Wee Man to get behind the window of this broken down truck for first.
Unreal. What a blind counter from Ultra EU. Godorex is stuck. I mean, he's just sitting here trying to gain space to work with. Fame up top inside of Mid-University also needs to consider, what exactly do I do to break this post plant?
You got nobody across that B lane as well. So Ultra Academy, they know exactly where they have to look. It's from the flank, and it's going to be from the front.
Godorex is unsticking out. Sure seems to be. However, though, Pander brings some assistance by way of the scope. But as Stevo starts to zone forward, the attempts of him being able to get back over to the bomb are pretty limited. And in fact, there is 0. So 4-4 in the count. And here's the thing. Now that we've kind of seen both teams testing out little pokey, proddy plays with speed, does this just turn into a game of trading pawns now for the last couple of rounds?
It might be. It might be. Like Electrify Steel, when we saw that 6-0 versus 7-5, did a bang-up job of just gaining information and collecting off of it as well. But this Ultra Academy EU roster, when they're forced to play this very methodical search and destroy and their aggression isn't going to be working out, they do an even better job at making sure that the enemy team gets absolutely no information off of them as well. This could be a war of attrition. We're going to be probably sitting here for a good bunch of time, but Electrify still feeling the ante and the aggression. They're trying to go for University again.
Oh, wow. This is interesting. Furious was actually trying to challenge inside University. He got a lot of shots into one player in the corner, but eventually got first blooded. So now it's down to the last 3 stalwart defenders. Wee Man making a play up towards B. Beans watching through mid, and then Stevo's trusted to lock anything down over towards A. Lots of damage for Beans, but nothing going to follow in. It's up to Electrify Steel to make the commitment. Where do you want to go, and when do you want to do it?
I mean, look at the setup. Even it's a pyramid coming through for Ultra. They are just waiting for the exits to come all the way through. You got to leave at some point, and it looks like that they're going to try to take their adventures back over towards B.
This is risky. Wee Man's kind of playing in an off position to where he can solo hold this, but Fame over the top. Lots of damage. Wee Man has to go prone. Godorex able to finish off the elimination. And oh my goodness, this is so patient. Too patient, in fact. Stevo gets a double off the flank, including the bomb carrier. Now it's down to Pander. He can't go back to get this bomb. He's going to try to win the round off kills.
He needs to find a fantastic time to get back here. But even if you find Beans, you're not going to have enough time to try to fish out where Vortex is at.
No.
Doesn't fully clear it. Trying to go back for the bomb. This is going to be really tight, but you can see both Beans and Vortex. They're not trying to get aggressive with it. Pander's trying to play for the kill, waiting for the last possible moment. Wow. Beans checks it. Ultra Academy EU win 2 on the bounce.
I mean, hey, you called this out right. I mean, it's the fact that it's a kind of a pyramid scheme, so to speak, with the defense for Ultra EU. Everything's in layers, and everyone's playing in individual spots to where they're not going to get stun checked, and they're usually going to be good not just for a 1-for-1, but typically they'll get the first kill and be able to finesse a little bit longer, maybe for even a second. That's exactly what happens for Stevo, who's now on 4, Beans on 5, and Ultra EU 1 round away from taking this map.
Methodical style paying off. Has been no answer. The aggression has not been working out, and we're back to the mental chess again.
Yeah, nades over the top, looking for speed to get this bomb planted at B. Fame not affected, though, by any of those nades. Can he get an angle onto the planter? Maybe he's just looking for information, trying to free up Pentagram, but as the bomb gets planted, Pentagram gets caught with the nade out and actually takes some damage of an incoming one as well. So now it's down to how do you break down this post plant? Something Electrify Steel has not been all that great at here in the last couple of rounds, but a good first blood for Panda. Opens up space around the back. Pentagram now from the front, not going to get anything done with the MP40. And for Fame and Godorex, it's just down to can you find these last remaining players, and can you clean them? Oh my goodness, they're able to find 2. It's just down to Furious. From the side door.
No way!
Nah, not like this.
Nerdy!
Not in around 10. And there's not enough time here. Fame has to get the kill, and he's not going to be able
Wow.
to do so. SMG gets pulled out. Furious clutches up the 1v2 to win map 2.
Pull out all the stops. We are doing it live here in Boston. Mr. Klaus. Woo! That's I've seen some nerdy spots in my day through a lot of different Call of Duties, but that one just paid off. I've seen that in clips, nothing from pro players. To see it happen live here, that was everything.
Man.
But you got to talk about the mental chess again.
Yep.
We just witnessed about 4 rounds straight of Ultra doing nothing. Just holding angles, just waiting for Electrify Steel to pick up the aggression, and then that round number 10, they're like, all right, we're back to the speed.
I love it, man. I really do. And that's one of the things when this team was first put together, we were really excited about their search and destroy ability to be kind of, we always say the word like adaptable, but their variety in their playbook is really deep. And
Yes,
we saw just about all of it, I think, right there in multiple forms. And I think the coolest thing about watching that defense move around, even when it's slow, is they know what the timings look like, right? Like, you go back a couple of rounds ago where they've got the 3-man A stack defensively, and it's like, all right, after 30 seconds, we have to be aware of what's coming through mid. Like, those little nuances, they really do pick up on nicely, and that's the fun thing about watching North American play up against European challenger teams. They don't get a chance to really test each other out all that often, and so seeing what has been more of Electrify Steel kind of running and gunning, now having to play up against the slow mindset of what Ultra EU likes to do, you know, maybe that kind of sets us up for the rest of the series.
The stylistic differences are all there. Like, if we didn't frame it up enough for you, just talking even before we went into map number 1, it will continuously be there, regardless of what may be offered. Where if you mostly just watch North America and you're sitting there questioning yourself, just like, well, why are Ultra, they found 2 kills, why are they not just pressing forward like what we do see quite often? There's just no reason to. Not when they have an advantage. They have the higher ground for all my Obi-Wan fans out there. There's just no reason to try to put themselves in a worser position and give away free kills.
It's good discipline, good stuff.
Yes, sir.
And it gets us to a 1-1 map count, which means we got double Tusky coming back again. Which, I mean, look, can Pentagram do it twice in a row?
He's got to have a bad map 3, and he's going to have a great map 4.
That's true. That's the only condition that can be met at this moment in time. But with that in mind, of course, we will be taking our small little break between map 2 and map 3. So don't go anywhere, as we've got a lot coming through. And I think the biggest thing about it is there's a lot of bracket to be looking at while we're away. So we'll be back in just a moment. Don't go too far. More Challengers winner semifinals right after this. Welcome back, everybody. If you followed the assignment and followed instructions, you would have gone to the bracket and you would have noticed that Team War 3-0'd AIM Esports. So that was a really important matchup, not just for the two of them, but that's an important matchup for Europe, because now there's only this Ultra EU team that's still alive and Team War that's still alive. So better overall for the region when it comes to what they were unable to do at Toronto. So we'll see how much longer these two teams can keep fighting for possibly another championship for the European region.
Stark differences in between what we've seen in between the past Open and now this very moment of time. The EU teams absolutely turning up. They all went to the drawing board. We saw actually some roster changes in Europe, which rarely happens.
Yeah.
You know, and honestly, now through all the different practice, they've been looking a lot better.
Indeed the case, but of course our main focus continues to be with the winner semifinal matchup. Electrify Steel, just more heroics on the Berlin Hardpoint. If you missed it, I'm sorry. But then back on the Search to Destroy Ultra EU, really kind of just figured out what the tempo was going to be to win over the map, and now we get into a Tuscan control, and we have the guarantee of a Tuscan Hardpoint right behind it. And I think the biggest thing about it is, you know, talking with Electrify Steel, they were saying everyone's having trouble trying to find a way to get the offense over the finish line in North America on this map mode combo. Does Ultra EU possibly have a different attempt in terms of trying to complete an offensive round?
It even goes beyond that, too, for Electrify Steel, because we did see them face off against 705 on this broadcast on this very day, is that they struggle to even get themselves on the B zone for at least that one tick.
Yeah.
And to be able to get themselves that win condition for a round 5 defense. Control outside of Berlin is mostly centered on trying to get yourself those ticks advantages. Now, if you're able to win the offensive round, obviously that's great, but it's so difficult with how the spawns work, the angles, and the nades when you try to stack on the B zone.
Yep. All right. We'll see how it all goes. Swing map, then we're already on into it. Electrify Steel won the opening exchange and already have one tick, make it 2 over towards the A zone. Ultra EU look like they're privy to try to contest against this, but it's coming a little bit too slow to the middle of the map, and that's going to lead to an opportunity for Pentagram to get a read off of his teammates, get the gun up, and take the first gunfight, no problem. The second will come by the way of Furious, though, and depletion will start on this third tick of progress.
At least half the depletion, because Furious does need to push up. He needs to trust his teammates going to be able to pick it up and towards the back. Got RX Fame. But a fine 2. That should be the A zone completely conceded going forward. Ultra Academy do not want to lose more lives.
Taking a pretty far position, though. Very far position. My goodness. Not only is Stevo playing up towards rooftops, but there are multiple Ultra EU members playing up towards the high ground. And honestly, they're just going to let him have the back here. A risky call, to say the least, especially with how much gained ground there is for Electrify Steel. Pander on 2. Wanted to switch over to a different weapon. That will be the cost of his life. Pentagram trying to confirm the trade and will be able to do so. So now Electrify Steel, a ton of room to work with as they start to set up a hit over towards B.
It's going to force them all to post up and towards the back again. Furious is going to have to be that guy. He's trying to get themselves up inside top patio, but a teammate unfortunately takes him down. I thought Fame was going to do it, but now the space is here for them to touch the zone for Electrify Steel.
Not good news, not good news. Stevo getting traded out. Patio also made safe. First tick of progress now on the way. Ultra EU, they had a couple players actually spawn right around column. That's going to allow them a chance to get here defensively very rapidly. Fame pushed off the patio. And GodRx seems to think there's an opportunity for him to kind of solo chow the zone. Not going to work out. And as Pentagram is left to his own devices, he'll just sit here and wait for help.
It's just one of those moments again where it starts to look so good for Electrify Steel, but they are still winning as far as what is concerned to close out the round. It doesn't always have to be segments, Alan. It could just be via the kills. 14v8 with a minute left, very doable.
And the pressure on these lives is going to have Ultra EU playing even more criminally slow just to try to value their lives. But to their favor, the clock slips underneath 60 seconds to play with. You get one good wipe here if you're Ultra EU. There are chances, but the trade's still coming through in favor of Electrify Steel. And they've got high ground positions all around the zone. Furious feeling very nervous about this. Tries to recontest backside the patio, but he realizes the vulnerability of his positions, but it may not make much of a difference. Finds the first, no problem. Long flank from Beans around the back. He could get here to help clean this all up. There's a double to come through, and the first tick of progress didn't get locked. It's going to be depleted.
7v3, 35 seconds. You got to somehow read that Pander's in towards the back, but you can't even put a player in a position. You just have to trust that Bean's going to be able to lock down P5. He's playing in the corner down these stairs, while the rest of the team is trying to sway any flank that could come through in radio.
First 2 kills are good. Beans almost gets the lineup, but pushed aside. 5v2. Wee man behind the door. Furious is watching for a church alley push, and here comes the hit. Oh, what a slide out from Fame. Now it's just down to Furious. Nothing he could do there. Offensive win by way of kills for Electrify Steel.
And again, it might not even matter for segment progression because the pressure is about to be on for Ultra Academy. Now they have to win an offensive round and try to even maybe force out a round 5. But even more so than that, we talked about this continuously when it comes down to Tuscan. It takes a certain amount of a gusto to try to play that far forward when it just comes down to defend B, because if you go 4 down before your teammates respawn, you're forced to play all the way back over towards B. We know Electrify Steel love to find those kills.
Yeah, it's a risk-reward situation, right?
Yep.
You get the kills. On the other hand, you kill off so much time.
Yep.
But now the focus goes to Ultra EU. Can you turn this into an all-offensive affair through the first 2 rounds? Long-range shots from Steve-O, not quite able to finish off Pander, but at least he's able to stall the clock, and with that, a kill from Weeman gets him through and on to B for a small time here. Hold on, he's still winning gunfights off screen. He's got help. Here comes number 8. Bean's now playing alongside Weeman. And they've got some pretty good zoning around this B zone, at least for a small time. That eventually gets pushed aside, but this is going to be 2 minutes and almost 15 seconds worth of time if Steve-O can finish off this last 1v1.
It's just going to come down to Fame, comes out of view, won't be able to find the kill. The assistance would have been here regardless, but you couldn't have asked for a better start when you're thinking about it, right? Because you kept Electrify Steel so far away from this A zone. Ultra EU were trying to find themselves an abundance of kills and maybe try to get some progress over towards B, but it split the defense considerably for Electrify Steel.
24 playing 23, 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock. Advantage towards the defense in numbers. Ultra EU trying to play through Church. It's been red completely. Gotter X, Pentagram, Fame, all getting involved in the kill feed. And the final for Pentagram, 3 in a row. Much better in this Tuscan control so far than he was versus 705, which is dangerous news for Ultra EU fans.
Warning, finding all these different isolated kills. This is going to constantly slow down Ultra EU's efforts. 3 life disadvantage for them now of 4. And they're going to be able to read this as well. They dealt with 1 player in the middle of the map, and with that information, with Gotter X going down, they know where to turn.
Fame has to at least find 2 here. Good help from Pander deep. Now the play through Patio. Fame good for the first. No one's there to follow up, interestingly enough. Yeah, Beans must have been hit by a nade or something. But as Steve-O and Beans find the first 2 kills, there's a chance. Beans wants to go down, force the pistol engagement, and he gets Pentagram as well! Whoa. The double comes through! The clock will stall for a moment, but a team nade takes him off the point! Weeman right back in! Electrify Steel trying to get here defensively, and Weeman on 1 HP! Delays a little further.
Still kills coming through. Vortex is over here. He's trying to get this first segment, almost is able to snap onto Pander, but AR versus SMG at that range, that's pretty difficult. 1 minute left, 3 life disadvantage. Still doable if you can get on towards the zone and stall out this clock. You need that positioning going forward. Weeman's able to find Pentagram. Now, you're more than aware that there has to be someone top church. Now, that's going to call for Weeman to go all the way around the back.
Yeah, this 3-1 split has to be effective for Ultra EU. The numbers and lives just are not all that great to get this offense past this B zone threat. And, well, the setup is just completely crumbled. It's just Weeman last one left, and he really can't do too much besides just hold this position and hope that his teammates can come back in time. And, oh, it's been red. Pander on the back, no problem getting the cleanup. Gotter X takes his position previously left over towards Church. And in a 10v4 with not a lot of time and not a lot of room to work with, it's looking like Electrify Steel should be up 2-0.
Yep, sure will. Segments would have been lovely for Ultra EU. But the slays just weren't consistently there.
No.
I mean, we saw the trades just at the very beginning of the round, but every single time that they were trying to get themselves over towards B, there was always at least one person for Electrify Steel that was able to turn up and find themselves either 2, and they collapsed on the play every single time. They isolated themselves a lot in the middle of the map, and they did give themselves a really good look. I hate to bring it up one more time, but if that team nade doesn't come through from Weeman on the Beans, he's going to be able to get more space in the back of column. And you're going to be able to stall out the clock with Weeman on the zone.
I mean, it's tough to predict, right?
Yeah.
As much as
hindsight's 2020,
Yeah, you know, your teammate's low HP. He's just looking for some ground to work with. Are you really able to communicate? Like, hey, I'm setnating this exact location. You just don't figure that that's the case in the midst of everything. So a 2-0 lead for Electrify Steel after their opening offense was successful by wave eliminations. Can they find a way to replicate and just put this one to bed quickly? Opening exchange towards A leads to not much favor either way. But there will be a chance to not just stall the clock, but also add a first tick of progress here for Fame, pending he wins the 1v1 off screen, and he's not able to quite do that. Gotter X for the easy trade, and he will pick up where Fame left off.
Yeah, it kind of throws everything a little bit off for Electrify Steel, because their setup is normally trying to get Kev on that A zone, and Fame will just slowly tack up that progression while you have middle of the map considered. But the flank does come through. It comes down to Pander to go big. Now, he does find a second.
Yeah.
But the trades are still there.
So he got number 7, I think, overall. That should be Glide Bomb, I believe. So an opportunity for possible streaks to come through as well. And I'm not going to lie to you, Proper. If that was indeed the case, I'm hoping he just saves it as a defensive bailout tool. especially considering how this round has gone.
There's just no reason to force it, right? I mean, it's 20v21. You're still struggling to get back on towards this A zone. Finally, kills do come through. Fame's able to get themselves in towards the back, and he's just waiting for more kills to come through for free. But I mean, Pentagram's finding value over by Patio. He will be traded out, so it's going to be the call from Fame to try to pinch this, but it's late.
Yep. Gotarex, though, on A. Avoids the nades. One more chow out of Steve. Oh, not contesting yet. Would need to hop on right here, right now. And he will just let it go. Looking for the kills instead. I mean, you got a 3-life lead.
Yeah.
No need to try to win the defense just off an A defense. So I'll let the call. And Ultra U holds the life lead as we have a minute 38 for Electrify Steel to play with it. Pander's not done.
He's already got the streaks. Might as well just keep shooting nukes out of the automaton. 18 and 12 for Casey.
Fame's on.
And Fame, yeah, I was about to call out. Fame is already all the way past column, but there was no assistance. Again, you didn't have Pentagram try to come and pinch from the opposite side of the truck. You had nobody top green to overwatch that play. It was just an isolated one-dimensional play.
Oh, with the pistol, Pentagram still alive somehow. Like Harry Houdini. He's in, he's out, he's pre-firing, and now he's going to have some help. Furious trying to play around the back. And all of a sudden now, huge life lead turns into an opportunity to Glidebond to come in and maybe even win this off of this offense. But I don't love that call.
No, I don't like it either. I mean, even if you had the opportunity, you might have been able to get a segment or two.
Yeah.
You got Pentagram in the back, maybe trying to find some spawn kills, but nobody from Ultra EU have even come down there. They're all going through Church and going up top radio, if not coming down the Church ramp, just giving Pentagram no peace of mind.
Well, let's keep that in the back of our mind as far as the glide bomb usage is concerned, because that leaves the door slightly ajar here for Ultra EU, pending they can get an offense put together. As we finish off this round number 3, it's a 7v3. Electrify Steel do have a chance with these last 3 members to actually get some work done here. All it takes is a couple of kills, and you're on final lives here for Ultra EU. 22 seconds to play with. Panda from the side door is going to cook one up towards Patio. That actually may land. It sure will. That should be the go call here. Gotarex able to find the opener. Panda on the way in to stall the clock. Can they find the kills? Trying to bait Ultra EU to defend the zone. There's the first for Pander. Slips around. Knows that there's a contest, but it's Weeman from behind. Just down to Gotarex. 4 in a row for him. A 1v3. 8 seconds on the clock. And he may just value playing in the backside of column here. He's gained some space, wants to go all the way around, gets the beat down. He needs to touch the zone, though. And that will ultimately be his demise, as Ultra will send us to a 4th round.
Slowly keeping their heads above water here, Alan. But again, the problem still remains. You got to somehow win an offensive round versus this Electrify Steel roster. Now, they did a great job at just making sure that Electrify Steel did not get any mid-map coverage. That first blood was in top fire. And they really kept them at bay for such a long time. It just comes down to a lot of these different isolated engagements where Electrify Steel would just have one player slip the net. It always gives them further numbers.
It's Church to be. It's Church to be. It's a 3-man hit right through the middle. If they can find these kills, they're going to re-wrap back over to me very quickly, and the kills are there. All but watching for this is Pentagram, and with the help of Gotarex, it shuts down the play. It's a cheeky idea from Ultra EU, but ultimately, it doesn't work out.
You got to go for broke at this point, so you got to be able to at least give yourself a segment over by B, if not maybe able to capture it off the rip, but you come up with absolutely nothing. You so are even with lives. So now you're all in for A. Clean purple kill feed coming through for Ultra, and they're also looking for mid-map coverage. Now they will leave Vortex behind to slowly tack over the A-zone progression while the rest of the teammates just fly to find further kills.
Oh, Furious is flying. Getting airborne with that speed. Keeps the defense tested and pressed over towards the B zone as Stevo will safely secure the second tick of progress. Fame trying to challenge in towards headquarters. Denied entry. Only finding a single kill. Weeman still holding positions. Pentagram on the inside, dances over, dealt with, puts a full challenge coming through. Gotarex and Panda were part of this play, and the trades do amount to essentially even footing until Beans gets the final kill needed. And now we've got a minute 58, and lives are starting to amount here for Ultra EU.
And that's forcing. Look, Electrify Steel are now not trying to force the issue. They are playing very far in the back. Very respectable defense coming through and just waiting for the kills to come to them. And it is working out wonderfully.
Yeah, it really
they
is.
are constantly finding Ultra EU in these unforced areas, trying to throw out nades, trying to play one corner. Electrify Steel are just doing a great job of just gaining information and collapsing on it.
Fame on the corner. Keeping Ultra EU very much so at bay. Trades come out though. And Beans looks like he wants to take one further step towards Patio, but Gotarex will deny. It leaves Furious kind of wondering what is to happen next. And he may actually catch a couple of members on this little rotation, but no, completely overwhelmed. Just really good focus from Electrify Steel with the numbers. Fame now trying to push through mid-map. Not going to be able to do too much with that position up towards fire. So we go to Pentagram's view. Over towards the bottom side of headquarters. Members all over him. Tries to use the door, but gets completely broken. And now an opportunity for Ultra to reclaim some ground and maybe get a setup going.
I thought that door wasn't supposed to swing that way either. Very interesting stuff. That 4-life lead has now evened up 9-9, and they are stopping that clock.
There's no glide bomb here, remember. How big could that decision possibly be? You got to remember that Electrify Steel, they won their opening offense off kills, so this one tick of progress could very well change the difference in who gets round 5, and the kills are still coming through. Goddard X from the top of the truck can only do so much. First tick of progress is done. How do you get back in? Wouldn't you love to have a glide bomb? Goddard X waiting for a little bit of help. The push now coming out of Fame from the front. Pander from the side, and they will get a little bit of clearance, but Beans is looking for a play around Column, and Weeman keeps the play alive by finding one more deep. 4v5, Steve-O onto the zone! Able to get a little bit of help from Weeman. It's a 5v2. Ultra EU trying to get to round 5 desperately. Pentagram not going to be able to touch, and oh boy! Wouldn't you love to have a glide bomb?
I would, sir, I would, but it seems that it's a little bit too out of reach at this moment of time, for I have used it. My name is Electrify Steel in an offensive attempt to close it out in a 3-1 fashion. And even when you go back and you look at that defensive side, right? The kills were also there too. So even if it was even up for ticks, which it wasn't, you are forcing the hand of Ultra Academy EU to bounce back. Beans has erupted. He is 32-24. Furious went big in that offensive escapade as well. Weeman is also loading in towards this one on a 4. Electrify Steel again. They did it in their first round. Got to do it again here in round 5.
And just keep your eye on number 5 in purple. 4 kills in a row. Possibly could earn towards a glide bomb of his own. And how the tables would turn if that was the case. But now he's the only defender left, and oh my, the kills are so good from Electrify Steel. They're going to quick rotate back over towards B here. With Pentagram still playing a forward position, there's a chance to give him enough help to possibly get on towards B early, but the pickup off spawn from Ultra EU, absolutely perfect. Second tick locked in, looking for an extra minute, is Pander.
Yeah, really good trades. Much needed, because that was a snowball that was waiting to happen. 3-life lead though, and Beans able to get the Chow onto Pander, so that's going to stop the A zone from fully tacking on over. Now, you can go grab that 60 seconds, but Ultra Academy EU, they're more focused on making sure that their flank is secured, that there's no antics going inside a church or P5.
Down just a couple of lives. Pentagram re-wrapping up towards the second floor of church, clears out Beans. So the possibility of threatening this zone from multiple points of entry is very much so alive here for Electrify Steel. Weeman left to essentially just play a 1-for-1 position, wants to chase down these kills, and the timing of this play is absolutely flawless. Gets the first, no problem. Now it's just down to where did everybody else go, and Pander's just going to let them live on the backside of this. He just wants to stay sneaky. The whole play is, can you get up towards patio, clean this up for your teammates to join you from the high ground? So far, so good. He's going to join off on the hit. The kills are fine. Fame and Pander for the opening double. One more on the backside. Pentagram finds that kill, and it's just left to Weeman from the back. He needs to find kills. The progress is starting to come through. Gets the first, no problem. Now it's just down to, can you get enough help here to stop this inevitable hit? And so far, it looks good, as Goddard X will actually just throw his life on it. He gets absolutely denied. One more in the corner is Pander, but he will value his life as he backs down.
Yeah, big kills coming through again for Electrify Steel. When they love to get themselves in an offensive take, they don't always keep players inside top green. They try to get those spawn kills in towards the back. 19v14 with 1:08 left. Electrify Steel, of course, they don't have to do it via segments. Alan, they just have to make sure that they get a player to stall out that clock, and they can do it via kills.
Furious just throwing shoulders. Double hit comes through. Pentagram wins it cleanly. Beans the next line of defense. Rotating over is Steve-O. This opens up the complete middle of the map, and here comes Electrify Steel. 2-2 split. Steve-O in between. Oh, he doesn't take down Goddard X! But off from the backside. Weeman and Furious keep the defense holding strong for now.
16v10. 38 seconds. That clock is slowly becoming the best friend of Ultra EU. But the lives, that's Electrify Steel's win condition. You can see how they're setting themselves up. It's almost like they're trying to break this hard point when you're thinking about it, right? You got players trying to get on towards the back of grass, but they're going to give it up. Pentagram's now going to be tasked to kind of help out from top bunks, while the teammates are pushing out from P5.
Steve-O, double for Steve-O from the front. Beans also locks things up. Pentagram will fall from the backside. And now all of a sudden, Electrify Steel, doesn't matter how many lives you had in your favor. The clock is becoming your biggest adversary, or maybe Steve-O himself will be just that. Pander, no way to get through. And I got to clear my throat a little bit. A little bit of a choke from Electrify Steel's Ultra EU steal away map 3.
Would you like to have a glide bomb, Alan?
I would have loved one.
Yeah. Oh boy. It's a casual reverse sweep in control. Oh boy, Ultra
Wow,
Academy
dude.
EU. Look, again, when it comes down to it, some veterans of the EU scene right there, man, and you gave them one of the easiest unforced errors in trying to force out a glide bomb to win an offensive round. You said it. I was sitting there smiling at it because I was like, yeah, you just hold on for a defense, right? Because we've seen control before, dating all the way back. Yeah, just save that streak. Just make sure that you can win defense. The round in the side, that is easier to win when it comes down to control, but you really try to force the hand. And Ultra just absolutely turned up beans in those last few rounds, as well as Furious just went completely AWOL.
And for as much as the mistake is the easy thing to point at, you cannot forget how good the offensive looks for Ultra EU started to get near the end of a couple of those hits that they put together in round 4. But then also on top of that, for them to put together a really solid defense when it was asked about them most, especially considering that they were down 6 lives at one point in time there in round 5, for them to still keep the trust to push forward, use the clock. That is incredible Call of Duty out of Ultra EU.
It absolutely is. And I think you could also kind of coin that at the same time when Electrify Steel, we were sitting there just witnessing it, that we truly did feel like that they were going to have a really good attempt to do it again, win another offensive round. They just don't have anybody top green. They're going to go back, watch that VOD, and I'm sure they're probably going to be thinking about it at the same time. It's just that flank, being able to find that one kill from a flanking, I believe, Wee Man at the time. And you take a look at some of these numbers. Casual 5,300 damage from Mr. Ben Beans, 37-32, 27 non-traded kills. He was all over the place there. I mean, not in the first round. I mean, Electrify still had their way in that first round, but Ultra Academy EU on the latter half of that game just were going crazy.
Yeah, that's the number that was in big flashing lights for me too, is that 5,300 damage. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So Ultra EU now turn the map set into their favor very heavily. You got a Tuscan Hardpoint coming up next, but the Berlin Search and Destroy at the end. That's going to be, I think, the really interesting one here if we get to 5. Just due to the fact that both teams have shown a lot of significant success throughout Season 4 in particular on that map mode combo. But I don't want to bite off more than we could chew here because we already know what can happen on a Tuscan Hardpoint after Pentagram loses the control.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the easiest keys to victory to bring up for Ultra EU. Like, I mean, you make sure that that Pentagram doesn't drop a 40 bomb.
Yeah.
You could probably do quite well for yourself because there was a lot of moments in time when you go back and you watch that 40 bomb map out of Pentagram that the rest of the teammates were not finding anything whatsoever until, you guessed it, the second set of hard points per usual of Electrify Steel. But you almost have to feel that the team needs to be very cohesive. The teamwork needs to be there going forward for Electrify Steel. Again, they need to hit the boots on the ground absolutely running. You made a couple mistakes in that Tuscan control, but you do not let it dissuade you. You continue to set the pace in the hard point like you did in the first match.
Yeah, it's just it's easy as hitting the mental reset button here. Just don't let it affect you whatsoever.
Sure.
And you just come back into knowing what you had just done to 705 here.
Yeah. And
I'm sure you're starting to hear some clamoring commotion. Looks like Boston Academy just did something that made people happy. Yeah, this is okay as a W, apparently. All right. So that's still going on. Dude, what is it with this Boston Academy team on Saturdays, dude? They are looking unreal today.
I was watching a lot of their games over their shoulders, too. I mean, like, it's the same thing we were talking about in Toronto, is that I think that team just continuously has a Ghosty set up for success. It's that kid is unfathomably
he's different, dude.
Yeah,
he's different. Maybe someone in the audience give us a map count update for that series. Anyone know? No.
Good talk.
2-1. 2-1. Thank you. Thank you. So that was a control win, I assume, for Boston Academy. And well, now we just focus on what we have in front of us. And I will say that as much as we keep talking about Pentagram because, he stole the spotlight, this is going to be a stressful map as far as what flexibility will Ultra EU have for this weekend. Because let's be honest, you're going to have to be not just diverse in what you bring to the table on map pool selection, but can you bring in 3 SMGs at times and actually mix it up with some of these fast-paced NA teams if you want to win the tournament, I mean?
It's something that we've seen in the past. Specifically going back to Season 1 when they were actually playing under the team name Moneyform. And it's again, Beans is coming off a fantastic map, and you've also been able to see Furious is flexing over towards an AR, but the triple SMG specifically on a map mode combination like Tuscan Hardpoint was very good for them. Even when you go into towards Season 2 when they were playing with Gizmo as well.
You
had Beans picking up that SMG role. and was just getting in the face, not afraid to get his hands dirty. If Beans is feeling himself, it terrifies me, and he's all the way across the room as well because he is loud, and he's also very good in the game. When he starts flying in towards a multitude of different instances, he has the help from his teammates. He is frying.
Yeah, I think, so back in Toronto, I had kind of gone out there and said the best search and destroy team at the event is going to win the tournament. And as much as I still think that parts of that are true this weekend, with how many rosters have been moved around across both regions that still exist here, I think it's the most flexible team is going to win this event this weekend.
We've seen a lot of different variations as far as map pool is concerned. I say that, of course, the last time that both we were on the cast and Electrify Steel here, we did have the same Tuscan 3 and 4, but everything else has been quite a big variety.
Yeah, and I think, with the team that currently finds itself in winners finals, talking about Ultra NA, we know what they can bring to the table, and I think, the swap out was confusing to a lot of people, but it does allow an opportunity to really highlight those flex players on that roster because you now know for a fact that Assault's just going to rock a main AR. So when you compare both these two teams to facing up against that Ultra NA team, depending on who gets through the series, I think that flexibility is going to be the key as far as who has the ability of running 3 ARs at times or 3 SMGs at times. Because at the moment, for a fact Ultra NA can.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen it plenty of times. I can't tell you how many clips I probably have saved on my hard drive at home of Vickle picking up an AR or Scrappy picking up an SMG. Or same thing said about Charlie. Hixie is also quite versatile. We've seen it through a multitude of different years. It's, again, I feel like that flexibility hasn't fully been there, at least through this weekend so far, from Ultra Academy EU.
I agree.
Because they really haven't had a reason to be put on the back burner. Now, a little bit was happening off screen while we were casting the last time in that reverse sweep versus, what was it, Valor, Bracken, Co. So, I mean, you would have to assume in those last 3 maps, that's when they had to really start diving into their bag of tricks. This is about to be another one of those instances, I feel.
And I think that the fact that we're framing this up, why it feels so appropriate is because that has to be win condition right here in this map coming up with Tuscan.
Yeah.
And, arguably speaking, you can actually see the same things on Berlin Search if we get there. So we'll just kind of keep that in the back of our mind. I know we're spitballing through it, we're podcasting through it. Hopefully you guys are still staying entertained. Better be. Hopefully you got 2 tabs open. You're watching both matches going on, and we've got both of them kind of playing through here. I know Boston is currently playing in the CDL while their Academy team continues to get work done here. Man, it's just... It's so surprising to see it happen. Now 2 events in a row that Boston Academy are still doing this.
I feel like at this point, it's just shutting a lot of the haters up because,
absolutely it is.
Again, the conversations I've been able to have with Doug, he is very selfless, I would say, in moments of time. It doesn't really show it in his streams, but it does a lot, in my opinion. If you really do listen, he is gassing up Ghosty a lot. This team has been putting in the work, even missing out on scrim time as well. Before Toronto, dude, Shawnee looks great with this team. It just the anchor for that team just to pretty much do whatever they want, and they get away with it.
Crazy scenes, man. Crazy scenes. Again, we're all just kind of looking forward to what's going to be happening with Challengers Champs, of course. And at this moment in time, we can't say for certain, but it's looking very likely that the 4 teams coming into this event that were looking good to auto-qualify for champ spots likely will. You're talking about both Ultra Academy teams, and then you've got Rocker and Team War, who put together some good showings. Rocker eliminated, but Team War still fighting as they're looking to get into the lower semifinals. They've been putting together a long lower bracket run, too, I'll tell you what.
All of you have definitely had a better event here in Boston compared to what they had in Toronto. And Rocker, even considering the trade that happened with both Journey going over towards AIM and then picking up Sukri. He had to retire the bakery, I guess, eventually. But it's just one of those things that they look a lot better now comparatively to where they were even back in Minnesota. The same could be said about both Spanish rosters. I mean,
absolutely.
EU absolutely turned up this weekend, and they were able to show a lot of people how much talent is over in that.
And I think the difference this time around, and for all of you out there watching that didn't get a chance to see it happen in venue, but it was a lot of EU eliminating other EU teams this time around, where in Toronto that was very different. It was North American teams beating EU teams. Not so much the case here this time around, and that's why we're seeing some elongated runs be put together. Just waiting for the lobby to start up, so thanks for bearing with us here as we're getting ready to go for map number 4. Of course, we're looking forward to Winners Finals. That's going to be the last match on the broadcast for today. Then tomorrow, of course, we'll be back early for the lower semifinals, the lower finals, and of course, the grand finals, which you have to remember, here in Challengers, we play best of 5, so there would be possible of 10 maps being played in that grand finals, not the best of 9 format the CDL uses.
Well, the bracket was actually reset back in Toronto as well.
Sure was.
Yeah, go ahead and run it back, right? I mean, that would also mean that the script would have to be fully followed, that Toronto would have to make it towards grand finals, but which Toronto team? It could honestly be EU and NA. It could be a Team Kill that could be coming through. I don't know, man. Anybody, in my opinion, could be anybody. From the teams that are left over here, trust me when I say, y'all, Any team could beat anybody. I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm just, dude, again, we could get Sensor versus Clay again. It's looking, I mean, at the moment.
It's looking pretty good.
Sensor 2-1 up.
2-1 up.
Could happen.
Bro.
Stay tuned here, friends. But here we go. Enough fill, enough vamp, and into map number 4. Tuscan Hardpoint on the docket for us. Ultra EU up 2-1. But Electrify Steel have shown their mastery over this map by the way of Pentagram in the first place. So we'll see if that will be replicated. Otherwise, again, the stress here is, can Ultra EU be flexible enough to keep pace with Electrify Steel?
That's what it mostly comes down to. We saw that and we talked about it in the map 1. That Electrify Steel definitely want to be the faster team, but I mean, if you're Ultra EU, why wouldn't you be feeling yourself off of that previous offense that you were in defensive escapade back on Tuscan control?
So far, so good on the opening break. Lots of nades raining out of Furious, but he stays alive through it and then can take the fight versus Pentagram, reinforcing the time earned here on B1. Play through the middle map out of God X, trying to find some way to contest this, but Weeman has got his eyes set on trying to push forward, but Pentagram, a little bit of help from a nade coming over the top, will not just find one, he'll take a second, and the scrap time now earned for Electrify Steel.
And that's all while still holding the rotation. While Ultra EU were still soaking up time, they were trying to get middle of the map coverage, but they did not have an opportunity to try to push all the way through and try to flip out the spawns ahead of this very crucial P2 rotation. Now, you do have players inside of bunks, while you also have at least one of Weeman just kind of lurking up on side top patio, but the big play is going to be Vortex. He's able to get from behind, and although you do have Panda that's able to pick up one, you do have numbers here for Ultra EU.
Yeah, this works out from the front here for Ultra EU. It just comes down to, can you follow up with more eliminations to try to influence the spawns, and the answer is a very convincing and stout no. Electrify Steel go 3 for 1 in the exchange. Furious stunned from being able to contest for a small time. Gets the opener, though, no problem. Help from Beans by way of nade over the top, and actually that puts a lot of stress all of a sudden on Pentagram from the high ground. And yeah, he's eventually going to get traded out, so once again, Ultra EU from the front, just as good as you'd like. Fame forced to still play and finesse for this back 20 seconds, and he's done largely well, but Weeman gets the read, and Ultra EU will be the benefiters of this scrap time.
Hey, this is so devastating for Electrify Steel, because you can see what's happening and developing on the mini-map, right? Is that you have all of them still spawning in back church.
Oh, wow.
So all of Electrify Steel have to go across the ruins where Beans is just lying in wake, finding themselves on a 4. This is the easiest scrap to initial I've ever seen Ultra get.
And they've got a full setup. Weeman makes safe the well push. 2 of his own, make it 3 as Pentagram is just they're trying to find someone to work with. Yeah. There's just no entry. These are just individual lines of fire from Ultra EU, and they're working out unbelievably well. But now the hit starting to gain some momentum from the front, but Beans is able to put himself on 7. Glide bomb now earned. Eventually taken out from the Vines area, but his teammates there to try to pick up the pieces, and, well, held on a second. Electrify Steel, they've been able to work themselves forward. Now onto the hard point. 25 seconds to fight for, and ES is in.
Down by the 60 curse, are they going to be able to turn it around, or is Ultra EU just constantly going to push them back? The trades are there, so that actually is going to force Electrify Steel to maybe try to recontest coming back through L. But again, you have all these Ultra players just lurking it towards the back. It's another 2-piece for Beans. He's 11-5. Weeman 11-6 for crying out loud, and they're flying across the middle of the map, but the real play is developing at the south side. Furious and Vortex trying to work around the back.
We asked the question, could they be flexible to force speed against Electrify Steel? Apparently you don't need to.
Yep.
Everyone's just locking down lanes. So over towards Church we go. I hate to call desperation time here for Electrify Steel, but boy does it feel like it. And the opening kills will allow them the first 15 seconds plus a little extra, as now Ultra EU for the first time have to consider how to break.
Well, I've seen them down by 60. Down by some near 90 would be an immaculate comeback here on a map like Tuscan. And they do well to at least be able to find the kills, and they're also reading where they're coming from. Top lawn is where a lot of the players for Ultra EU are still trying to maneuver their way inside the hard point. Contest will be there for Furious. Last player to try to make an argument will be Beans. They will be dealt with. And although Vortex is through their life trying to finesse for some scrap time, that was a much needed hill for Electrify Steel.
This Electrify Steel team's weird, man. It's like they get one hold, one setup, and all of a sudden the whole game just turns into their favor. They start to get themselves really rolling, get that engine purring. So over towards headquarters we go as it opens up. It's a 1v1 Furious versus Pander, which Furious takes without much cause for concern whatsoever. Also, Arena Nagata Rex has to avoid the incoming nades, though, and is unable to do so. Stevo on the flank. Oh my goodness, the trigger to split. Stevo, what are you about to do? Opening for the first. Stops Electrify Steel dead in their tracks, and even finds Nagata Rex looking for more, but Pentagram turns it up. But Ultra EU all over the hard point.
Oh man, Beans is letting them feel it as well. 16-9 for Beans. And again, this is all just setting up. They can play this hole in the hard point and they could just allow constant flakes to coming through. If it's not Vortex, what you just saw on the play previous, it's going to be Furious to pick it up. A damn near flawless P5 coming out from Ultra EU. In the majority of those 64 points that you see from Electrify Steel was that adoptable hold that they had back on 4.
The 4v4 Team v Team moments have all trended to Ultra EU. Electrify Steel need to find a way to create some chaos somewhere and make Ultra EU uncomfortable, because at the moment, it's as absolutely good as you'd like. So 5 will end. Back over to 1. Beans feels like this is the time to call in the glide bomb. It'll clear out mid-map. That will keep Electrify Steel completely at bay. So the initial time is good. Beans now off this reflank from his glide bomb. Good to make sure the middle of the map stays in control of Ultra EU. And now you can hit a route and wait for the play through Church.
Snowball, my name is Ben Beans.
Yeah.
The great coverage coming all the way through. And he even pulled it back to the middle of the map because he didn't want to get the team kills. But here we go. Electrify Steel able to find themselves a 4 down. It's battling for 30 seconds. Every second is good time for Electrify Steel going forward. But it's a double-edged sword. They want to make sure that they soak up this 25 seconds, get covered in the middle of the map, and do not allow to lose spawns going over towards P2. Another glide bomb, this time from Weeman. That'll be the call for the rest of the purple arrows to push on it.
Oh, but Electrify Steel is not just surviving through this. They're fighting back pretty convincingly. The final gunfights, though, won by Ultra EU. And with that scrap time, they won't break over the double century mark, but boy, will they be close. Weeman trying to get to the rotation on Column quickly. Not able to do too much, and Steve-O's going to get stunned. Still wins the gunfight versus Fate. Goodness me. Trade should be there, and it is. Electrify Steel will have a chance to get to Column.
You go back towards the first set of hardpoints, Alan, here on T2. Ultra EU held this from the front and spawn-trapped Electrify Steel. All they need is to find themselves the entry. How about a double kill from Furious? Trade might be there, but you already have Ultra EU in. They're sinking their teeth in.
Oh, they absolutely are. It's more than just blood in the water right now. Ultra EU all over it. 199 to 90, the current tally. And someone's just going to have to be a hero here for Electrify Steel. Otherwise, Ultra EU may just put this car in cruise control and just take it to a winners finals.
I mean, the 100-point lead, you know I love my phrase, leader's advantage. You cannot ask for a more comfort zone.
Yeah.
That is Ultra EU right now with about a 99-point differential over Electrify Steel's head. So go ahead and chalk it. 18 seconds left. We'll play for exits. We'll just post up inside P5, make sure that nobody's coming to the middle of the map, says Furious. And Beat's going to watch that A lane.
So much help. There's so much help.
Everybody's in a tradable position.
It really is that. That's exactly the call. So Fountain will open. Ultra EU in initially. Electrify Steel working with a little bit of help here from the fire alleyway. Weeman trying to find the repitch on this, but it's going to be a flip of the map coming out. And Weeman, does he get a read on where this hit's coming from? First 2 kills good for Pander. Caught off guard a little bit here is Steve-O. He'll be put down, and Electrify Steel will guarantee a bit of a flip here on 3.
Cannot allow yourself to become too one-dimensional if you are Ultra EU. Isolating yourself continuously. You gotta wait for the help. I love this discipline that's starting to come through. Beans was already inside of IV, but it doesn't mean that the help is going to be there, and it's not going to be as good as help as what was once shown on previous hardpoints, pushing them back off of the spawn flip. 17 seconds left to soak, and again, you can send one more player to try to finesse for some scrap time, and well, Vortex will win that, so it'll be about like maybe 218 or so. Nice shots from GodRx, but that was never the play. Ultra EU just want to make it desperate so they can just win the rotation over towards New.
And they also shut down the threat of a glide bomb out of GodRx. So here comes the Church hit. First blood for Pentagram on the exchange, decent. Steve-O is trying to threaten, has 1v1 with GodRx, deals with them no problem. And if you're Electrify Steel, you cannot afford to wait. You cannot afford to wait, but there's no choice. Furious shuts down the play from the field side. Spawns will flip. Electrify Steel have to break right here, right now. And GodRx can only get 1. It's not going to be good enough. Pentagram now has to push forward. Not sure where to expect where Steve-O's coming from, but still gets the read. 1 more inside the hard point. Good shots coming through, but Furious at least able to find 1 guaranteed kill. 229 is where it stops. Electrify Steel get the reinforcements to win some of this crucial time.
With just how close everything is, they don't have the opportunity, they don't have the luxury of trying to press on forward. All they can do is just get inside the hardpoint and hold, but that is just waiting in wake for Ultra EU to recontest and work their way back in.
No one's touching Steve-O. 31 and 22, minute plus worth of hardpoint time. Goodness. If there was ever a Call of Duty hat trick, he's pulled it. Teammate comes out, though. That will stifle things just a touch for Ultra EU, or will it? Furious is also in position. Oh my, GodRx in trouble. And Furious, he wants it! He wants it! It's a double, but finally, Pander turns it around. Pentagram, the last hope. needs to win off all these final gunfights, and it's not going to happen. It's an all-ultra affair for the winners finals as EU does their job here in the second semi.
We wrote it up. We said it was possible. I didn't think it was actually going to come true, but woo! Take notes, Pixar. That is a very awesome movie that we just got to watch in that best of 5, man. That was electric because, again, we framed it up. Are Ultra EU going to be able to step up and outpace, if not just meet it, for Electrify Steel? We immediately got our answer because we had seen a big difference from the Vortex, the Stevo that we got on Berlin Hardpoint Map 1, and then going to that Tuscan, he was, like you said, untouchable.
Dude, the thing about it is just in the fashion that he found all of his success came off of the simple fact that in all of the team fight moments, all of the 4v4 moments, maybe save that 1p1 break.
Sure.
It was Ultra EU dominating the exchange. And when you get convincing setups like that, and you have essentially guaranteed the next 15 seconds to go your way, that allows Stevo just a green card to do whatever he wants around the map. And the fact of the matter was, he didn't have to go too far, because he still found a minute worth of hardpoint time with 11 objective kills. I mean, goodness, that is just so good from Vortex.
But what also does scream high value in a multitude of different areas. Both Furious, the SMGs for Ultra EU, had a combined 21 objective kills on the hardpoint itself, and about big. 2 minutes between the two of them as well. But you can also see the help from both Beans and Weeman, the ARs. Specifically Weeman. People are going to be like, oh yeah, only 40 engagements for you, Weeman. What are we doing out here? 20 and 20? 17 assists being picked up off of 3k damage. That is the testament of what Ultra EU are able to do. How fundamentally strong they are. ARs getting damage, SMGs pushing up and cleaning up on the kills.
Well,
Call of Duty, man.
You got to remember the fact that both ARs earned both the glide bombs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're locking down lanes that good, life has to be feeling super easy.
Some good
for the
copy and
SMGs.
played out of those
yeah,
guys.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think the thing that's most inspiring about it is not just how they were able to kind of play off of one another, but for what we were used to seeing from North Americans in this map mode combo with speed, aggression, and just relentlessness. That was probably the most controlled map of Tuscan Hardpoint that we've seen probably on the weekend so far.
Yeah.
And that's great news, I think, because that's an advantage that Ultra EU has over a lot of teams that are here.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at that, almost reconsidering maybe trying to face Ultra EU on Tuscan, because I feel like every single time we were... I wouldn't want to take them there either. I don't want to be in a gunfight versus Beans nor Furious, or any of them. I would lose regardless. But it's just one of those things, again, like, and we saw that in certain instances in that map 1 that they, of course, ended up losing 250-236. But Ultra EU, as fundamentally strong as they are, it's just always locked down from the ARs watching those very long lines of sight, and the SMGs just roaming for free constantly.
Yeah.
That trust is there.
Man, it's inspiring stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that inspiration needs to bleed over because it's going to be an all-Toronto Ultra Academy affair for the winners finals. The North American squad due to now play up against their EU counterparts. Also, you heard a couple of rumblings in the background. Boston Academy 3-1'd their way into a lower round further up, and that's one that they meet up against Clay again. So that's going to be one of those, that's the famous picture we saw taken at Toronto over the top. It was that matchup. We're going to get that again as we look back over the bracket.
I'm going to have to try to... I'm going to go cross-eyed. What's that one SpongeBob meme where he's like reading two different sides of the book? It's about to be me watching the Ultra Affair and then also watching just Clay and Co. versus that Boston Academy, man. Because there's going to be a lot of good COD that's about to be played. But that Ultra matchup, I'm not going to lie, I have been licking my lips waiting for that matchup ever since these two teams were announced.
Dude, this is the first time since Stage Minnesota they play Minnesota? I want to say they played in Minnesota, like an earlier round or something. But regardless, it's been a long time since we've seen this, dude.
But it's the in-house that we always want.
Let me just say this much.
Say it.
I feel for Ellen and Sean. I don't know how they're going to call Toronto Ultra EU, Toronto Ultra NA. It's going to be casting chaos.
It's a lot of purple, man.
Good luck, guys.
That's a lot of purple. Yeah, I don't envy that whatsoever. But the gameplay, I'm sure, is just going to be absolutely crazy. Because I mean, again, just to wrap up this entire series one more time, is that questions were asked about the versatility, the pace of play, and Ultra EU absolutely answered.
Yeah, it's the same as it ever was, right? Easy kill right there. And on the flip side, though, just to kind of talk about the opposite side of the sword here, Electrify Steel now have to fall down to play a very hot Team War squad. Thoughts about that match?
I mean, honestly, Team War, ever since we were talking with Team War earlier on in the day, and we were sitting there drinking coffee with their team owner, who's, you can see right behind us, just so handsome,
God.
isn't he?
He's there.
It's one of those things, again, that when they got past Awubabubs, the momentum was always there. They are feeling themselves, man. Watching Wardy fly across that map, that Electrify Steel roster is going to have to work it out for them.
That's going to be tough, man. That's going to be super tough. But once again, we'll relook over our schedule because we've already kind of teased at the matches that are coming up, but just to visually reconfirm them for you. The final match of the evening is the winner's final here on broadcast. Ultra NA playing Ultra EU. Simultaneously going on will be the Boston Academy versus Team Exposed match, as well as that Electrify Steel versus Team War match. So again, just keep that bracket up. Exclamation point bracket. We'll have it pretty much refreshed at all times. Just make sure you're keeping that F5 button hit as much as humanly possible, and I'm sure there'll be plenty to see on Twitter as the clips start to fly, which guarantee me they absolutely will be. But we're going to set off to a break. It's Winners Finals up next. Don't go far. More challenges coming up.
Team Exposed versus Boston Academy, Station 2. Team Exposed versus Boston Academy, Station 2. Electrify Steel versus Team War, Station 3.
I was just pulling up the rest of those chairs that were here, and then so we can use them tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, I have plenty of chairs right there. On that table? Yeah. That was my spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the final match of the night. Winners Finals, Boston Open. I'm Spaceman. That is Dream Crazy. And we got a ridiculous matchup coming up for what could be preliminary favorites to win the whole event. Toronto Ultra continue to be the dominant team in Challengers. North American EU teams going bat. Listen, this is going to be an insane game for best of 5 series. We could go potential all 5 games. Ellen, like,
It's Winners Finals, man.
How do we get here?
Like, it's crazy. Well, obviously, Ultra has been destroying everybody. I mean, we'll take a look at the bracket here and get you updated on that. But, I mean, Ultra Academy NA, obviously, they 3-1 AYM, which we did earlier this morning. And then, of course, taking that 3-2 win over Team Exposed to solidify a Winners Finals. And then, of course, we just saw the Ultra Academy EU take down Electrify Steel. What a crazy game that was.
A potential 5-game series on our hands in the Electrify Steel and Ultra EU game. You just watched. You just saw it with your own eyeballs. And now that means that Ultra EU versus Ultra NA, which is going to be absolutely fantastic to talk about as we get into it. Here's the head-to-head. Here are the matchups, and here are the players. This is your Winners Finals. One of these teams going to the Grand Finals. Loser will drop down and play tomorrow morning. As we move through, though, it's Vikul, Scrappy, Hixie, and Assault. You know him, you love him on the North American side. On the EU, Vortex, Beans, Furious, and Weeman. Okay, there's a lot of history here. There's a lot to get through. All I know at the end of the day is that Josh is absolutely happy right now, and I can't wait to see his reactions after the series. But looking at the breakdown, Ultra, NA, the #1 seed, EU, popping off on Twitter already saying who thought we weren't like a good region. Talking their smack, and rightfully so. The team turned up, and they did it at the biggest time possible. Now they have to go against their brothers on domestic turf. What are you looking at most, Ellen, in this series?
Well, obviously, this matchup is going to be crazy. And for Ultra Academy EU, like, we love to see them here because we know, like, they didn't obviously make it in the playoffs for the Elite Stage 4. But just being here, right, is just amazing. I am looking towards Beans on this squad because he, I feel like, was the catalyst, like, just in the games that just passed. He was the one that turned up in that Tuscan and carrying on over. Like, he just turned up, and I'm so excited to see him carrying that momentum if he can continue to do that.
The amount of history, you look at the likes of Vikul and Hixie that have against players like Vortex and Beans and Furious and Weeman. Like, it is an amalgamation of talent, some of the best in all of the Challengers world, and here is the series layout. We were wondering, what Game 2 are we going to get, and wouldn't you know it, it's Desert Siege, but first we start things off with Tuscan Hardpoint. Again, another quick pick that we had predicted. And then Gavutu Control, Berlin to round out the series. This is actually pretty straightforward. And for Ultra NA, you have to think that at least with the potential Game 1 and 3 slots, you could be favoring them to have a 2-1 series lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And minus the Bocage Search and Destroy, like, this is basically the same exact layout that they had against Team Exposed. So already having some sort of, like, reps in this weekend on this map, obviously, just from the last series, like, going into this for Ultra NA, you have to be maybe feeling pretty confident with the picks.
You certainly do. And again, there was also a Gavutu Hardpoint that was that Game 4 in that original series earlier today. I believe it was against AIM Esports. But when we start things off with Tuscan, we're going to jump into that map #1. But again, I also want to point out S&D on Desert Siege. Ultra NA is currently, I believe, 0-2 on that map today to start. They lost it against AIM, I believe, round 11, and they lost it against Exposed 6-2. It wasn't close the second time around. The first time, a couple of maybe small key gunfights to go their way, completely different story. They get the wins in those series regardless. That Game 2, more so than I think the Gavutu Control, could be the catalyst for the EU team to get a leg up in this series. But if we know anything, is that Ultra NA in respawns has been about as good as you'd want any team in the bracket to be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 100% the case. So for that Game 2, obviously what we did see from Ultra EU was they did clutch up and take it against that Electrify Steel squad. So even for that, that is going to be a map that they need to take. They already were able to take it today, obviously with NA being 0-2 on it on the day. But regardless, I mean, I'm just really excited for this series. Like, I don't even want to throw any predictions in there because I just, like, this is going to be an amazing matchup.
Well, the fascinating part of our first game on Tuscan Hardpoint is when we looked back to about an hour ago when it was Exposed versus Ultra NA, it was that P5 with Scrap. When he was able to go on that spree and really catapult Ultra into their winning condition, which was if we win individual gunfights and we've just locked down the rotation like they do so often, the game's done and they usually have a substantial lead they can build off with Scrap time alone. That's what they did against Exposed. That's what they've done all day in Hardpoint. And yet again, we find ourselves with a familiar ground here where Ultra NA are going into Tuscan Hardpoint to kick off a series They get a Game 1 win, and they're feeling hot, and Scrap is getting loud. All of a sudden, you think that all the momentum is now shifted to Ultra NA, and EU have to find something in the gravel to be able to pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where kind of what both teams are so good at is like just being able to adjust and read their opponents in that fashion to where they can do that. So getting off the back foot like right away, those breaks, you don't want the hills to be chained, but like you said, Scrap into that P4, that Churchill to P5, that's something that NA just did so well. But to put a stop to that with Electrify Steel trying to do that, I mean, it was Beans again. I mean, like, he was the one that was able to stop a lot of those plays. A lot of those breaks happened because of him leading the event. And of course, Steve-O, like, hello, Vortex, he's been dominating the challenger scene for how long? It
how
seems
many
like,
years?
Gosh, every year. So we always see him consistently in this position. He's the one that's taking those crazy routes. The subs of Ultra EU, they're going to be the ones to take this here.
Yeah, you look at some of the duos that have lasted longest in North or European challengers for a while. I mean, Metals and Lucky, I think, kind of have that mantle there, but you even looked at when Nasty and Vortex were playing together, and those are kind of the staples. So the fact that Vortex has continued that trajectory that he's had for so many years now and is still finding ways to succeed, and this team that is so well-rounded, so well put together, and then it makes me think about this opening Hardpoint, like not only talking about Scrap's individual promise on hills like P4, especially rotating to P5. But when we look at Assault can do as well, staying alive in bottom church, but also playing towards the back God tank. If he does that enough, there's going to have to be a response from EU on the likes of Beans or the likes of Furious to be able to meet that challenge. If they do so, you probably have a better time being able to break, let alone trying to worry about the spawns and getting, up to the patio and getting radio control. So there's a lot of facets here for how EU can approach NA, but I think the big thing is this. We've said this a lot about teams in Season 4. We've said it a lot about teams here. When it comes to playing against Ultra NA, if you can skate alongside them, if you can keep the respawns close, like the opening hardpoints, if you can limit their range to around 120, maybe 130 by the time we get to our second set of hills, you're going to have a real chance to be able to get that game the distance. If you don't, if you give them hill after hill of open time, free 20 seconds, and uncontested breaks, you're going to lose that game. You might end up losing the series. So whether or not we're talking about stealing S&D, stealing respawns, is there a game and or map mode in this series that you're looking at most and saying, EU, at least for your chances just statistically, what do they have to do and what game mode do they have to do it in to swing this series if they do go down 0-1?
It's going to be that map 2. For me, it's going to be that map 2 just because, in numbers advantage, at least NA had lost on it, like 0-2 on the day. And, it was, well, the one was, but either which way, like, they're going to have to clutch up on that search and destroy, which we saw them do. So, I really feel like when it comes down to that, they cannot let Ultra NA just run away with the leads as they do so often, even off the open breaks. It's just really about those adjustments, making those mid-round adjustments, and hopefully being able to clutch up. And who has the better clutch factor? That's what's so exciting about this game. It's like, we really don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be a bloodbath.
If you thought timings were going to be weird going into the series, you're absolutely right. And if there's one team and or, I should say, two teams that know each other pretty well, it probably is Ultra North America and Ultra EU. They have most likely ran into each other a couple of times, let alone in scrims, and understanding that those tendencies that certainly exist, it's all about putting it together in this stage of the year, but also the personalities of these teams continue to rise to the top, and that is what we talk about most often. But as things sit currently, we'll make sure the players get into the lobby, make sure all the teams are ready to go. Winners Finals will be coming up after this break. When we return, Game 1 kicks off. Welcome back into the strangest winners finals you're going to see in quite some time. This is going to be fun. Again, we've talked about it before. We'll talk about it once more. Ultra NA versus Ultra EU. Both these teams have had a ridiculous road here and a very promising one as well. One of them going to be moving on to the grand final to play for that championship, but both of them absolutely able to win this whole event. And I think that's the takeaway. Though my prediction's still with Boston. If Sensor shows up, which I know he's doing, they're going to win, I'm telling you right now. But looking at what this team did, and by this, speaking of Ultra NA, because we've seen them a lot today. We have been watching them for, this makes 3 in a row now. Is there anything specific that has stood out to you about the personality of this team that has kept them as competitive as they are, especially when they've had their backs against the wall in prior series?
Scrappy.
Scrappy? Yeah,
I mean, Scrappy,
yeah,
obviously. I mean, but all players, honestly, this team is just so good. I admired them since they formulated, you know. I honestly, it's just their ability to just adapt and turn up, even when the odds are against them. Like, they're just so good. Every single player is. But no matter what, I'm just excited. This is gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be great. Oh my god,
it's gonna be a blender, a brain blender. But either which way, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I want to get in the game.
I'm so ready. It's the winners finals. You've waited a long time to get here. These players have been playing for hours and hours and hours, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Kate, Ryan on the observing. We thank them so much for doing their job so we can do ours. Once more, these guys are absolutely the best in the business, and they've been giving us the best action all day. To the production, to the league ops, to the players themselves, thank you. Putting on a hell of a show, and let's get in to game number 1. On your screens, Ultra NA versus EU. This one's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. I was sitting here looking at, okay, this one, a white EU. Okay, I was like, hold on a second. I just got to make sure. But off the break, EU on the point Ultra Academy. It looks like already we have Wee Man popping off, locking things down, and getting control over that first point.
Well, I mean, you're going to be looking at a heavy contest early on in this P1, and we will be giving our purple squad their purple colors. NA, the domestic home turf, getting their shade, but on the other side, in the white, it's Ultra EU. And getting to this point, both teams have had their share of adversity, but it's been NA who's consistently found ways to take down some of those big top dogs, as most recently taken down Exposed in a Game 5 in a ridiculous clutch in the end, and Fecal stepped up massive in that series. If he has a similar performance here, this could be another dangerous one, but early on, it's a 40-point lead in this P1, not very contested.
Absolutely, and what a dominant start from Ultra Academy EU, just immediately off the break. But NA have control right now, and you see the break coming through right now from Steve-O, going through map side, and he does take down 2, and Beans to follow with 1, so through the front looks good, but still, the gunfights are being won in the back. You hear the screams going on, but from the top side, it's Furious onto the point.
I mean, it's a little bit scary, but listen, this game is not over by any stretch. It's only one hill. The problem, though, the pressure that started to mount inside Church was quickly dealt with and removed, like a cancer getting pulled off the play, and already it's come down to these awkward trades where even in power positions like this, when Weeman falls down into the point, do you really expect Ultra NA right now to be winning these gunfights? So far, they have not been. Scrap trying to find 1. He'll be successful for 2, will eventually fall, but the damage is done on this point. If you are NA, send a number or 2 here to continue to contest, but now you have to win the battle on transition, and you got to rotate out early.
Yeah, absolutely. Vico led that rotation already, and Beans to follow right behind him, but I think Beans able to swing on by. Scrap does spot him down, so that is a kill secured at least for the spawns in the back, and, well, Ultra Academy EU, what a dominant start, 80-5, and now that new hardpoint popped, Ultra Academy looking to come back here.
I mean, this is essentially as big of a money hill as you would want with the MP40 in hand and Vehicle doing everything right today. You would expect this game to turn itself around, and that comes through the kills in the kill feed. All purple for the moment before finally broken up. Steve-O getting himself involved, and there's another for Furious. Now it comes to the break through the cut, but green side controlled at the moment. Ultra EU are mounting this push and mounting it well as Furious comes in for the challenge, the break, the hold. It's good. EU are back inside.
Yes, and Furious has been one of those catalysts has been helping to secure those spawns, able to take down Assault in the back. So realistically, the flood through fire is going to come through, and Beans is locking things down. So you see kind of 2 members of Ultra Academy isolated over towards that Ivy side. Yeah. So either which way, there's only 15 seconds left, and although like similar to the last, they'll send a couple of members to that point, but worry about that rotation, and you see Vico there doing just that.
I mean, it was bunny hops with better shots from Weeman, but luckily Vico was there for the extra trade, so you do get a break. You get about 10 seconds that you give up if you are NA, but you'll take that because the neutral time gives you chances to win these gunfights in rotation. However, every single hill we've seen up until now, outside of that P3, has been EU. They have been able to work their way into the point and hold it consistently, and Weeman is absolutely a reason why. He has been so hard to pull out of the anchor spot, and it's just allowed the sub to have that much more pressure.
Vico has to make some magic here. There's just nothing happening for NA.
Yes, you look so dominant on this Tuscan and still continue to rain havoc. But if this one thing that we saw that Ultra Academy NA did was bring it back here on this Churchill in the P5, and the kills are coming through for Ultra Academy NA. Now they have control. Oh, break, beautiful break from Assault and Scrap.
And that's big because not only do you have spawns back out towards P1 on the green side, but now you can start to splinter out onto the minimap. So though you do have time here for NA, you're worried more about that rotation. It's 15 seconds to fight over still, and that's another 3 dead, but you'll take that damage. Ultra sustain the opening punch. They get themselves the scrap time, and now they have to worry about the kills over to P5.
And you mentioned that rotation, but it was Weeman who took down Scrap to help solidify this. So now here on the point, you see Weeman securing it, but Stevo looking to stop the push at least from members of Ultra Academy NA as he continues to do so and takes down 2 at least with the help of Furious's nade, who's still pushing out, zoning forward and continuing to pick it up.
I mean, this hill can turn into D-Day real quick with how many nades you're going to throw through the side wall, but it's Scrap playing his life appropriately, waiting for one more challenge on the bend, and he burns him, but is the damage done here? Still alive somehow. The pistol is out, but Beans will cut him down, and here come the trades. It's White in the kill feed, and good enough as well. One down towards Well Steps. That's Assault. He needs help. He can't push this alone. Finally, numbers are in for Ultra NA, but do they have enough? Yes, they do. That's 3 in the kill feed. Here comes the push, the break, the challenge. It's good. Assault again for another.
And that's exactly what you need. So while that is happening, you have Hixie already early on that rotation. So breaking through the bottom P5 was so important, but members of Ultra Academy EU still flood to fight for that scrap time. So securing 8 seconds left, and also Weeman on the rotation, securing 2 rotational kills. Ultra Academy EU are so fired up right now.
I mean, I feel like we haven't even talked about it. It's a 100-point game right now, and we're finally back to P1, and this was the question mark. Can you skate alongside NA and keep it, I don't know, 120 points or so underneath when it comes to the total tally of this hardpoint? It's been a complete flip. It's 175 to 55. Ultra EU are smoking the hell out of NA, and it has not been close. It's been consistent. It's been so weird. EU have just been absolutely dominating, and there's no end in sight.
And look at this, like not only that, but they have the setup essentially for Noob. This is complete domination, but Ultra Academy at least stopped the bleeding just for a little bit. 20 seconds left on this P1. They have the scrap time, but they have to go as they are on the back foot. Ultra Academy EU. Beans looking so good.
Well, here comes the question now. As things quietly slow down and we go over to P2, who's going to be far back at the tank? I think it will be Stevo. And if that's the case, you need to put pressure immediately on that back end and collapse the foundation from there. You might not be able to win a challenge through P5 if you don't have anybody around to immediately contest inside radio. As long as Fury stays alive, this hill should be relatively uncontested for NA.
Same goes with Vico too in the back, essentially. If he's the one to stay alive, which he does, able to take down Weeman in the back. And then there's Stevo, though, coming through the flank, takes down 2. Makes it a little bit scrappy, gonna get the 3rd with the pistol. It still stays alive. How is this happening? Ultra Academy U spawning in the back now, pushing on in. They're not giving up a second.
I mean, the problem is they built a little bit of a run here, and they are getting back into this game, but the problem, again, is that you're down by 100 points, and every 15, 10 seconds you get for scrap time if you're EU goes right in your back pocket and continues this lead. It's 294. Surely we don't see a 100-point club in the start of our winter final, but you never know what you're going to see on Tuscan, and there's the break now with 7 seconds to fight over. It's not even worth it. If you're EU, hit the rotation, win this game on statue, don't let it go any further.
And that's the thing. Ultra Academy EU did just come off of a game, so NA maybe just need to take a little bit of time to warm up, and at least right now, they have control over P3, and they got information, at least they know, well, all right, Weeman might be pushing through Ivy, and that's exactly what's happening. So he has to wait for the push, essentially, pick off a couple of members, stay around the hill, but either which way, it's going to get a little bit mixy as P5 Hixie's on a 5 spree.
I mean, we've been here before, and who was it in the back? It was Weeman. Now, do they meet that challenge again? Already Ultra, and I should say the North American squad are trying to deal with these nades in front. It's a 3-hit from the back. EU stacking off spawn. They don't want to give numbers away quickly, but Hixie has to deal with a lot of pressure up front, and Scrap opens it up with 2. So now is a chance on a 2-1 split, and one coming on the outskirts is player 7. That's Vico. He's all the way back in church. He's cutting down Ultra EU before they come off spawn, and that's free time for NA. That is a beautiful rotation and an execution across the board.
Yeah, but Weeman shut him down. So at least on the rotational kills, that is in control for Ultra Academy EU. This is looking pretty scary, but through the mid push, it's going to come from NA, and at least Vehicle able to take down Furious, but there's a 3-man hit through the bottom, and it's really all up to the, from Weeman flicking around through middle to maybe stop the push, but it gets a little bit mixy. Now NA is in the back.
Well, where are the spawns right now? Because you can see Stevo trying to hit this flank and break it up, and if he does successful, and he is, this is a huge hill. NA were on the resurgence. They were able to get themselves back in this game with, what, a 40-point hold? Now it's another break and a chance to put this game out of reach. You don't win it here for either team, but you extend it to another hill, and that's going to be the big factor. Whether or not NA recognize that they have to start contesting because, well, you haven't been winning the rotational game as of late, and they're getting absolutely gunned off the point. You're getting close to streaks on 6 in a row. Stevo just needs one more. He will get taken out, but damage is done. It's 226 to 150. You got to make a play now if you're North America.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really going to be coming down to this P5 hill, but on the early rotation, you see at least members of Ultra Academy NA are set up there, but the floods from EU have been so strong. Their breaks have been amazing. Beans from the bottom yet again takes down one. We've seen Scrap go off here before, but he gets taken down. The kills, the trades do come through, but it's Ultra Academy NA that get again pushed out.
You just need one hold. It's one single hold. Those 3 kills will certainly help. The only one around for NA is Scrap. Right off spawn, you got Assault. Through the well, it's going to be difficult, but those nades might help to open things up just to get a couple of chip shots where you get those trades. But he's watched from every angle. Every single lane is cut. The exit strategy is denied. And those kills are going to put this game away. You get one more push if you're NA.
And this is it. Pixie coming down to the bottom. There's only 4 seconds left, but still, at least the contest does come through, and at least there's it is. I mean, all the kills are wiped from Ultra Academy NA, and EU, and there you go. They have it. They take map 1, the Tuscan, which we've seen them do pretty much all weekend. This is it. 250 to 159.
That was, I mean, aside from the fact that it was a 100-point game for about 5 minutes, that was an absolute masterclass of Hardpoint from EU, and what a way to have a statement game. Knowing that you have Desert Siege S&D coming up in your second game, the fact that they come out on Tuscan that hot early on, I believe it was, what, 80 to 6 at one point, and it never slowed down. That was a statement from the EU squad. That was them basically saying, I don't care what Scrap's doing, I don't care what Assault's doing, we're going to challenge Hixie, we're going to challenge V-Cool, and we're going to force the challenge for the back. Oftentimes they were isolating that back anchor, and they were able to win the gunfight consistently. Take a look at the replays on your screen. It was just clinical throughout, and Weeman was an absolute X-factor in the first rotation of Hills.
Absolutely. Like, they just kept isolating in numbers and essentially pushing together, and even so, you think, okay, maybe they'll just give up the Scrap time and rotate to new. No, they're like, you know what, we're full sending, we're going. They committed to every play, and they executed so well. My goodness.
That was
not confusing at all.
No, I mean, listen, you get used to it. It wasn't too bad, but the interesting thing was that it was a basically, for what we saw NA do all of today, which basically was just that. It was just beat teams by 100 points and have those clean rotations. EU clearly has the same Toronto DNA, and they've done the exact same thing. It was 28 and 22 for Beans. You're looking at a 3,500 damage performance from Weeman, and the ability for him to just consistently stay alive, and though he was getting challenged at times near the end, he still did enough to keep the hard points interesting enough to where those contests didn't even matter. Whether or not you're winning off scrap time alone, Weeman was an absolute nuisance for North America, and you can't overstate it more than that. He was so crucial for them building that 100-point lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And Furious, of course, picking up key important kills. Essentially, Hixie being the one that was shut down, which we don't usually see often on Tuscan. I mean, he's usually the one turning up, especially on the P4 Churchill. But either which way, like, Scrap, that was a key factor too that we've seen at least in those last couple of hills. He got taken down, but it just, those breaks were so good, and Beans was the one, especially on that P5 through the bottom side, the well side, like they were just breaking every which possible way.
You pick up Assault, and it's worked out so far, and I feel like the EU roster has been like, well, wait a minute. We're good too. We can do that, and we don't need a roster change. We're fine. And they proved it. Now, granted, if we go into Game 2 and NA win, throw the script out the book, because at this point, everything's going completely awry. But the way that Ultra EU just looked in that respawn, it's only Game 1. That is a championship-level hardpoint performance. That is a team that looks like they know what position they're in. They know exactly what they need to do to beat NA, because they probably have scrims against them and experience. And if that's the case and they do move through, this is a scary-ass team to beat.
Yeah, absolutely, especially going into this Desert Siege where NA has lost it twice today. So, Ultra Academy EU are feeling so confident. You have to imagine, especially after that last map one. Then you think about the Gavutu control.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, the way that Weeman's been
Furious
playing.
on that map. Oh,
the way
my
that Steve-O's been playing.
Oh my
God.
gosh.
All right, are you guys enjoying the winners finals? We hope you are at home in the YouTube chat. The players here have been awesome all weekend. The passion's been flowing. It's been a while since we've been back in person with Call of Duty environment, and man, the passion pit is never died. It is still here. It continues on. And now that just means that Ultra NA and EU will as well. It's a 1-0 series lead for EU. They absolutely dominated the opening hardpoint on Tuscan. Now it is time for Desert Siege. We've seen it 3 times today for Ultra NA. They have yet to win it once. Granted, one was around 11, one was a 6-2 loss. Either way, they need to find themselves a win to notch off this series.
Yep, and we've seen a lot of this kind of similar.
Okay.
Those fast pushes, Beans taking down Scrap. That's kind of what happened last time with Team Exposed. First Blood, and then a B-bomb plat.
And plant. Okay, that's a good round. Yeah, look at him go. Look at the little gremlins go. 4v2. Pixie's got nowhere to go, and you can hear him on the main stage getting absolutely loud, letting them know. Round 1, carrying momentum over from the hardpoint EU early on.
Why did that look exactly the same? Like, oh my goodness, the beat, the fast. I don't know what it is. Everything.
Simulation's breaking.
Nah, it's still thriving. No, but either which way, like, that was crazy. The first opening pick, of course, but the fast, aggressive play towards B, something that you'd, of course, expect to see. But as we going into this, at least Assault has one, but the attacking round.
Yeah, ever since he had that very slow S&D, every time we play S&D now, I'm like, Assault, if you get a kill in the first, 2 rounds, you're on track to get at least 5 or 6. You're doing well, brother. And there he goes, gets another one. On to Weeman. Quick response from NA. They should get the bomb down to B. And guess what? It's the same exact round back-to-back, but this time we have a sniper, and Scrap has a kill. Maybe 2. Maybe 2. Yeah, he absolutely does. Shout out Scrap.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful post-plant setup there.
That was quick.
And that was, these are very quick rounds. It's like we have maybe 30 seconds to look at the minimap, and then everything, and then that's it. It's just go.
Yeah, everybody just run. I mean, but that's essentially the same round back-to-back. Get the opening pick, get the second blood, bomb goes down, same hold. This time Scrap has a snipe. Yeah,
get a feel for each other, and then adjust. But slow it things down here now.
Surely we don't see the same round.
We die now.
In a row.
Maybe about a mid-pal switch. We'll see.
Well, you do have currently Weeman, who is sitting towards the trains, and if he gets lucky, or excuse me, he's over towards Dune side. And if he got lucky with Scrap, I mean, you're talking about the ability to swing numbers back over towards B, and how that could open up middle map playing down through Palace, as Weeman will take down Hixie. So even though he doesn't find Scrap, he does find a first blood regardless. You do have a trade there from NA. Back to an even count for both teams, but Vico, uncontested on the side, still doing so much just to keep his life alive and give his teammates time to help.
Yeah, but you can't necessarily go for the defuse, though, with which way the bomb was planted. Beautiful nade from Weeman, but Assault and Scrap to get the cleanup kills, and that is a defensive round that Ultra Academy needed to lead up the series 2-1. But kind of clinical plays there. Of course, Weeman tucked away. It was just Vico. Vico able to essentially just get away with his life, throw that nade out, and cause some diversion, able to pick up 2.
You're going to have to rely on that role player to step up, especially in this S&D. Not that he didn't in the hardpoint, but that's what Vico does better than I would argue a lot of most SMG players coming up these days. Vico's ability to play in and around the bomb and stay alive, just play his life, win a gunfight, and just consistently draw the round out, it's unmatched. It's unreal. And there's a reason why that round goes the way it does. Though you did have first blood with Weeman, Vico's ability to find 2 kills and facilitate the rest of his team moving forward is pretty much the icing on the cake for 2 rounds now for Ultra NA. For Ultra EU, still looking to find their second. Into round number 4 we go. First blood there for Assault. That's 2 rounds now. We found the first.
Yep, and I would imagine we'll probably see this bomb swing it over towards B. You know, Scrap has a sniper in hand and a Vico. Beautiful pick on the Weeman now, but Steve-O has his work cut out for him. He can maybe at least isolate one member, get him down. That Hixie too strong now, leaves Beans last alive. He's able to get a pick, though.
Well, he is. And can't hit the shot, though. Beans tagged. Gonna retry. And remiss. And get gunned. Ultra NA. Get another round. That's 3 now. As EU try to find some water under this boat. It's quickly started to sink. And what was a very hot opening round, they get a response from NA that's the exact same setup. Then they get 2 rounds back-to-back where they've lost the first blood. And Vico has just put them in the dirt.
Vico, he's been these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Just a little bit. of course.
A little bit saucy.
Salt too as well. Both of them picking up the first blood, but attacking Ultra Academy, EU. See Beans tucked away deep over in that train side, and look at this 3-man hit towards Palace. I believe they're going to set up for the A play here. Gotta worry about Assault.
Who peeks first? If Hixie, I don't think Hixie's going to peek after this nade. He probably shouldn't. If he doesn't spot Beans, never mind, he's going to run right down. Okay, so here goes Hixie, and he slides right under the sniper, and bomb will fall because of that, but he won't get away for free. At least not completely unscathed. He's still alive. That's a miracle and a half.
Yeah, I don't know how he got away with that.
I don't know. How does that...
Wow.
How did no one fall? I mean, yeah, I would be standing up and talking smack, too, if I was able to pull that off. What?
So something tells me maybe Ultra Academy NA needed to warm up a little bit, because now you hear Scrappy. You hear Scrappy now. This is...
Oh, yeah, it's hard to get loud when you're down 100, I'm just saying. You know. I'll get loud. I could be down at 200 to 5. I'd still yell.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
You never give up until it says 0, okay?
But
you never give up.
That's what's scary. Scrap's on a 4 spree. You got Vico on a 3 of his own. Assault on a 2. Straight down the line, 4-3-2-1. On the other side, it's been fine from EU. Like, sure, you could say Steve-O is 1-4, but it's also only round number 6. In this moment in time, that is not a detriment. Steve-O will find a pick there. So First Blood finally to slow that bleeding as EU finally get themselves an advantage.
Yep, and they have that bomb down, so still plenty of time for Ultra Academy NA, though, to plant here, but I think it's going to be maybe Assault trying to make a play over here towards Wee Man on that Dune side. Maybe a couple engagements.
Yeah.
But it's just a waiting game right now here.
Yeah, and Beans is not going to move until he finds either information or his team starts to fall.
Yeah.
Like, if he cleans up Hixie, you're looking at a potential EU round. But once his team starts to fall, then he starts to make a small move. It's just about being able to be in a position to find a trade. As Scrap, still alive, in the top of the Palace, now making his move towards B.
Still 30 seconds left. Wee Man does spot Hixie on the bomb, throws the stun out, but gets tagged up. At least able to get the stun out, but he has to worry about on the inside Scrap. Assault taking down Oh yeah, that was fast. The breakdown. But
are we seeing
Scrap
the first Desert Siege?
Yeah, this might be the first Desert Siege win today.
In a 6-1 fashion?
First blood, the ARs are turning up, and I mean, you even see Hixie running down those lanes with an automaton in his hand. So this is like I said, I'm telling you, Scrappy turned up. 6 to his name right now in a row. 4 for Assault.
I'm not going to say chalk the game one, but it definitely,
yeah.
of all the ways to come out, other than a 6-0, of all the ways to come out, obviously in an S&D in a game 2, to even up a series, a 6-1, it's best case what. Hixie will find First Blood again. So another round goes by where Ultra EU have struggled to maintain numbers within the first 10 seconds. Assault finding the second in the round. He's on a 5 spree. He's close to streaks. So is Scrap. And with this, in a 3-on-2, with Bomb being down where it is for Beans and Steve-O, I like this play from NA. They're like, look, you have to make the push, you have to get Bomb, you have to plant. We are not going to give you a free kill. It is your call.
Let's see what the call will be, and Steve-O at least able to get that bomb.
Did he see him? Did Scrap see him? He might have.
They at least have the information it was picked up.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. And that's why he was waiting. And he's going to give the call right over to Hixie. You could literally see it physically in the minimap as Hixie's going to wait for the bomb to go down. And now the collapse will come through. The retake on your screen. It's going to be up to Scrap, Hixie, and Assault. Does Scrap see anything up Beans? He absolutely did. Assault will find one on the outer wing. Off screen, you have Steve-O now in a gunfight, winning it. 1v2, 26 seconds to go. Bomb is down. I mean, you have to defend here. Steve-O behind. Oh my god, Steve-O's behind. Oh, he's going to get 1, maybe 2. Has to turn the corner, but turns wrong. And with 17 seconds, he might have bought enough time. And oh my god, he did. EU stay alive. 1 round at a time.
Yeah, the plays too. And Assault, he was all the way over in that Dune side. I thought they were going to get away with that because he was able to take down Beans in that back top train tower area. But of course, Steve-O there able to pick up the trade. They read that. They're like, there's got to be at least one member of Ultra Academy over here. I mean, and that was a factor. Like, if they didn't take out down Assault right there, that would have been different. Completely different round.
That's insane that you go from a 3-on-2 with how far pushed back Ultra NA were playing defensively. Yeah. They go for the retake. Bomb is down, and yet still that great route all the way through for Steve-O. And he gets a 4 spree. Not only does he shut down all the streaks of NA, oh my god, it's deja vu, but he gets a streak of his own. Oh, man. Say it ain't so. That stun's going to push off the centering, so the snipe will not land for anything, even a scope. No first blood as of now. That's a good sign for EU. How long can they hold numbers?
I would imagine Scrap can get away at least, maybe. But no one's going to be pushing here. And you see even Wee Man. Oh, there we go. The snipe from Scrap taking down Beans at least. I was going to say Wee Man and Assault on the other side are fighting, but there's the rotations at least coming through. But Scrap getting down 2 snipes might solidify the round there. But Furious at least answering the trade. The bomb is down.
Yeah, you get 2, you give 2. And now with the splintered hit, I should say, of Ultra NA, it's either regroup or take these gunfights individually. And they might have a chance to regroup, but it comes down to the timing. Player 4, that's Furious. He's in Palace as of now. Bomb has gone down. I thought he might cut into the site to check, and if he did, he might have gotten a free kill. But they're going to have to hit the defuse here. And for NA, do they throw another round away where they have a defensive setup? If he catches Hixie.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so doable.
I was going to say, this is going to be it. If Furious can get this kill onto Hixie, but the Assault is like literally right behind him. So Wee Man tags Assault up, but that's it. The setup, the post plant setup so strong. Ultra Academy NA kind of took that one with ease.
Yeah, it's 6-2. They do to EU what Exposed did to them. And you give one, you take one, but in the end, the game 1 blowout doesn't even matter. NA bounce right back in that Desert Siege. So they're 1 for 3 on the day.
Yeah.
But of all the times to get finally a Desert Siege win in a game 2 and a pivotal moment in this series, that was it. And you had talked about potentially Desert Siege being a pivotal game in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And like whatever that they had, obviously they played it today. They've learned from their mistakes.
Yep.
Whatever it was that they adjusted, we saw it here. Because my goodness, from that map 1 into that, like EU was looking so good. But
yeah.
Either which way doesn't mean that they're not looking good. You know,
no,
still
you're right.
Same respawns next, but either which way, Ultra Academy NA definitely learned from what they did.
I don't want to say it was all in the patience, but it is important to highlight that Assault went 9-3, and how many rounds did he have first blood? As soon as he was able to get first blood, everything else developed because of it, and they looked more comfortable once they had that advantage. And again, we harken back to the conversations we've had earlier about why Assault was brought onto this team. When he's getting first bloods in these S&Ds, it allows for Hixie to push up, for Scrap to be that offensive initiator, and then for Vico and Hixie to kind of work the sidelines like they did. Everything started working in the game plan because Assault was getting first bloods and staying alive. There were multiple rounds back-to-back where Ultra EU just were down a man 10 seconds in.
Yeah, but even like from the start though, in the attacking round, you saw they like aggressively off the start. We saw them push towards that B site, and it looked like they were just full-out aggression. But Ultra Academy NA, kind of like similar to what Ultra Academy EU did to 705, just slowing down their gameplay a little bit. And like you said, you had mentioned it earlier this morning. Assault being that one tucked away deep in the map, like that's what we're going to be worried about, even in the respawns, even in the searches. And I mean, just holding down those lanes, he did his job.
Well, that's game 2 locked and loaded. Game 3 coming up next. Again, we go to Control. It's a tied series 1-1, but before we get there, we have to go to a commercial break. When we return, continuation with Winners Finals. Welcome back in, my little Call of Duty gremlins. I'm Spaceman. That's Stream Crazy, and we continue on with Winners Finals. Don't give me that look. I saw the look. Don't give it to me, okay? They're little ranked gremlins, okay? Little psychos.
I just picture you like in a pot of
little
like brewing
psychos.
little cod gremlins.
I've seen you
like,
guys.
hello,
I've seen you guys
gremlins.
slide cancel. You guys are psychos. All right, I can't do that. But what we can do is continue on to Game 3 because we have ourselves a series layout we got to get through, and the maps so far have been predictable, but the results have not been. It's been a Desert Siege win in Game 2 for Ultra NA. We didn't predict that. We also didn't predict the Tuscan to be a blowout and basically a 100-point lead for the majority of EU. With that said, all of these collide now into a very interesting control coming up because, my God, this series is going to be predicated on the performance from both teams on Gavutu.
Absolutely, and we saw obviously on Gavutu earlier, AYM, it was Ultra Academy NA winning those defenses. But yeah, how crazy this is going to be. Both teams going wild on it, and this prediction, absolutely, I thought it was going to be the other way around. To be honest, I thought, well, or maybe potentially too wild because Ultra Academy EU are just so dang good on Tuscan. But either which way, maybe a 2-0 up. I don't know. This could be. This is.
Here's what's so wild. Here's what's so crazy.
So crazy.
Okay. So if we talk about the Gavutu and how it's looked today for NA, I mean, they have on defensive rounds, they have mopped teams nonstop. We're talking about like an 8 or 9 life lead by the time we get 20 seconds in.
Yeah.
They have looked so clinical, and the question, I guess, that only exists because of that is what do they look like on offense? EU is really going to be the only team that might push them towards that state where they have to start winning these offensive rounds, but I don't think this is going to be a battle of the ARs like we see time and time again. Like, the subs are going to, I feel, dictate the majority of this Gavutu more so than what we saw earlier from NA.
That's fair. I agree. And that's kind of what we saw consistently was especially Beekle getting in the back line, Casey getting in the back line, and I expect to see the same thing from Furious, of course, and from Steve, from Vortex. Like, just getting, being annoying. That's the one thing in Control is like when you spawn up and you see a sub right in your face, like, that is constant pressure that needs to be applied, of course, to solidify these wins. And when it comes to those attacking rounds, sometimes strategies is just maybe not necessarily work for the point, but play for the kills. Something that we saw, of course, Electrify still do. Just play for those offensive kills, not necessarily winning those offensive rounds based on the ticks, but based on your eliminations.
And of course, we do end this series with back-to-back Berlins if necessary. Of course, we will be seeing a Game 4 Berlin, so we're guaranteed another Hardpoint, given the fact that mathematically we have to go there. For the Berlin S&D, we'll get into that because that is a whole other storyline that we just saw with Exposed versus Ultra NA. God knows what that might turn into. However, with all things being neutral, absolutely, and with all things being neutral in this start of the series, I've only asked you once today, so I'm going to ask you again. What is your prediction? I'm talking about this game specifically. Like Gavutu itself, what is your prediction for this one? What do you think of?
Man.
You must.
I've just, both teams are, I've seen both teams fry on this map, but I guess, I think it's gonna be EU.
I feel like you can't pick wrong. I'm gonna pick NA just for the sake of the desk, and that way, you know.
Honestly, that was just a random guess. That was a random guess.
When
honestly,
I am correct, I will let you know that I have the Giga Brain. But regardless, both these teams, you look at the recency of the respawn for EU, you look at the dominance in the S&D, all those coming together in the perfect game mode. It's Control. Let's get into it. This one's going to be fun. This could decide the series going forward. Whoever gets a 2-1 lead, potentially putting it on match point to punch their ticket into the grand final. Early on inside, it is Steve-O working on it.
Yep, but on the other side, of course, Assault picks up that first blood. And the typical strategy, of course, send members towards the A site and solidify time. And there it is for Ultra Academy EU. You got Beans locking it down, working his point. Steve-O dancing around the A site, but the only one to really play spoiler alert right here, right now, is Assault.
Well, they haven't matched Furious up top. Well, as soon as I say that, okay, 3 go down. Thank you, Vanguard. But the interesting thing about this series, again, is going back to that conversation of NA have not struggled on the defensive front. They've been able to wipe and wipe consistently. EU is a very different team. Ultra EU will not be giving you that much freedom in the middle of the map, so you're going to have to meet these challenges one-on-one like we've been seeing so far. And for the moment, NA have been walking away with these wins, but it hasn't been as clean as maybe you would have saw earlier today. So far, though, Assault on the top of the boat, letting a couple of nades ring out, but we wait to see what EU's progress will be going back to A.
Yeah, and if you're Ultra Academy EU, you might need to split the push a little bit, but you see 2 members going through middle, and Hixie playing spoiler alert, as usual, through the flank. Steve-O at least able to take him down, but you can't really commit too much time going towards B.
Yep.
So, of course, Stevo's going to wrap around from that P1, and he does get taken down by Assault. Ultra Academy, defensive side, still looking good.
This is a little weird because you're committing so many lives for both teams. It seems like the decision has been we are committing to A and A only as of now. It's 17-14. NA do have the life lead. But if we put another minute on the clock, how many lives are you really going to have if you're EU? It can't be much. You're going to have to fight through P1. You're going to have to fight over towards the beachfront. If you're NA, this is a perfect round to win, and they're doing it so far. 5 lives above, and with 12 seconds to go, you gotta think they have this round in the bag just by the way they've been slaying out towards P1. Maybe the decision to go to B is now, but is it a little bit too late? I think so.
Yeah, maybe go to B, wrap around through mid, and go back towards A, but there's really not enough time. They have to slide in now, and it would only be Wee Man, but Vico there in middle, locking it down. Ultra Academy, NA, the defense is still looking strong.
I mean, it was a little bit closer down the stretch. EU were able to push this round further than most teams have today. But again, they had committed so much with such little time to do so. And we're talking about the resources being those lives. There just wasn't enough, even if they put another minute on the board, to get themselves towards B to hold for another wipe or two. That's just good presence of mind by NA to continue to take that challenge at A and not give it up for free.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it was like consistently Ultra Academy NA rotating over, picking up that mid side, but we'll see this time around. Scrap.
Ooh.
Looking to push on to the site, get that mid lane control, and look at the members, look at the setup of this. Vico actually was able to kind of skinny on by through the middle, but he's just going to sit free, wait patiently, and Weeman does take him down. But either which way, Ultra Academy NA, they do have LST ship control. Yeah,
well, EU also has those back green spawns, so they can have an easier time working their way under P5 to get to the bottom of the boat. So any sub pressure that's there for NA is going to be immediately challenged if Assault doesn't pick up players like Furious. This is going to be one of the bigger gunfights you're going to see in the early start of this round. You're not worried so much about the AR in green for EU, but as Assault falls, maybe a chance now to clear off the attacking side as NA get themselves inside A, working on that second tick.
And you mentioned lives being a factor too, especially in the last round, Ultra Academy EU. Maybe they don't want to commit too many numbers over, but you do see a 3-man push come through. Scrap able to save the day in the stairwell, but the trade's coming through. And even though a team kill does come in, Furious able to save the day.
And with all those things happening, dead even in the life count, that's hilarious. Furious will work his way in with a pistol. As Assault is 8-6, but he's been an absolute nuisance on the ground and continues to do so. MP40, Automaton in hand, doesn't matter. Shots ring out at range, and he's good for at least 1 or 2. Furious still on the top of the boat, getting dealt with as Hixie will find the headshot, and progress on A continues. 2-stack inside for NA. They should have the second tick locked up, working on the third, close to another minute on the clock.
Yeah, and of course that, well, as the rounds go right now, that will solidify. If we make it there, a defensive round for that round 5, should we have it, but Furious looking to control that LST ship at least, push the enemies back. That back cliffside does get taken down by Assault, but look at Beans. Look how far tucked away he is, getting set up at least for the trap.
This is now the setup phase here if you're EU. You have plenty of opportunities, time, resources, advantages to your side. And you have a chance to split the numbers of NA. Now again, if your anchor can't hold down this back spawn, it's going to be difficult, but luckily Furious has been doing his job so damn well today. With Wingman combining with Beans, all the automatons in the kill feed have been going the way of EU before Assault breaks it open with a double kill. Maybe a third, he will fall. 12-10, 46 seconds to go. No push as of now for NA. They're going to have to try again off spawn.
Yep, and that's exactly what Ultra Academy EU keep doing. That is so beneficial for them, is push forward and get into that P1. You see Furious just laying down, waiting for members to push through that beach side, but it's really at least getting members forward. And you also have Stevo on the opposite side watching those green rotations. So Stevo takes down Assault. That stops any play from the flank.
And here's the problem now. Towards mid-map at the top of the boat, you still have Stevo there. So any players who come off spawn for Ultra NA are going to get met immediately by gunfire, but if there's not enough pressure in P1, you can't retake through the beach. However, they do get the break, and that's big. Furious will take down Vico, but are there numbers there for NA? Yes. Do they have positioning as of now? It seems so. It's going to be close. It's going to be about as contested as you'd like, but 7.9 seconds on the clock. It's 7v6. It's going to come down to just these individual gunfights.
Yeah, they had to wait for the nades. They didn't want to go forward. The stuns, the nades are coming out, and you see Beans making a play, wrapping all the way around through P1, so Vigo has to take him down, but Stevo still holding the line here, at least through the front.
Yep.
Continues to do so.
You have time here as well, because now that the time has stopped and Stevo now makes his way onto the point and Weeman combines for a second. There's the push. No one's around. That's the wipe off the point in EU.
tie up this game 1-1. It just took a little bit of time to develop. They had plenty with the time being stopped. And because of that, they regained their resources. They were down the life count, but they're able to work it back. They get a kill from Weeman. They get a resurgence back onto the beachfront, and all of a sudden, they find themselves the defensive hold they had been looking for the majority of this round.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you saw Ultra Academy NA kind of push forward, but they didn't actually get, like, too far forward on the site to where they were seen. So they actually couldn't exactly see Beans wrap through middle. He made it through. So he got middle, he got around through P1, and that was a huge gunfight, unfortunately, that Vico wasn't able to take down. But that, of course, that flank around was able to help at least get them out of the point. Evening up the odds 1-1, both winning a defensive round.
I mean, there seems to be this acquiescence among players that you have to eventually give up the point if you're down in numbers. Like, it's not worth losing those extra resources. But when it comes to the latter stretches of these games, I don't care if it's 6v5, it's 5v4. You can absolutely make a play if you orchestrate it correctly. And so far they did. EU putting to bed that hesitation, and they made it work on the defensive end. Now, can NA do the same in a response? So far, it's been trades back and forth. Vico at 13 and 11. Automaton in his hands. All purple in the kill feed. NA starting to get things going, but Furious responds right back.
Yep, and at least Beans over beach side, he pushed through B and at least able to solidify and get some numbers out of the point, allowed 2 members of Ultra Academy EU to push on to A. So Assault it has to wait for the decision, at least from his teammates, to push through middle, and the fly-on comes through. Hixie able to take down Weeman, and there you have it. At least he's going to back on in, wait for the trades to come through, and the 2-man-2 split push from Ultra Academy NA.
Hixie's just going to be annoying. Vico is going to stay around this cut at P1. They're going to lock down these lanes and just force EU to commit to A. That way you keep them all inside. It's like herding hamsters into a lawnmower. It's a lot. It's going to be carnage, and you're going to expect it from NA because they're so good at crossing their lanes together. And it continues so far, though Beans does find 2. Assault quickly finding another.
Yeah, and look at the speed of that. Like, you see Steve-O immediately going over and winning a huge gunfight at P1 and then getting onto the B site. So the ticks and the time is going through, but of course the full man flood from Ultra Academy NA to clear him off the point, but at least EU had to solidify the capture at A.
Yeah, they had to commit to A, and though they do get it. Now, again, we put another minute on the board. 125, you would think that's a lot of time. It's enough for maybe a hit or 2, but how long will it take to orchestrate? Because you used all of it in the last round. And up towards P1, NA have been undeniable. They have not let you get anywhere cleanly, and they continue to do so, winning these individual gunfights. But the initial, there from Steve-O. Now working to the back with Beans. Here comes the push through green. NA are ready for it. Scrap, there, finding a kill. And look at the spread at the minimap right now. NA have so many eyes in different lanes. As soon as they get pushed from somewhere, though there's a break from the back from Beans, they're going to immediately turn their attention back to the point.
Absolutely. Assault is the 1-2. He just took down Weeman from the flank, so they're spread all across around the map, but either which way, Beans, the one who has been lighting up for this squad in the last 2 series, like completely destroyed 3 members.
Beans got another. He's on 3 in a row, and this is the type of break they needed. They needed Beans to get 4, to get into the point. Somehow he continues to roll into this control. That's 4 in a row, potentially 5. It's Furious with the assist, the Guardian Angel on the opposite wing, and adjacent ARs are so awesome when they click together. Scrap for 2, but Beans is lighting it up, and that's a GG's in that round. Beans opens that point, Furious closes it, and EU get the round number 2.
And we have not seen a team win an attacking round against Ultra Academy NA. So, like, that is insane. Beans turning it up. And even doing it in the defense, my goodness, to save the play. Furious as well. He's 24 and 13, by the way. 5 streak for him. So I would imagine Furious is going to be playing for that. Of course, just 2 kills. Get it? Solidify the streaks. And, well, you got a defensive round. You can take it here.
Power of the Beans. No, I will not say that ever again. The Magic Bean.
The Magic Bean.
The Magic Bean. 14 and 19 for Steve-O, Vico, who's been a catalyst for the offense of this NA squad before. Seeing if he can do it once more. Following his Bean's footsteps. So far, he's doing a pretty good job. Gets 2 on the initial. Transition here towards the top of the book for Steve-O. Can't connect the second, but at least sends out some warning shots where EU are ready to make that push towards A. NA, more than happy to sit on the point. Working towards that second tick, progress slowly building, momentum as well. The NA boys putting more numbers on the board and maintaining that life lead they've had for the majority of this game.
Yes, and if you're like Ultra Academy EU, just commit to your setups. Don't even throw away lives here at this point because, yes, 23 to 28 right now, live favor, and now it's only B that you have to defend. So kind of similar to what Ultra Academy NA was doing. Hopefully, maybe some members can commit forward, but it just looks like right now NA have them trapped. on all sides, literally in every single lane.
You literally sneeze near Scrap and he goes down. But in this instance, the fact that he does stay alive just gives you more time to wait for the push to orchestrate through the back. Now it begins to unfold. Vehicle does find Furious, and there's the break. So now the Anchor AR has to come immediately off spawn and meet this challenge. It will be a 2-2 split, but do EU recognize it? I think they might. Stevo does get a kill, but with that, you have the attention drawn away from the point, and now you make your move if you're NA, and now they are on cleanly. That was a great push around, and they have numbers to give if they need to. Luckily, at range, they have been unbelievable. Beans trying to do another heroic effort inside the point. He's still alive somehow. He has not been traded, and finally he will fall. But with that, NA have found themselves on to B.
Yeah, but at this time around, you do have Assault in middle line, so he's going to actually try to work a flank around to stop the push, any push, and deny. This time around, at least Beans, though, opens it up with that nade kill and another piece onto Assault, gets him off the point.
I mean, but look how far out NA are spawning. Yes, they have the life lead, but maybe it does come down to the mid-map pressure we've seen before. Can EU find a miracle here? Can they have a resurgence, unlike what we've seen most teams do against this NA squad? Defensively, they've looked good, but this is the most important round. It's 21-12. You're going to have to hope you can hold on for a wipe or two.
Well, this looks definitely a lot better this time around for Ultra Academy EU, but I see that, and of course, Beagle takes down Beans on that beach side, and of course, Assault from the flank. So, yet again, we have a flank from Assault, a Furious on the point, last alive, and oh no, a teammate comes through.
Well, it's 18v8, 17. You would think just numbers-wise and time, a minute to go. Ultra NA could just throw numbers onto the point, play one-on-ones, and it's TDM. You win, GG's. You go into overtime, but we still have more room to work with here. Weeman working down. He will fall. Assault finding another. All numbers for EU being called towards the point. It's hold or die. And unfortunately, right now, I just don't think they have the resources to get this one done.
I agree. I think at this point, yeah, just play for the live count because it's only 34 seconds left. At least you got the clock stopped, but still. 4 lives remaining for Ultra Academy EU, and Beans is going to try to make this stop. Does contest the time, and Weeman and Beans both clean up some kills at least, but still, only 3 lives in their favor.
You know, I don't think that contest was more about just stopping the time. I think it was actually trying to keep them from getting that second tick if it does go to OT. They don't want to have to worry about that math on their head thinking, are we going to get offense, are we going to get defense? Even if they have no idea what they've secured in this game, just make it as impossible as you can to have a clean transition into a round 5. With 9 seconds to go, you'd rather lose in TDM than you would lose in capturing points, and I think that's the call. So while NA does win, that was a heads-up play by EU to get at least towards the point. And we'll see where both these teams sit as of now, but you got to think defensively.
I think it's going to EU.
Oh, man.
I think
it's EU?
I think, no, wait, yeah.
It's NA?
NA. There
okay.
you go.
That's the question, and that's the answer. So NA are favorites going into this OT. And if you're EU, you got to shut them down in the first wave. You got to be looking at like 5 or 6 kills off the rip to establish the tone in this overtime. And to get yourself cleanly onto A, that kill certainly helps to open up with the first blood.
Absolutely, and you mentioned Furious, like, look, he's already had 10 objective kills from him. So many plays he saves as well as on the point, but at least able to slide on through. It is Weeman on that A site, gets taken down through middle. Vico looking good.
Keep the lives close if you're EU. You have to. You don't have a choice. Beans wins another snap onto V-Cool. But off spawn, how quickly the pressure continues from Ultra NA. Every single time you think you've got them out of the point, out of the play, out of the rotation, they are right back in your face to challenge you. It will not be free. Weeman, Stevo, trying to work together to get A locked up. Close on that first bit of progression. Stevo needs help. And off spawn, here comes Furious, here comes Beans. Is it enough though? No. Purple in the kill feed, Ultra NA get themselves back.
Oh, the collapse from NA was so good, and Hixie there taking down Furious, leaves Beans last alive on the point, but the flood is going to come through, and you're going to see Ultra Academy NA set up, Stevo dancing around middle, he gets a huge kill onto Vehicle, but of course, Assault there for the trade.
Look, A has not worked at this moment in time. You can continue to commit, but maybe you go B. If A doesn't continue to work, if you get wiped off once more, I feel like you have to. In this spot, though, you're going to have to throw everything you have at the point. You have given yourself A every single round. Now you got to do it again.
You got to do it better. 21 seconds, stopped on the clock, 16 to 18. They've kept the lives close. They just got to work on that bit of progression. As Scrap trying to deny it, he will get in at least for the contest to take off one player. Maybe the second, he will fall. EU on to A.
Yep, and there's Vico. Oh, Vico would be the one to play spoil alert, and he wins those initial gunfights. So now there's only 10 seconds left on this point, and Wee Man, huge nade kill at least, but still, they gotta go. They gotta flood in. There's only 5 seconds left.
You need a wipe of kills. I don't think they're going to be in a position to get it, but here comes one. It's Wee Man, the only one around. Assault shutting him down at range, and too late to the party as NA on defense continue to be just as excellent as they were 4 hours ago. 3-2 in OT. And they take a 2-1 series lead in back-to-back maps.
My goodness, that was such a good game too, especially considering the fact that, yes, Ultra Academy EU, like, no one has taken an offensive side on them, and they did just that. Their defenses are looking so good.
It's the same conversation we had about Ultra NA for the majority of the year. We talked about this in Season 2. Or earlier seasons, because this year's been a blur. They consistently win the life count in controls. We have talked about that as a staple of this team. It continues to ring true for multiple seasons in cups, in these types of events. They are so good at holding on to their lives and putting you in a deficit that it shuts down the extensions and the ability to filter through your options progression-wise on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so many game-saving plays too. Like, just, it seemed like they had the right ideas. Like, they were setting up for the plays, but
yeah.
I mean, even with Hixie being shut down in some certain scenarios, it's just, yeah, the Ultra Academy NA picking up each other's lanes. Like, it just constantly, you saw that ebb and flow happen. And of course, Assault was a really key factor of that because he was making those plays, wrapping around and getting behind the enemy.
The permutations were there for NA. For EU, it was close, but they consistently went to A. Every single time they had a chance, they went to A, and I don't hate the call at all, but when it came to, you had 26 seconds, and you're about 17-17 in the life count, at that moment in time, maybe the decision should have been go over towards B. It may not have been any more successful, but at least it's something different because it was completely locked up by NA. Assault, 31 kills. You had almost a 40 bomb from V-Cool.
700 damage from Vico.
That's
like,
nuts.
Insane. 29 traded
18
kills.
offensive kills. So on offense, not only was he the best performing player outside of Furious on the other side of the field, but when you have Assault 16, Vico 18, Scrap 12, like on the offensive side of things, they're making it easier to capture A and B in these harder to find zones. It's just,
yeah,
that's what they do so well. They're one of the best control teams.
Indeed. And I mean, regardless, looking at just the KDs and all that across the board.
Are they awake now?
Yeah, are they awake now? It definitely looks to be the case. So, Berlin Hardpoint we have next up. It's not Gavutu this time, at least, but it is the Berlin Hardpoint. So, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That is a map.
It really could have been a
so
state of getting shocked into the series after game one. Like,
yeah.
It's not that they didn't approach it the same way they approach everything else, but as we get into Berlin Hardpoint for game 4, potentially the final game of this series, it's clear that they got dunked under cold water and they woke up in the S&D, they rally that into a control, and now they just have one map that stands in their way between this series and a grand finals appearance, which I know for the NA boys would not only just be huge given their performance at Toronto, what they wanted to prove, bringing in Assault, but to consistently prove that they, again, are the #1 seed for a reason. This is a huge map to send them the distance.
Yeah, and last time around these two teams played, of course, as we said earlier, it was a 3-1 to Ultra Academy NA, so could we have that same result here? We'll find out. But all right, opening up on this Berlin, hop it on board with Beans, and, well, the preferred side going to essentially Ultra Academy NA. They're already on the point, but look at Furious rocking around.
And if I'm NA, I am trying to do the same thing that EU did on Tuscan, build myself a comfortable lead and win the game on scrap time alone. So far, though, contested as you would like. Into the point, and already Scrap letting them know with 2 kills to boot. That's a hard stop and an easy pickup as Ultra NA have themselves a 20-point lead.
Oh my goodness, and this is exactly what you don't want, that we've seen Ultra Academy NA do so many times. They run away with the leads in the opening hard points, but at least Furious able to stop it a little bit, gets 3 and cuts numbers in half here on this P1 hill, but no one actually over that rotation towards new, at least Ultra Academy EU. Closer.
Well, they're going to 3-stack inside, but it all comes down to those kills in transition, and now the exit gunfight's up to Fecal and Furious. Furious can't win it initially. Here comes the challenge. Fecal still wins it and stays alive. Now it's a 1-on-1 down the stairwell, and this could be for a huge chunk of time. Furious does walk away victorious, and with that,
potential chance for the opening 15.
And even though that did happen, yes, but at Hixie, he took a route all the way around, solidified a spawn, and at least was able to get the closer spawn. So regardless here, they are successfully break. They just got to push the Riverside, but holding on really strong Ultra Academy EU still. They have, this is actually a good setup right here that they have. Perfect, 25 seconds left. They just got to hold.
And once you start a P1, you get a hot start, like 30, 40 points. It's only P1. You got to do the same thing on P2 and so on and so on. But we often see teams start to make their bounce back going into the second hill. Now we get set up for third, and we have to start watching that rotation towards top side of the minimap. Well, Beans is already out towards the docks, finding a kill as well. He's going to be one of the tougher outs you're going to find. Somehow he's still alive, and he just absolutely pooped on Scrap. That was hilarious. 3 and 6 for him off the start. But out early, it will be Ultra EU who are at next.
And Hixie's tucked away in fire. He can't necessarily push just yet. He's just got to wait for a couple of members to get over. But Beans slaying them out over on the Riverside. Continue to rain fire now. Ultra Academy EU are not backing down.
This is where you need the subs. As good as the ARs are in these tight corners, you're going to need someone like Steve with a shut down the push. Here comes Scrap. Good for one on the slide. And the extra pressure there from NA, and the pistols are out, but it's not enough from Furious. However, reinforcements have funneled on in, and because of it, you have this current hold from EU thanks to Beans and Weeman's 2-spree. And there's a great break and a retake. So EU get themselves around 20 seconds of free time. I don't think we're going to see a challenge from Vico unless the spawns get a little bit wonky. Then he's going to push up. But now that you've found 2 kills, it gets easier to manage through the middle of the map, and Ultra NA have won the rotation battle.
And that is the craziest thing is Ultra Academy NA, they've been so good at their breaks that every single time it just seems like EU is shutting it down.
Yeah.
So getting set up early might be the play here. They have to win those rotational gunfights, which they did. But P4, which can be scrappy, they can make this a money hill into P5 if they're very, very careful. Hixie, he's got his work cut out for him as he has members pushing in the back.
You had the lead, you lose it, you get it right back. One by one by one, how do you chain this into P5? It might be up to Hixie on the roof if he is unchallenged. Oh my, that's 40 seconds to go right in the pocket of Ultra NA. And what a way to do it, to reestablish kind of who you are, the personality of this squad, the resilience this team has shown all tournament, all season, ever since picking up Assault. We know that they brought him in for a reason. He gets a little bit more mobility, but also you expect him to find those clutch one-on-one gunfights like he just did to get them extra time. Beans flies in for the contest, the challenge, the break, the win. So Ultra EU do have something to say for it inside the point, but it's not enough as of now, and we will be looking with 10 seconds to go towards P5. Inside is Ultra EU.
Scrap and Weeman, this is going to be a huge fight, and Weeman wins it. So now, again, getting the top side, at least of P2. He's going to anticipate members pushing through that Riverside. You got at least one underneath. It is Hixie that takes Weeman down, but Assault to follow. So the collapse is going to come in through both P2 side and that platform side. And of course, the trades are coming through. No members are essentially on the point, but the gunfight's to be won for Ultra Academy EU.
Yeah, Assault took down Weeman, but he gets traded, but that's actually a big kill from Furious because it keeps the pressure from those back docks from filtering into the point. So you have a clean backline if you're Ultra EU, and you desperately needed that. However, Hixie is already thinking about that rotation, more importantly, thinking about filtering through the back for a flank. If he breaks, this is huge, but that's exactly why Weeman's fallen off the play. He wants to find those rotating and straggling numbers of NA. They're just not going to poke their heads out as of now. They're too focused on P1, and they're more than happy to give up these last 15 seconds.
Yes, and we've seen them do that so many times, and it gets them wins. So you don't need to fight and throw numbers at that and mess up the spawns. Just rotate early, get set up, and play patient. Maybe send a member towards that old hill, which they did. Hixie able to take down Furious, and, well, look at this, though. Weeman all the way around through Fire. They didn't actually cut this off, so now the spawns have flipped.
And Assault's still playing at Fire, and I was going to say, if he stayed alive, all of a sudden, you look at P2, but as of now, you're just playing for the hill in front of you, and that, of course, will be back to our first rotation on our second set of hills. Let's get back into P1. Furious trying to open things up with the nades, but he needs help from the rest of his team. They come off spawn, and they start to work their way in, but not before they're met by Vico, and this hold from Ultra NA has built them a solid, what seems to be around 20-point lead. And as of now, no one getting inside for EU, no one even around the vicinity of a contest.
Yep, absolutely. Just keep those ARs posted up in the windows, but Furious beams Hixie out. And that at least is 20 seconds in their name that they could win here. But still, you see Scrap, you see Vico pushing off through the front. Furious takes him down, and that's 2 for Scrap. I would imagine that Assault may be able to help out, at least on the rotations happens, but still. Yet again, Ultra Academy set up for new.
Yeah, they're already there as well, and look at how far out Assault is playing. He's back to where Clayster was when they ended up losing that round 11. Now, granted, If he has a better result here, you are looking at positive time in the vicinity of Ultra NA, but the break's been good with the subs. Ultra EU stacking numbers inside. It's one at a time now. Furious, the only one around. He's got a minute 27 to his name. Like, he's the only one above 40 points right now for EU. He's doing all of the objective, but are the kills there on the outside? Weeman, yes. Nades fly in, Assault breaks. Beans getting a trade. Back and forth we go continuously for both teams. I guess EU have this hold.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh my goodness, the rotation in there for Beans does get taken down, and this might be kind of similar to what we saw last time around. It was EU who won P2, but early on the rotation it was NA. See if they can hold it this time around, though.
Yep.
Furious still holding on for that scrap time, and yet again, almost at 2 minutes. My goodness. It's 157 to 141, though.
Can Assault keep the AR lane clear? That's the only question right now. Like, Vehicle can find these kills as they funnel through. But if Assault can win a kill or two, you have the spawns there. You're not worried about anything else. But no, Beans works his way in, gets 2, and now the push from Ultra EU. This is the break they had been looking for, and finally it formulates just in the nick of time. They can't slide out towards those back spawns, but I think the damage is done, and you just need numbers in the front. They have to stay alive long enough for player 2. That's Weeman to get back into the play, but it's a wipe yet again. NA find a way to clear off the point. They keep the numbers at arm's length, and more importantly, they're stacking extra time.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is here, you see Assault going all the way around through Riverside. Beans at least able to get that scrap time, and Furious takes down Assault. So now all he has to really do is get set up on this T2 tank, and there you go. I was going to say hold it down, but Vehicle again from behind takes him down. And, well, now on the new rotation, Weeman is there. There are members from Ultra Academy EU flooding through middle, but it's NA that has to win the gunfights, but Beans popping off. You can hear him screaming on the main stage, gets 2.
Can they roll it into 3? Can they roll it into a hold? They didn't win the rotation last time, but they've won it now. They have the lead. It's going to come down to the wire. The next 2 hills will decide this game, and it might be up to Stevo to make the play through mid. If he finds a kill or 2, that's going to completely break open the push that Ultra NA have been formulating, and with that, you give EU a chance to string it back into P5. Good stop by Weeman inside the point.
Oh, and then there's the nade from Vehicle, so at least it gets him off, and that opens up another one. So there's only one member, it's Furious, last on the point. He's going to have to tuck away with his life, and, well, the flood through the front comes on for Ultra Academy NA. Can those AR win battles? Can they win those AR battles? And the answer is yes, of course. Stop the bleeding and get set up for P5.
Yep, and this neutral time helps both teams. It helps to maintain that cushion that you have there for NA. Though they're down by 20, you don't want it to be any more. And if you're EU, you get a chance to rotate. So it wasn't a bad 10 seconds to give up. Now it comes down to converting. Can they do it? Weeman for 2. Can't stay alive, though. And another challenge from Vehicle. He'll find himself a double kill. Beans doesn't even have to shoot at anybody. Finally one in front, but is it enough? Are there numbers around outside of Ultra EU? You have 2 pushed from the far back. It's Furious coming right off spawn to help at P5. The nades might fly out momentarily, but no one's in the point.
No one's in the point, but Stevo dancing around it. Does take down Assault, so that's 3 members down yet again. Make it 4. Weeman's popping off on the rotational kills over towards P1. So now it's mid lane control, and they cannot win here. You're absolutely right, Spaceman. So they have to get essentially set up. But look at their setup, though. They're set up for the win conditions for P1 as long as they hold.
It's Weeman. Weeman's already down far on the tracks. He's at Secret, so if he just literally stays alive and gives him a chance. Did they just spawn there?
Yes.
Did Ultra NA just spawn on back P1?
Scrap just spawned back P1, and then everybody else did.
So Ultra immediately get a god break because of that weird spawn, and now they have a chance to get this game back within reach. You got 50 seconds to fight over, and now it's a bull rush through the back for Ultra EU. They have to force their way into this point with these nades, with these subs, and with the spawns being at far back P3, NA can just throw numbers into this point and continue to build on this.
Absolutely, and here we go. The break is going to come through from Ultra EU, but the numbers are being won from Ultra Academy NA. So realistically, if you're Weeman here, you maybe try to flood through the double steps, and you have Stevo going to the platform side, but still, regardless, that is a lot of time that Ultra Academy NA would take.
If NA hold this consistently, it'd be a 1-point game. It would be a 249 to 231. Hypothetical. They would need 1 point. We are going to another hill. If you're EU, you recognize that. You're more than happy to give up these points. Now, granted, it's 1 break, GG's, but in this moment, you're playing for the next hill. You're playing for P2.
And now it's down to Scrap. It's 244 to 231. What was a spawn of the ages that helped NA get the lead. It's now going to have to be a break of a miracle to get in for EU. And there it is. But Assault responds so quickly. Weeman back into the point. It's chaos right now inside. But yet, EU find themselves in the point.
And I don't even understand that if Ultra Academy NA read that, because Vico flanked around and he had 2 kills. They should have had the spawn. So Ultra Academy U still spawned back Warehouse, and they're able to flood on through. There's only 3 seconds left.
There's no one around. They got to contest. Hixie's in. Hixie's in, but he gets cut. 250 to 247. Ultra EU survive the RNG gods, and they get us to another.
Oh my gosh, I have to breathe from that. Oh my goodness. That was insane. Like, throughout the whole entire game, back and forth between these guys. But my goodness, what was that? That was insane with that P3 spawn, man. Like, I don't know. Like, even you were confused. I was like, wait, huh? You heard me gasp.
I was like, okay, they got numbers at P5. We're going to have to work through
what
this.
Happened? Okay, they got it. Scrap just, I don't know what happened. That was crazy.
I mean, I've seen weird spawns. Just the timing of that was about as good as you want. And it's weird because NA not only hold P1, but they have a chance to really win this series and this game as quickly as that transition could have happened over to P2. And with the last hill being as scrappy as it was, I'm surprised that EU were able to kind of collect themselves to get back on track and close this game out. They do it, though, and they force a Game 5, which is the only way I guess this series should have gone between these two teams, given that we're going to a grand final. Okay, well, here's the stat card. It was
25
chaotic.
non-traded kills from Furious, my goodness, and not to mention 2 minutes of hill time, so he was doing his job. My goodness. Beans, too, man, he was picking up a lot of those rotational kills along the riverside. Like, you heard him screaming. Just going crazy, constant 2 pieces, but from both teams, like, my goodness, it was just so close.
It was, and that was, we had talked earlier about if potential hills go certain ways in other series. It could have been 250 to 240. The fact that this game was 250 to 247 is indicative of not only the talent that Toronto has fostered with these young players, their ability to find good talent and get them in the system, but also the caliber of teams that both these squads are. And that is exactly how we would want a Game 4 Hardpoint in a series like this to go. We'd want to be down to the wire because it just guarantees that it's a one and done now. This is a huge, this is basically a one and done S&D wager match. This is massive. Like, you win this, you go to the grand final, you're potentially winning much more money than you would in this spot, but
it's going to be a chess game, that's for sure. Yeah, this is nuts. I mean, between both teams, I mean, they're just anticipating each other's plays, I feel like. And like you said, like, they picked up a lot on those tendencies. So, like, they both know how to read each other. They know how to adapt and adjust. And that's what we're seeing. That is exactly what we're seeing. Although the first hard point, okay, Ultra Academy EU, just too dang good at Tuscan. But regardless, like, that was just insanity.
Nuts. It was.
Can't wait for this.
It was insane, and it just means that the Game 5 is going to be absolutely mind-blowing. But we expected this series to be close. We had thought it could have gone Game 5, and so far it has. With that in place, I believe we have Berlin for our Game 5. We do. I'm so smart. Now we have Berlin S&D coming up, and look, NA just played it. They just played a Berlin S&D. They beat Exposed in a very interesting 2v4 situation that probably shouldn't have gone their way. Are they going to pull it out again? Is it going to go around 11? Are they going to do it again? I don't know, Ellen. What do you think?
I think so because I'm just, you know what? I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it because, I'm just going to say it, you know, whatever. They literally, I feel like I'm just going to base this off of the Desert Siege just because they did lose it on the day. They've made those adjustments. And I think that especially what we've seen Scrap, like on this map specifically, like this, always takes over.
Yes.
Always takes over. So
yes, Vico is going to be an X factor. Whether or not we meet that early challenge towards B, if we're talking about the First Bloods, Vico could be the guy. And if you're not ready for that, if you are Ultra EU and you are not ready to meet Vico's challenge,
oh no,
what the hell was that? You're gonna have a bad time. Just like getting a team kill off start, it's First Blood, sort of, for Ultra NA, and very quickly a 3v1.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really fast there, and it was unfortunate that the team kill did come through, but A is open for a plant to come on down, and it looks like Vico's going to slide on through, but Scrap, waiting, might come in contact here with Furious as he's just kind of looking for players. Might go for the clutch, might chill.
You have your choice of options here.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, obviously you're going to want to try to clutch, but even if you hold the nade and take the easy way out, it's only the first round. But for NA, I mean, obviously you hope to capitalize on that. You get it blessed with a free kill. One round at a time for NA, one round at a time for EU as well. They absolutely have everything in the toolbox to take down their rivals, their brother team, I guess you could say. But this has been one hell of a best of 5.
It's amazing.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta laugh. Sometimes you just have to laugh, man.
I love Call of Duty.
It is absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, it's
psychotic.
Insane. It's like your heart rushes when you see these plays too happen.
Yeah,
like you feel the energy.
It's
You
an
love
extreme
it.
sport.
Well, no team kills coming through this time, and not a fast first blood just yet. But 2-2 split for Ultra Academy EU. Got the utilities going out. Maybe a stun check onto Assault over here, but nothing connects.
Well, that's Vikul on the site, like we've talked about before.
Yep.
Are they prepared for that? I mean, if he finds Furious, bombs down in the precarious spot, they're going to have to find the retake onto the site and then commit to it anyway. Furious checking the challenge to the right corner, but Vikul, if smart, trigger discipline. Just wait. There is no reason to challenge this. Oh my god, perfect timing though. He gets around the glass, and he spot him. He's going to fly around. He might, he will, and he gets red. Furious was ready for it, and now on to A we go.
Yeah, might be a little bit too aggressive there, but you got the 3-man stack, though, from Ultra Academy flying in, and Hicks able to get one, no, 2! The bomb is down. Ultra Academy didn't even get a plant off.
Hixie and Scrap combining for 2 kills. Hixie getting a third, a fourth. He gets 3 kills in the round, and Scrap is there to say, hey, what's up, help out. 2 rounds in a row, Ultra NA doing what Ultra EU did in the prior S&D. Off to a hot start. But that was just clinical. Though they did lose the first blood, it was the 3v4 that eventually went their way. And they are 4 rounds away, keep reminding you, from a grand finals appearance.
And it was smart, too, from Assault, essentially, because I think they had a little bit of information that he was there. They threw the stuns, threw the nades out, but he backed up, played his life. And, of course, despite Furious having the first blood, Scrap, Hixie, saved the day. Scrap gets the first blood on the beans on the other side.
Oh, what a bait.
And there it is.
That is a beautiful bait. That's so classic. I love it. Use your teammate just to pull shots away. 3v1. Again, you get the first blood, you get the second. Quickly, it's a 2v1, 3v1 situation where Ultra have to work off the back foot, EU-minded. And now you have a 2-0 lead. It could potentially be a 3-0 with 30 seconds to go. You got to find the defuse. Look at the stack inside. Like, this is a triangle. It's an isosceles. You got nowhere to go, dude.
Yeah,
like, Weeman, you're going to have to pull off
the
a ridiculous spree, and maybe that is the call, and that will be it. And, yeah, that's smart. Don't feed streaks if you don't have to.
Exactly. At that point, like, these rounds are going by so fast, and Ultra Academy, again, they're just committing to that ace, like, getting those first bloods, and my goodness.
We're not seeing a breakdown. I'm not saying that. We're not seeing that. But what I am saying is it doesn't feel like the momentum is flipped completely for NA, but it does feel like right now EU are taking, like, they're so slow to getting started, and they're getting caught off on their timing so quickly. They're losing first blood. They're not able to set up in the middle of the round like they want to. Their timings are disrupted because of how quickly they're losing a number, and NA are just pouncing on that opportunity. Oh my god.
Not to mention Scrap getting those first bloods, obviously, mid lane.
That probably helps.
That helps, of course. And, well, now I say that, now it's Assault. First blood. Keep seeing this bomb go over towards A, too. Like, I'm just surprised at Ultra Academy. They're not really, like, switching up, I feel like. Because the A site, it's so dominant from Ultra Academy at A. Gotta try to get a pick,
I think it's a little bit of that, but also they just don't want to deal with potential pressure from Hixie or Vikul. If they are at B, they might have a better time being able to kind of pull them out of position and zone them out with a nade or a stun. And you can work through Secret a little bit easier than you can towards the docks because there's really nowhere to go. It's a 1-lane hit. So in this spot, in a 2v2, it's Beans and Stevo with that bomb versus Assault and Hixie.
Oh. But they had a free plant at A, and they're deciding not to go for it, so they're going to wrap around and come in contact with the members. But now, leaving it up to 1 versus 1, that bomb is down. Assault is the last alive. 25 seconds left, and...
And he can wait. He can just sit back and wait.
Yep.
Beans on your screen. Back over to Assault. Oh, Assault's going to see him. He will at range. Assault picked up for a reason. That's a 4-0 lead in Game 5 in the winners finals.
Of all the times for Assault to have a 1v1, you're thinking, oh, we got to get early, blah, blah.
Why did we pick this
guy
up?
Right there. And it sounds stupid because you're like, it's a 1v1 at range and the guy was looking at him. But it's just the ability to position yourself appropriately and wait for the right challenge. Assault does it.
Yes.
And a difference between a 4-0 game and a 3-0 or 3-1 ball game is monumental in S&D, given the fact that it's game 5.
Yeah. Well, the positive light in that is they were able to shut down Scrap off those streaks. So you don't have to worry about that because obviously that would have solidified another round, potentially. But again with the
Go to what works. The only reason I'm saying that for NA is because you see the 2-stack right now on how far pushed up Furious was on B. You'd probably lose that challenge. And A is working. They're not losing these gunfights, and they're getting in for free with basically a clear plan at this point with how far back Weeman's playing. But they're actually doing a fake hit. They're going to get first blood. Now, do they get caught in transition? Furious with the pistol is able to connect and clean up the kill. But with that said, Assault right behind is a Guardian Angel 2v1. The only one alive is Weeman. Like, this is for the game. This is for the winners finals. If you don't win this round, it's going to have to be a full sale.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to have to be. But Weeman might pick a perfect timing here. At least the bomb has been planted. He does get tagged on the Scrap, but no. I thought maybe with some small margin that Weeman would have been able to walk away with that. Ultra Academy NA, my goodness, they have just looked dominant on Berlin. Don't play them on Berlin, okay?
I looked over at Ultra EU, just kind of getting a look at the face cams, and I looked at like the NA side. NA's composed, dabbing up each other, fist bumps. On the EU side, visible frustration. Obviously, there's not the situation we want to be in, but when we looked over as that round's concluding, it looked like they had gotten to that point of exhaustion. Like nothing they're doing is working. They don't know what the next game plan should be. And it's not discredit to the game plan they came in with. It's just not converting right now. Scrap has the snipe. This is essentially just to put the entire game away. Ultra NA are 1 round away from going to the grand final, a team that came in as the #1 seed and has proven that they are clearly the best as of now. But it's first blood there for EU, a response there for EU, and now finally an advantage in this game.
Yeah, that was the start of the full sale, exactly like you said. And
question.
Yeah.
If you're Scrap, you pull out a snipe. I'm probably overthinking. That's my job. Now that you pull out a snipe and nothing got used of it, it was not converted, everybody falls. Do you go back to the automaton? Do you go back to an AR and just be like, nope, we're not doing the snipe. I'm not even worried about it.
Absolutely. If it's not working, absolutely. But in this case, I mean, yeah, well, Scrap has an automaton out, but yeah, if it's not working, you just got to switch up the strategy.
It was 1 round, and it's like, well, we can try to win it here. If it doesn't work, back to what worked.
Right. Just keep sticking with what worked. And, in that instance, they could have just stuck it to A. At least they were able to swing it back to B, but A's been working every single time for Ultra Academy NA. But Stevo this time, this guy got the first blood. But seems Beans would be the one to maybe able to get the trade.
I'm surprised Tixie stayed alive that long. And does he see defeat? Well, that nade will help.
There you go.
I love the aggression from Ultra NA just running their way in, and Assault now on the long rotation and the slow push. He wins one on the outskirts and stays alive. He's going to get hunted by Beans. There is no choice. Trying to go through the back alley and get inside P1. Beans could catch Scrap with the bomb, but Scrap actually dips out. They don't know where he's at.
I think if he gets out of there, all they have to do is essentially
go. Yeah, he's got to go.
B is free. They could just wrap over to B.
But do they spot him crossing right here? Oh, Beans turned the wrong way, but I don't even know if he would have had the angle. Regardless, if they can get onto the site and plant this now, they're planning it for the backside. Beans is going to fly in. Beans is going to get this kill, but he hears him. He hears him fly to the door, and Beans gets baited. It's a round 1 and 2v1. Furious, the only one alive. Ultra EU, your hopes are on this man. Caught with a stun and nowhere to run. It's all done and dusted. Ultra NA show they're the #1 seed. A 6-1 victory in Game 5 and a grand finals appearance to show for it.
Oh my gosh, Ultra Academy EU could not get anything going. Every single play was shut down, and their offensive plays again reigned dominance from this squad. My goodness.
Wow. That was fun. That was a hell of a Game 5 from Ultra NA. I mean, looking at that final round, it was a quick conversation. We're like, does Scrap put away the sniper? Yeah, he did, and look what happened. And he had first blood there, I believe, for Ultra EU. NA respond very quickly. It was that quick rotation. Assault stays alive, and again, we've honed in on the point that the change in Mohawk was a big one because statistically, Mohawk had been the better player, at least so far this year, statistically.
But when it came down to Assault's just positioning and ability to clutch up these really strange one-on-ones, he's been able to do it. Yeah. And it's not only a one-on-one that gives him the 4th round, but it's a one-on-one in round number 6. There, round number 7 there, that gives him the 6-1 victory, that he stays alive in mid-map, and he's alive long enough to rotate as a lead blocker for the bomb to get down. And with that helps secures them around.
Exactly. He's always there immediately to pick up the trade, and that's exactly what happened. Vico got knocked down with the bomb in the back with Furious, but what? Well, who did you say would be around the corners tucked away? It's Assault around. So, yeah, 7-2. I mean, from Scrap, 8-2 from Assault. It's just dominance from these guys.
Assault, back-to-back S&Ds, Desert Siege, Berlin. He's been lights out. Assault's been the best S&D player on this team. Here's a recap. It was Ultra EU who took the opening hardpoint, and folks, it was not close. I don't know if you joined us. Didn't. Hi, welcome. It was not close. It was a 100-point lead consistently, and it was a blowout near the end. Ultra EU took the opening game. Then they faltered on Desert Siege. NA got their first win today on that map mode combo. Then we go to Control. Defensively, a masterclass from both sides, but NA get the win there, go up 2-1. Back and forth we go to a tight hardpoint. And we round out the most lopsided part, I think, of this day, though there was a 100-point deficit in that game 1. That 6-1 final game 5 S&D was not close in hindsight.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of, well, yeah, you don't want to say the traditional line, search and destroy wins the championships.
It continues to be true.
It continues to be true. No, this game, it's really about who can win the game 5, I feel like. It's a little bit different this game. But either which way, Ultra Academy NA clutching up those Berlins. Amazing from them on the day. In the Siege, obviously, they were able to rebound from that. So being 1 and 2 on the day for Desert Siege, not bad. But either which way, we followed them throughout the day. They continue to reign dominance, now securing that spot in Grand Finals. I can't wait to see who gets to go against them. Yeah,
that was your winter finals matchup, Ultra NA versus Ultra EU. Both of those teams, again, coming head-to-head and showing the prowess in the class of not only the Toronto Ultra organization, but their ability to foster young talent and build this scene up. And what they've done for challengers cannot be overstated. Both their squads make it to the winter final. That's a huge accomplishment because EU's not out. They go down to the lower bracket. They have a second chance now. We could see an all-ultra final, which would be hilarious for Proper and Shift to have to deal with, just like we did. But here's a look at the bracket because, well, we got 3 matches to get through tomorrow. We got lower semis, lower finals, and upper grand finals, which is literally just the same thing as a grand final. Ultra Academy EU will be waiting in the lower finals, and they will be playing the winner of Boston Academy and Electrify Steel and Team Moore. And my heart is so happy because I literally called that Boston's going to win this event. And I'm telling you right now, Doug Sensor Martin's not leaving this venue without a championship. I'm telling you right now.
He did it again?
Are
you kidding me?
Doug Sensor Martin
He did it again. He knocked Clayster out. That is
human.
crazy. He did the same thing.
He doesn't lie. Sensor
in
doesn't lie.
Toronto. Oh my gosh.
He doesn't lie.
Boston Academy. That's going to be crazy if we see a grand final between
Sensor
Academy
does
and
not lie.
Academy.
He is the GOAT. And he will be playing the winner of Electrify Steel and Team War, which I can't wait to watch because that is going to be a hell of a series. But the winner of that plays Boston. Winner of Boston in that series goes on to play a very hot and angry Ultra EU, which we know is going to be an absolute handful. Ellen, a whole lot of matches concluded on a whole big day. Now we find ourselves with a team waiting in the grand finals, a team waiting in the wing to potentially get back there. Thoughts on today and Ultra NA's dominance?
It's honestly been awesome. The venue's been amazing. The passion's been amazing. I personally haven't been back to Atlanta, and it's been years for me. So this has been a truly awesome. I can't wait for the matches tomorrow.
It's been a hell of a day. From Ellen, from myself, from Andy, from I Hold Shift, from everybody on production, to the observing team, to the players, to the staff. Doug Sensor Martin, baby. We appreciate you guys coming out and watching. A shout out to YouTube chat for, again, giving us the best as always. But that is all the action for today. Tomorrow, we continue on with more. It's the lower semis, the lower finals, and yes, the grand finals. Ultra NA is waiting for their champion to meet that challenge. But until we get to that point, we take a break tonight, and we see you guys tomorrow.